In a world where magic reigns, power rules, and fate is written in blood, one man holds the script, and he's about to rewrite everything. Abel Hardenberg. The Duke. An archmage. A cold-blooded villain feared across the empire. But what if I told you? He's not who he seems. That villain? That monster behind the curtains? That's me. Or rather, I woke up one day and became him. Reincarnated as the secret mastermind in a bleak romance fantasy novel, I, an ordinary reader, am now the most dangerous man in the story. The female lead has infinite regressions. I have a plan that could bring down an empire. And we've just signed a contract marriage that's anything but romantic. This is a story of deception, desire, and domination, where every choice can rewrite destiny, and every smile hides a knife. If you love cunning protagonists, dark fantasy, forbidden romance, and twist-filled plots, then welcome to the world of I Became the Secret Mastermind in a Romance Fantasy Novel. Hit subscribe and join me as we unravel the web of lies, love, and legacy, one episode at a time. Because in this story, the villain might just be the hero.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Prologue. Abel Hardenberg. The infamous male lead of the romance fantasy novel, The Villainess, turns back time again today. A brooding duke, a legendary archmage, and a shadowy puppet master pulling the strings from behind the scenes. He's one of only 4 dukes in the Arya Empire, and hands down the most terrifying. A cold-blooded monster who treats human life like dust on his robe. The kind of psychopath who will murder thousands just to advance his personal goals, then flip a coin to decide if the survivors get mercy or more chaos. Ultimate villain? Check. Mass murderer? Double check. Human trash with godlike power and a god complex to match? Absolutely. And sure, male leads in romance fantasy novels tend to be problematic, possessive tyrants, dark princes, morally gray love interests. But Abel Hardenberg? He takes the cake, burns it, and laughs while watching the flames. Readers weren't shy about it either. The very first chapter's comment section was filled with gems like, "Isn't this guy way too garbage to be the ML?" So, why am I ranting about him? Simple. Because I, a totally average romance fantasy fan, just reincarnated as him. That's right. I woke up in the body of Abel freaking Hardenberg, the ultimate villain and the male lead of this mess. I'm so unbelievably screwed. The Villainess turns back time again today. Commonly nicknamed The Villainous Rewinds Time. When I first stumbled upon the novel, I dismissed it as just another typical romance fantasy. Modern girl reincarnated as a villainess, desperate to change her fate and avoid the inevitable doom. One of those stories. But 2 things made this one different. First, the protagonist knew almost nothing about the original plot. All she had was a vague summary from a friend. The villainess gets executed. That's it. Second, she had a cheat skill, infinite regression. She could create save points at random moments, and whenever she died or willed it, she'd rewind to that point. It might sound overpowered, like a sandbox game with infinite retries. But it wasn't fun. It was brutal. The novel was bleak. She suffered again and again, death, torture, betrayal. Over and over as she tried to rewrite her fate. I remember reading it and wondering what kind of grudge the author had to put the poor protagonist through so much. Knock, knock. I was pulled from my thoughts by a soft knock at the office door. Come in. The door creaked open, and a familiar figure entered. An old man in a crisp butler's uniform. Wrinkled, white-haired, yet with eyes still sharp as blades. Alan, the steward of House Hardenberg. He'd been with me since I was a child. What is it? I asked. He hesitated. The young lady of Count Estee is here to see you. I leaned back in my chair. So, that part of the novel had finally arrived. No, it wasn't soon. It had been almost 20 years since I was reincarnated as Abel Hardenberg, the cold, calculating male lead of this grim romance fantasy. "What would you like to do?" Alan asked politely. "Tell her she may enter once I've finished this paperwork." "Understood, Duke Hardenberg." He bowed and exited, closing the door behind him. I turned my gaze to the stack of documents on my desk. So much work. Once it took me hours just to get through one report. I've been 7 at the time, still adjusting to life in this world. My father, ever the kind and reasonable man, decided to lock me in a room for 2 days without food as punishment. Even now, the memory made me sick. It hadn't ended there, either. Under the pretense of training, he would beat me bloody over and over. All because my mother died giving birth to me. If I hadn't retained my memories from my past life, I'd probably have gone insane. Though sometimes I wonder if I already have. After all, the original Abel Hardenberg was a complete Yanderous sociopath. Maybe I'm just a version of him with better PR. Am I just overthinking it? No, probably just sentimental. This part of the story marks the beginning of everything. I sighed, pushed aside my thoughts, and finally wrapped up the paperwork. The chair creaked as I leaned back. Luxurious, but still not nearly as comfortable as the gaming chair I used to have in my past life. Knock, knock. Right on time. "You may enter." Alan stepped in. "Have you finished your work, sir?" "Yes." "The young lady from Count Estee. She awaits in the reception room." "Bring her in." "Of course." With a bow, Alan disappeared once more. So it begins. In the novel, this was the point where the villainess, beaten down by relentless regressions, desperately visited Duke Hardenberg, the terrifying mastermind behind all. In the original story, he met with her out of curiosity. She intrigued him, and from there, they signed a contract marriage. Classic romance fantasy setup. The story picked up steam after that. Emotional development, subtle trust, growing tension. It was satisfying for a while, until the author yanked it all back into darkness. The whiplash made readers furious, but the author didn't care. Relentless. Despite the cruelty, the writing was good, and somehow I stuck with it. Reached the end. It's probably why I survived this long in this world, by knowing what happens next. Otherwise, I might have ended up like the original Abel Hardenberg. Knock, knock. "The young lady of Count Estee is here." "Here we go. Let her in." How many times has it been now? I've lost count. No matter how many regressions I've gone through, nothing changes. When I try to befriend the male lead, I get crushed by his allies or the prince. When I approach other leads, they shun me outright. Noble society is crueler than I imagined. A fallen villainess is rarely allowed to rise again, even if she's a count's daughter. After dozens of regressions, the only thing I've gained is survival instinct. Magic, honed through assassination attempts, poisonings, kidnappings, you name it. Every save point is a gamble. One bad save, and I'm as good as dead. "The Duke has requested you wait until he finishes his work," the butler said. I understand. Normally, such treatment would be rude. But I hadn't scheduled this visit. And he was a duke. I was just a count's daughter. Still, the estate was luxurious. Silver chandeliers, velvet wallpaper, chairs subtly enhanced with magic. It was impressive, even if not as comfortable as modern furniture. My eyes drifted to the portraits on the wall. One in particular stood out. Ash-gray hair, cold gray eyes, and a jagged scar on his face. Abel Hardenberg, the mastermind, the only person who'd ever cornered the protagonist in the original story. And now, I've come to make a deal with him. It felt like walking into a tiger's den. Even with all my knowledge and regressions, I knew he wasn't someone to take lightly. "Please follow me," the butler said. I nodded, steeling my nerves. As we walked down the grand hallway, I couldn't focus on the decor. My thoughts raced with possibilities. What to say, what not to say. Could this man be the key to breaking the loop? Or would he just be another dead end? We stopped at a tall oak door. Knock, knock. "The young lady of Count Estee is here." Silence. Had he left? Was he mocking me? My mind spiraled, until a voice cut through the air. "Let her in." The butler opened the door. I stepped inside. The room was warm, richly furnished with carved wood and velvet. At the center sat the man himself, behind a mountain of paperwork. Ash-gray hair, steel-gray eyes, regal, composed, and impossibly beautiful. far more striking than his portrait. I froze. "What are you doing?" His cold tone jolted me back to reality. I bowed. "I apologize. It's an honor to meet you, Duke Hardenberg. It's fine. No need for formality. Thank you for your kindness. So, what brings you here?" Now it begins. No more hesitations. If I had to regress 100 more times to change my fate, I would. Silky black hair that shimmered like ink under candlelight. Crimson eyes that gleamed like blood-stained rubies. Sharp features, dangerously beautiful, almost unreal. I'm speechless. Was it because this was a romance fantasy world? How else could someone look like that? Not that I'm one to judge. My own appearance is hardly average in this world. But beauty wasn't the only thing that defined her. Dark circles hung beneath her eyes. Her gaze, lifeless and sunken, resembled a frozen fish. Her presence reeked of exhaustion and quiet despair. A worn elegance, like a doll left too long in the rain. You could tell at a glance. This woman had suffered. Still, none of that mattered to me. She just stood there, silent. I frowned. What was she thinking, standing before a duke without so much as a greeting? The silence grew irritating. "What are you doing?" I finally asked. "I'm sorry for being rude. It's an honor to meet you, Duke Hardenberg," she said, bowing with stiff formality. The irritation dissipated slightly. Strange. Was I actually offended that a count's daughter didn't greet me? I clicked my tongue internally. It seems I've grown too used to this world's rigid class system. I sighed. "It's fine. I didn't mean it as a reprimand. Don't worry about it. Thank you for your kindness." "So," I said, leaning forward slightly, "what brings you here?" Her blood-red eyes narrowed slightly, and she took a steady breath. "I've come to propose a deal." So begins. A faint pulse flickered behind her eyes. A familiar one. The novel described it precisely. The subtle jolt of pain when her regression activated. I didn't know how many times she'd looped back, but judging by her haunted expression, it wasn't a small number. "A deal, huh?" I tapped my fingers on the chair's arm. "Do you even know what a deal means, Miss Adele?" "Yes," she said without pause. "An exchange of things of equal value." I smirked. Exactly what I was about to say. Her regression wasn't just for show. We seemed to be on the same page. I laced my fingers together. "So, what is it the young lady of House Estee desires?" "A 1-year marriage contract." Of course. Just like the original story. In the novel, she would approach the Duke, me, with forbidden knowledge about the imperial family. But to me, a reader who knew the plot inside out, that information was now worthless. And Adele must have realized that too, after countless failed attempts. "I see. You wish to re-enter high society." "That's correct. In this world, social gatherings weren't open to just anyone. Without invitations, even noble ladies were locked out. Harsh realism for a fantasy novel. And what are you offering in return?" "The exclusive rights to the Estee family's trading company." She exhaled slowly, her shoulders tense. "To be exact, the monopoly rights." Right again. In the original story, this was the bait that lured Abel Hardenberg into the deal. The Estee family's trading company controlled nearly half the empire's commerce. But that wasn't the real reason he agreed. Count Estee is an arms dealer. Only the Count and the imperial family know. Not even Adele knows. But the original Abel did, and so do I. To me, who despises the imperial family, that hidden value is far too tempting to pass up. "Fascinating," I murmured, a child holding a jewel without realizing it. "What do you mean?" "Don't worry about it." I raised my voice. "Alan." The butler opened the door immediately. "Yes, Your Grace." "Bring it." Understanding my meaning instantly, he used a simple spatial magic spell and retrieved a folded contract. I moved to the sofa across from Adele as Alan placed the document on the table. "Impressive," she muttered. "Just a little trick." "I see." Adele closed her eyes briefly, likely fatigued, then focused on the contract. "For your reference," I added, "a Hayes is embedded in that contract. Break it, and you'll suffer the consequences." "Thorough. I'll take that as a compliment." She read silently, her expression unreadable. Her face truly embodied decadence. In this world filled with unreasonably beautiful people, it was almost routine. A signal that someone was significant to the plot. Still, that kind of beauty, hers, mine, anyone's, felt like a performance. A mask. Perhaps that's why I found it so easy to keep my distance. Lost in thought, I barely noticed her voice. Can the terms be amended? They can, if both parties agree. I see. But she didn't change a word. Of course she wouldn't. The contract matched the one from the original story to the letter. The deal she knew. The deal I knew. Our names were nearly identical. Abel and Adele. Was that intentional on the author's part? I'll proceed as is. Very well. Infuse your mana. She raised her hand. A red mist bloomed from her palm and sank into the page. I followed suit, sending my own mana into the document. The parchment shuddered, then glowed briefly, sealing the agreement. It's been a while since I've seen Count Estee. I mused. Would you deliver a message? Yes. Tell him not to do anything reckless. Understood. She dipped her head slightly. The engagement ceremony will be in a month, I said. Until then, you'll reside at the estate. What? Her surprise was genuine. I held back a laugh. If you're to be the Duke's wife, you'll need proper instruction. Instruction. Bridal lessons. Her eyes widened. For someone so worn down, her flustered reaction was oddly pure. I nearly chuckled, but didn't. That wasn't the real reason, anyway. I needed her close. With her here, Count Estee wouldn't risk moving against me. Not while his daughter lived under my roof. Well then, I said, standing. That will be all. I need rest. Understood. She composed herself quickly and left with Alan. Everything is proceeding as planned. With this contract, I've secured a foothold. And with Adele Estee, I've gained leverage. What lies ahead? The destruction of the imperial family. Unlike the original Abel, I won't suffer blindly. I know more. I can plan more. It won't be easy, but if I want to survive, I have no choice but to try. Meanwhile, he's dangerous. I already knew it, but facing him directly was something else. Abel Hardenberg, the mastermind, the man behind every tragedy in the story. It wasn't just his power, it was how he thought. He'd prepared the contract before I even opened my mouth, predicted my every move, played along just to see if I'd offer the exact deal he expected. He wasn't just sharp, he was cruel, calculated. I've regressed several times already. I know this. The only saving grace is that my save point is right before the meeting. If it were set later, I might have gone mad by now. I once tried to bait him with imperial secrets. He didn't blink. Not once. After 5 regressions, I realized he already knew. Some butterfly effect I caused must have given him the intel he needed. That changed everything. But what terrified me more was this. He knew my cards before I played them. He already had the contract. If I had said anything different, if I'd tried to negotiate, he would have rejected me. Again, I leaned against the wall of the carriage, eyes shut tight. The rattling of the wheels barely registered. Because one thing was certain now. I've gotten myself tangled with a man far more dangerous than I am before the sun had even risen in the dim light of dawn. Whoosh! I swung the wooden sword at the center of the training ground. The sword moved as I willed, slicing through the air with a sharp sound. This was my daily swordsmanship training. Never missed a day, always at dawn. Of course, there were times when I was so busy I couldn't even leave the office, let alone train. Phew! A white breath escaped my lips. My whole body felt like it was being hit by a wave of muscle pain. I stopped swinging the wooden sword and placed it on the ground. Creak! With a somewhat noisy hinge sound, Alan entered the training ground. What's going on? Lady Estee from the Estee Count's family is arriving this morning. She's quicker than I expected. I thought Count Estee would try to keep her longer. Seeing that she's arriving after just 3 days, it seems he realized there was no point in holding her back. Understood. I'll go after I finish bathing. As you wish. Alan bowed his head to me and left the training ground. Is this where the original story starts in earnest? I put on the clothes I had left aside and placed the wooden sword on the stand. As I was getting ready to leave, the door to the training ground opened again. A group of sturdy men wearing leather armor appeared. They were knights from the Hardenberg family's Black Raven Knights, the household's private order. They were chatting among themselves as they entered. but as soon as they saw me, they bowed respectfully. "Good morning, Duke." "Yeah, it seems they're here for their morning training. Since I usually train at dawn, we rarely run into each other, but today we did." "Well then, take care." "Yes, sir." I nodded slightly at their spirited reply and left the training ground. Everything is fine, but their voices are too loud. I appreciate their loyalty, but their shouts are so loud it makes my ears ring. But it'd be awkward to tell them to tone it down. I walked for a while, until I saw a door with maids dressed in uniform standing beside it. Among them, I spotted Laura, my personal maid. "Good morning, Duke." "Yeah. Is the water ready?" "It's all heated up." "Good." I handed my clothes to Laura. 7 maids stood inside the room, ready to assist with my bath. When I first reincarnated into this world, I thought I'd never get used to having maids assist me in bathing, but now it's become quite normal. They aren't naked, so as long as I endure a little embarrassment, the bath is done in no time. After finishing the bath, I dressed in the clothes Laura handed me and made my way to the reception room. The cold, barren corridor greeted me. The hallway of the previous Duke's mansion had been lavishly decorated with expensive paintings and sculptures, displaying a life of luxury. But once I became Duke, the once grand hallway turned into an empty, desolate passage. Every time I passed by those paintings or sculptures, I was reminded of the previous Duke, my father, and I couldn't bear to see them. So I sold them all. That's how much I despised him. Of course, that led to ridiculous rumors circulating for a time. Bold fools whispered that the Duke's family was running out of funds. Even now, I can't understand what gave them the nerve. It must have been because I was young then. They thought I was easy to push around. On top of that, suspicion surrounding the former Duke's death by poisoning had shaken my position. Naturally, they paid dearly for it later. While lost in thought, I soon found myself in front of the reception room door. Alan stood there, watching as if he'd been waiting for me. "Have they arrived?" "No, but they should be here soon." "All right, I'll wait inside. Call me when Lady Adele arrives." "As you wish." Alan opened the door, and I stepped inside. I sat down on the sofa in the reception room. I've never liked waiting, but she is, after all, going to be my fiancée. Waiting for her is the least I could do. The House of Hardenberg, a noble family established long ago by a branch of the imperial family. Because of this, they wield influence comparable to the imperial family itself. Their private knight order, the Black Raven Knights, is nearly as powerful as the Emperor's Golden Lion Knights. In short, the Hardenberg family is the true power behind the Arya Empire, and I am to become the fiancé of the head of that house. Sigh. Sigh, Lily, the maid sitting across from me, spoke up. "Don't worry too much, my lady. The Duke of Hardenberg won't treat you poorly." "True enough. On the surface, we're engaged, so he'll likely take some care of me. The problem is whether this deal I made with him will really help me avoid my bad ending. But it's not like I had any other choice. Still, cheer up. I'm sure you'll get along with the Duke of Hardenberg just fine, Lady Adele." "Do you think so?" "I'm glad to hear that." I looked at the maid in front of me with a bittersweet smile. Her atmosphere and face reminded me of a cute puppy, energetic and with affectionate, sparkling eyes. This was Lily, the personal maid Count Estee had assigned to me. Along with my father, she was one of the few people who truly looked after me now that I had become the Villainess, Abel and Adele, from the novel. Back when I first grew close to Lily, I thought everything would turn out well. At that time, I was naive enough to think that, just like in the villainous stories I read in my previous life, I could change my reputation as a villainess if I just tried hard enough. But all my efforts earned me were more than 10 assassination attempts and 5 poisoning attempts. What a joke. It's laughable to think that being a villainess could be something you fix with effort alone. Despite all my struggles, I couldn't even set foot in high society anymore. "We've arrived." At the coachman's announcement, I stopped resting my chin in my hand and looked out the window. What I saw was a mansion so large that it made even most museums seem small in comparison. As expected of the Duke's house, it was incomparable to the house I had lived in. As I pondered this, Lily opened the door, and a man came into view. Ashen hair and gray eyes, with a scar on his face. Abel Hardenberg." He smiled slightly and extended his hand to me. If I wasn't mistaken, He intended to escort me. But why? What are you doing? And he spoke formally to me. This was the same man who had once spoken to me so condescendingly. Caught off guard, I hesitated but eventually placed my hand in his. His hand was rough, covered in calluses, a hand shaped by years of training. Hawaii. I heard Lily's voice beside me. When I turned to look, her face was bright red, clearly misunderstanding the situation between Abel and me. But there was nothing I could say to her. Shall we? Abel smiled faintly as he escorted me into the mansion. What on earth was he thinking, being so kind all of a sudden? I couldn't help but feel uneasy as I looked at his face. Every time I had encountered such kindness in the past, it never ended well for me. Is something the matter? It's just that. Had he noticed my discomfort? He wiped the smile from his face and spoke to me. We can discuss the details once we're in the reception room. I nodded at his words. In the distance, I could see the maids whispering to one another, their gazes fixed on us. Their faces seemed strangely cheerful. Buzz, what is this feeling? I tried using magic to listen in on the conversation, but it failed. You can't use magic inside the Duke's mansion, so be careful, Abel warned. I see. Well, of course. This is the Duke's residence, after all. It makes sense that there be measures in place to prevent magic. As I thought this, we arrived in front of the reception room. The old butler, Alan, noticed us and opened the door. Once inside, we sat down across from each other with a table between us. Lily. Yes. Could you step out for a moment? Of course. Lily shot me a glance, her face brimming with happiness, and discreetly gave me a thumbs up when Abel wasn't looking. So innocent. If she knew the true nature of my relationship with Abel, she wouldn't be acting like that. I smiled bitterly and then looked at Abel. Alan. Yes, my lord. Leave us. As you wish. Without another word, Alan left the room. I glanced around for a moment and then turned to Abel. What is this about? You're not the type to be this kind. At my words, Abel gave me an amused look. Oh, are you already letting your guard down because we're engaged? For a moment, I held my breath. Now that I think about it, wasn't Abel considered one of the more eccentric characters in the original novel? I must have let the fact that we were engaged cloud my judgment and spoke too carelessly. Should I rewind time? But I still hadn't figured out where the save point was. TSH. Suddenly, I heard him laugh and lifted my head to look at him. Haha, I was just kidding. It's only natural to have questions when you're engaged. Thank goodness. So, you were asking why I'm being so kind, weren't you? Yes. There's no grand reason. It's just common courtesy between fiancés. Is that so? I suppose escorting one's fiancé is considered basic manners. It's just that, coming from Abel, the man known as the Dark Mastermind, it feels different. Besides, I can't stand the prying eyes from outside. Outside, you say? No matter how high a duke stands, rumors spread. He looked directly at me as he continued speaking. And I hate rumors more than anything. Does that answer your question? Yes. After 3 days, Adele's face looked less exhausted than the first time I saw her. Back then, she appeared as if she was about to collapse, but now she only looked mildly fatigued. That means she must have regressed a lot at that time. Each regression comes with a certain amount of pain, so her exhaustion would have been much worse. But that doesn't mean I feel sorry for her. After all, it's her burden to bear. I must be losing it too. Every time something like this happens, I realize just how much I've changed. To think I was once just a regular college student who volunteered in my spare time. Now, look at me. All I could do is sigh. Do you have any more questions? No, nothing in particular. Then let's discuss the contract. Snap. With a snap of my fingers, a piece of paper materialized from thin air and landed on the table. Adele picked it up and began reading through the contents. The contract is bound by Aegeus, so breaking it will result in a penalty. For reference, the penalty is a reduction in lifespan. It's a very severe penalty, so each of these contracts is worth about as much as a decent-sized carriage. Even nobles don't buy these contracts lightly. They may be wealthy, but their wealth isn't unlimited. Of course, as a duke, this isn't such an expensive item for me. First, I will become Adele's fiancé for 1 year and provide her with as much support as possible. Second, in return, House Hardenberg will gain exclusive rights to Count Estee's trade for 1 year. Third, if necessary, the contract can be extended or canceled through mutual agreement. However, both parties must be of sound mind during the agreement. I finished reciting the contract's terms and looked at her. This is the contract we agreed upon back then. Do you have any revisions? No, I do not. Good. Then you may take the contract. Why? For mutual trust. For my purposes, I need Adele's ability to regress. And to secure that, I must first build trust. If handing her the contract is enough to gain her trust, it's a small price to pay. Thank you for the consideration, she replied with a bewildered expression, tucking the contract into her coat. Oh, there's something I forgot to mention. At my words, Adele tilted her head slightly. Come in, Evan. Thud. The door opened, and a burly man stepped inside. Black hair, black eyes, and an honest expression. At a glance, he could be mistaken for a bear, given his large frame. This man, Evan, was the vice commander of the Black Raven Knights and used to be my bodyguard before I became a duke. Despite being a commoner, he rose to the position of vice commander, making him a role model for other common-born knights. Adele looked puzzled by his sudden appearance. You called for me, Duke. His booming voice echoed, and I briefly closed my eyes. Come to think of it, this guy was the loudest one this morning. Lower your voice. Yes, sir. Evan answered in a lower tone, though I knew it wouldn't last long. His voice would get loud again soon enough. I'd half given up by now, but if I didn't point it out, he'd get even louder, so I had to say something. He's talented and has a good personality. Why does he have to be so loud? Adele looked at me, then turned to Evan before asking me. Who is he? He'll be your bodyguard from now on. Nice to meet you, ma'am. Address her as Miss. Yes. Nice to meet you, miss. I see. Evan's unimpressive appearance seemed to drain the strength from her voice, making it clear she was less than confident. To be fair, given what she'd seen so far, it wasn't unreasonable for her to have doubts. There's no need to worry. He may not look it, but he's the vice commander of the Black Raven Knights. Vice commander? She repeated the title as if she couldn't believe it, and I had to suppress a smile. A quick glance at Evan showed his face was hurt by her disbelief. Yes. Thank you for your excessive generosity. Don't mention it. After all, my fiancé's safety is important to me as well. Evan, I look forward to working with you. Yes, ma'am. I'll do my best. Evan's overly enthusiastic response made Adele look a bit overwhelmed. She turned to me, as if seeking relief from the sudden pressure. Do you have any other questions? No, none. Then I'll be on my way. By the way, you can ask Alan about your bridal lessons. Understood. With that, I left the reception room and made my way toward the office. I could only imagine how many documents would be waiting for me today. Just the thought gave me a headache, but as long as I held the title of Duke, there was no avoiding it. Who knows how much time has passed? I finally finished checking over the duchy's budget and reviewing the detailed plans for our business ventures. At least for now, it seemed like the workload wouldn't pile up again soon. As I was considering that, a certain thought crossed my mind. All right, Count Estee's trading company. The headache returned as I sighed and leaned back in my chair. Holding exclusive rights to the Estee Count's goods meant I'd have a monopoly on whatever they sold. Of course, monopolizing things too much could backfire on me, so I need to exercise restraint. But that's not what I was after. What I was really after were the military supplies the Estee Count handled. Given his connection with the Imperial Army's supply chain, I knew he would do his best to hide that fact, and I wouldn't make it a priority to uncover it either. The problem lay elsewhere. Clang! I turned my head to see 3 assassins dressed in black masks. Were they hired by an assassin guild? For what I could tell, their skills didn't seem particularly impressive. Damn, it's a failure. They immediately made a break for the window. You won't get away that easily. Snap! With a snap of my fingers, the assassins froze in place. This was space magic, a technique passed down through the Hardenberg family. These fools must not have known I could wield space magic when they decided to attack. This could be a warning. It was possible that merely establishing ties with Count Estee had caught the imperial family's attention. Still, I couldn't help but wonder what my knights were doing while these people snuck into my office. Bang! The door flew open, and a man dressed in a celestial armor rushed in. Lean and composed, he knelt before me. My deepest apologies, Duke. This was Ilho. He was the leader of the Crow, an assassination unit secretly created by the Hardenberg family, and one of my most trusted subordinates. Of course, in the original story, the Crow never existed. It was a group I assembled by gathering orphans who were known for their remarkable combat abilities. Whether it was dirty work or clean, they were the ones who handled it all for me. Thanks to their existence, the influence of the Hardenberg family had grown far greater than in the original story. So, how did they manage to get all the way into my office? I have no excuse, sir. I'm asking for the reason, Ilho. There were more of them than anticipated. And Lady Adele? She's safe, thanks to Sir Evan. Well, that's some relief. Bang! I lowered my hand, and the assassins who had been standing rigidly were slammed into the ground. Ugh! They groaned in pain, desperately trying to crawl away. Normally, I would have killed them to end their suffering, but there's no need to show mercy to those who seek my life. Ilho, yes, sir. Take them and extract whatever information you can. I will carry out your orders. Snap. With another snap of my fingers, the assassins foamed at the mouth and passed out. At Ilho's signal, other members of the Crow appeared, dragging them away. Oh, one more thing. What is it? Begin investigating the imperial nest. It's time, then. Yes. It will take a long time, but it has to begin now. I will follow your command. With a respectful bow, Ilho disappeared into thin air. Watching him leave, I sighed and turned my gaze to the world map hanging on the wall. The map resembled the one from my previous life in many ways. The key difference was that about 70% of the world's territories were marked as part of the Arya Empire. And if there was one person responsible for conquering 70% of the world, it could only be one individual. The Emperor, in the original, or rather, in Adele's perception of the original story, the Emperor was portrayed as a laid-back old man. He was the comic relief, constantly interfering with the Crown Prince's attempts to confess to the female lead. But the Emperor's true nature was far from that of a doting grandfather. He was the final boss and the ultimate mastermind of the Villainess Rewind's time. Even with all my knowledge of the original plot, I couldn't be certain how effective it would be against him. After all, even in the story, no one succeeded in killing him. This is something I've been preparing for a long time. Hoping that my plan would succeed, I closed my eyes. It was a lazy afternoon. The garden was filled with lush green trees and flowers of various colors in bloom. At the center of that garden, Adele and I sat across from each other, facing one another at a tea table. It was Adele who had suggested this tea time, yet she simply sipped the tea served by her maid in silence. I waited for a long time, expecting Adele to speak first, but when I could no longer hold back, I broke the silence. Why did you call for me? Do I need a reason to summon my fiancée? I suppose not. Her tone was slightly sharp, perhaps because of yesterday's ambush. Indeed, yesterday's attack was far more threatening than the ones before. Assassins had the audacity to break into my office. Maybe that's why she's more comfortable around me now. After all, in a way, I'm the reason she was put in such danger. With that thought, I took a sip of my tea. Adele glanced at me and slowly opened her mouth to speak. Your Grace, Duke Hardenberg. HM? What is it? I have a question regarding our contract. A question? Who knows about the contract between us? Only Evan, Alan, and myself. Just the three of us. Are you sure? Does it matter? Of course it does. If it's uncertain, then I'll simply make it certain. Pardon, is that enough of an answer? At my words, implying I wouldn't hesitate to silence anyone if necessary, Adele's face stiffened for a moment. Perhaps she couldn't comprehend my way of thinking. Well, it's no wonder. To someone like her, who still holds onto a modern person's mindset, my views must seem completely foreign. There's a gap between us, me, who wouldn't hesitate to kill if needed, and her, who harbors a deep aversion to taking lives. I grimaced slightly, finding the tea bitter for some reason. Noticing this, she quickly relaxed her hardened expression and shifted the conversation. I see. In that case, let's clarify the details. The details? Like the reason we became engaged in the first place. Surely, Your Grace knows about my notorious reputation, doesn't he? Of course. I know it well. Adele Estee. Originally, she was the beloved daughter of the Estee Duke's family, but after the family was demoted to a count's household, she became the daughter of Count Estee. When a reason for the sudden fall of the Duke's house to a count's was not revealed, rumors spread that it was due to her actions that the Estee family lost their title. As if that could ever be true. Only a fool would take such rumors seriously. A ducal house, and not just any, but the Estee family, famous for their vast merchant empire, reduced to a count's title all because of one young lady? Ridiculous. In fact, the rumor had the sequence of events all wrong. Adele didn't commit any evil deeds before the demotion. Her misdeeds began after the family was demoted. Of course, that's not the most important part. The important thing is that Adele's infamy is substantial, so much so that such rumors could even exist. After becoming a countess and breaking off her engagement with the crown prince, Adele came to believe that the reason for the broken engagement was the heroine of the original story, who had grown close to the crown prince. Thus, she harassed her, repeatedly crossing lines she shouldn't have. Though her misdeeds stemmed from a slight misunderstanding, the acts she committed went far beyond what was acceptable. That's how Adele earned her infamous reputation. Of course, the Adele I speak of is the one before she possessed her. So, you need a reason that makes sense for all of this. Yes. Otherwise, it would bring great harm to House Hardenberg. Her words caused me to frown slightly. Did she really think that just being engaged to her would damage the Hardenberg family? Did she think so little of House Hardenberg? I frowned and opened my mouth to speak. That's a distasteful thing to say. What? Why do you think being engaged to you would bring harm to House Hardenberg? But didn't you say you care about public opinion? It seems she remembered what I had said before. Given the traits of someone who has regressed to the past, it's no surprise she's sensitive to even small bits of information. But Adele had misunderstood my words. It seems you've gotten something wrong. I continued, correcting her misunderstanding. I care about public opinion, yes, but I do not let myself be bound by it. When I first became the Duke, I had indeed been bothered by baseless rumors, which is why I began to pay attention to them. But that doesn't mean I let myself be constrained by them. Whatever the case in the past, now I am the head of House Hardenberg, one of the only 4 ducal houses in the Arya Empire. In other words, the time when I could be swayed by rumors is long gone. Still, shouldn't we at least establish the reason for our engagement? That we should. You're right. That does make sense. At the very least, setting up some kind of story should help prevent strange rumors from spreading. I wouldn't let myself get caught up in rumors, but there's no reason to allow unnecessary ones to circulate either. The problem is, I don't have any ideas at the moment. Perhaps it's better to leave this to her. With that thought, I looked at Adele and spoke. How about we go with whatever story you come up with, Miss Adele? Really? Yes. I don't say things I don't mean. As I watched Adele fall into thought, I brought my tea to my lips. The faint scent of roses accompanied by a slight bitterness filled my mouth. I suppose tea just doesn't suit me. How about this, then? What is it? The Duke meets me by chance while on a trip and falls in love with me at first sight. Quite the charming romance. At my indifferent response, Adele tilted her head slightly, looking a bit puzzled. Did she expect me to be flustered by that? Come to think of it, if she sees me as a character from a romantic novel, it's not surprising she'd think that way. After all, it's a cliché in romance novel for the male lead to be thrown off by bold statements like that. But for me, who has been hearing countless love stories from my personal maid Laura since childhood, it's far too predictable. Even if the subject of the story happens to be me. And how about this one? Perhaps my calm reaction sparked her competitive spirit as she started throwing more scenarios at me, likely in an attempt to catch me off guard. But honestly, I wasn't fazed. If stories like these unsettled me, I would have replaced Laura with another made a long time ago. What about this? I interrupted her before she could pitch another idea. Enough. Let's leave it at that. Pardon, we'll go with your first story. It may be a bit cliché, but it's likely the most believable one. In that case, yes, we met by chance while traveling and fell in love at first sight. That should suffice to make us acceptable in high society, don't you think? That should do. Seeing the slightly frustrated look on her face made me smile. I suppose, being in the middle part of the original story's timeline, this pure side of her still remains. In the latter half of the original story, Adele becomes a truly ruthless woman, cold and without a shred of mercy. She was destined to turn into a psychopath, caring only about Abel. That's why, whenever she shows these innocent sides, I feel a sense of relief. It reassures me that I am indeed changing the future of this world. Then we should also settle how we address each other, don't you think? How we address each other? Yes. You can't keep calling me Miss Adele forever, can you? If we're supposedly in love at first sight, people will find it odd. You're right. So, how would you like to be addressed? Please, just call me Adele. A small chuckle escaped me at her confident tone. Did she really think I'd be flustered? It seemed she still hadn't given up on catching me off guard by making me call her by her name. Should I admire her persistence or call it foolish dedication to a pointless endeavor? Adele. Yes. The moment I called her name without hesitation, she stared at me, dumbfounded. Did she really not expect me to say it so casually? I'm not some innocent child who gets flustered just by saying someone's name. It seemed I needed to turn the tables and make her feel the pressure so she'd give up on this unnecessary persistence. Come to think of it, it seems unfair that I'm the only one calling you Adele. What? I continued, watching her face grow more flustered. So, wouldn't it be only fair if you called me Abel as well? My beloved Adele. At that, Adele fell silent for a moment. She clearly hadn't anticipated being on the receiving end of her own game. This was the perfect opportunity to push her a little further. I've already called you Adele. Could it be that you're unable to call me Abel? She closed her eyes briefly, then slowly started to speak. Hey, I can't hear you. She opened her eyes and looked at me like I was being unfair. But what could she do? She started this. Abel, your voice is too quiet, don't you think? Ugh. After hesitating for a moment, Adele finally raised her voice. Abel, almost shouting my name, she immediately bowed her head in embarrassment. Now that I think about it, it's probably been 10 years since someone last called me by my name. Good. Keep calling me that from now on. I smiled at her, feeling quite satisfied, and watched as her face turned a faint shade of pink. She lifted her head, but instead of speaking further, she just sipped her tea in silence, clearly flustered. It seems that turning the tables on her was the right choice after all. Ugh. At dawn, as the sun began to rise, Adele buried her face in the pillow and started punching the bed. How did she end up like this? It must be because of that man. During their tea time, Adele had wanted to fluster Abel somehow. She was curious about how his always composed expression would change if he were caught off guard, so she wanted to get back at him in any way possible. But instead, she was the one who got flustered. How on earth can he say such cringe-worthy things? Moreover, the other party was herself, notorious as a villainess. How could he say such things to someone like her? So, wouldn't it be only fair if you called me Abel as well? My beloved Adele. Feeling as if his voice from that moment echoed in her ears, Adele sighed and sat up. How could he say something that sounded straight out of a romance novel? All right, this is a world inside a romance fantasy. Then perhaps it's not so strange. Such cringe-worthy lines must be common in romance novels. So let's calm down now. No matter what, if she keeps getting flustered over things like this, the name of a regressor would cry. As she thought that and recalled the past, an unpleasant feeling began to rise. The pain of slowly dying from poison, the pain of instant death when her heart was pierced, the pain of dying while being strangled. Only then did Adele regain her composure, sigh, and check the mana within her body. The number of shield spells she could deploy in emergencies was about 5 times. That should be enough. Besides, she had Evan, the bodyguard knight assigned by Abel, so it might even be overkill. The martial skills Evan had shown back then were quite impressive. As she was thinking this, a knocking sound came from beyond the door. Knock, knock. Come in. Thinking it was unusual for Lily to come so early, Adele said so, and upon seeing the person who entered, she was momentarily stunned. Ash-gray hair and gray eyes. The man standing at the door was undoubtedly Abel Hardenberg, the very culprit who had kept her from sleeping properly last night. "Did you sleep well last night, Your Grace?" At her words, he frowned and asked her, My dear Adele, why do you address me like that? The social scene? It refers to gatherings where the upper class, such as royals and nobles, come together to interact. In the real world, the social scene often feels like an exclusive community for the elite. Though it varies slightly by country, for women, the social scene is much like a marriage market. The typical path involves making a debut in society and then meeting men of similar rank to eventually marry. However, in romance fantasy, commonly known as RF, the social scene differs greatly from reality. Due to the heavy female-centric nature of RF, the social scene rarely adheres to historical accuracy as it would in the real world. Who would read a romance fantasy where the social scene is depicted as merely a marriage market in a story led by a female protagonist? As a result, the social scene in these RFs carries far more significance than in reality. It's the most important social platform in the nation, where politics and even policy discussions can be overheard. This is the social scene in a romance fantasy. Sip. If you're wondering why I'm talking about such a boring topic, it's because I'm currently participating in that very social scene. Adele was running a little late, still getting ready, so I entered the banquet hall first. It still feels uncomfortable. In truth, calling it a social scene is a stretch. It's more like a gathering of beasts, biting at each other with masks on or admiring their own trappings. Even after 8 years of attending these events, the unique atmosphere of the upper class in this setting still makes me feel uneasy. Thinking that, I leaned against the balcony railing and gazed up at the night sky. Stars glittered, each shining brightly, creating a beautiful scene. "You're here again tonight, aren't you?" I turned at the sound of the voice behind me. There was a woman in a pure white dress with golden hair. Her eyes gleamed like gold, and her skin was as pale as porcelain, her long eyelashes completing the picture. "I greet the Empire's little star. I told you before, of all people, you don't need to say that to me. As a loyal subject of the Empire, I'm just offering the proper greeting." At my words, she responded in a tone of mild amusement. How amusing. Someone who dislikes the imperial family more than anyone else is greeting me. A princess like this. Why have you come to find me? Do I need a reason to see you? Don't you? The princess gave a small laugh and replied, "You're right. I don't have much to say to that. Arya von Schuffenheim. She's the only princess of the Arya Empire, and one of the few people in this social scene I can tolerate. Most importantly, she's the only member of the imperial family helping me in my efforts to bring down the Empire. What were you thinking when you got engaged to her? Are you referring to Lady Estee? Yes, I assume you had your reasons, but surely you didn't get engaged just to target the Estee Trading Company, did you?" "Of course not." She looked at me, tilting her head slightly in confusion. "I doubt you'd announce an engagement simply out of love. I need her." "You need Adele?" "Adele von Estee, the notorious villainess?" Arya stared at me in disbelief. It's only natural for her to react that way, given how little she knows about Adele. Outwardly, she's only known as a notorious piece of trash. But to me, she holds a different meaning. Yes, she's the key to the core of my plan. At my words, Arya shook her head, clearly unable to understand, and spoke. "Every time I meet you, I'm reminded how impossible it is to grasp your thoughts. I'll take that as a compliment." With a sigh of exhaustion, she spoke in a tone tinged with sarcasm. "Let me ask you one thing. What is it? Has everything been going according to your plan so far?" "For now, yes." "All right. Then, I need to tell you something. I won't be able to provide information about the imperial family for a while. That means there is only one reason why the princess would be unable to provide information. It could only mean that the imperial family was on the move to eliminate someone." As if reading my thoughts, she nodded and said, "Yes, the imperial family has officially started to act. They're moving to capture the crow. Thank you for the information. It's nothing. It's only natural for people with the same goal to cooperate." "Is that so? I'll take my leave now." "Yes, farewell." Once the princess disappeared from view, I rested my chin on my hand and fell into thought. Today was the day Abel Estee and I would announce our engagement. The fact that the imperial family had started to act at this exact moment. Could it be a warning directed at me? I have no intention of summoning the crow again. The crow was always meant to be bait in the first place. While I was lost in thought, a familiar-looking carriage approached the front entrance. It seems she's arrived. Adele must have arrived. I adjusted the white gloves on my hands and left the banquet hall, setting down the wine glass I had been holding on a table with no owner. I felt a few gazes on me, but they quickly dissipated. They all knew I disliked these kinds of banquets, so no one dared to approach me first. I walked toward the carriage that had just arrived at the entrance. As soon as the door opened, I extended my right hand. "Shall we, Adele?" "Yes." Adele, already accustomed to my gestures, naturally took my right hand. Stepping down from the carriage with her hand in mine, Adele took a deep breath, clearly nervous. It was only natural for her to feel that way. After all, this banquet could very well be her last chance. Even though she can return infinitely through regressions, the fact that the save points are random must make it hard to relax. If a save point is created after a failure, there might be no turning back. "Are you nervous?" "Yes." Normally, she would have boldly claimed she wasn't nervous at all, but it seemed she was genuinely anxious this time. I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her trembling, wondering if this really was the same Adele who was supposed to become the bloodless, tearless psychopath of the original story. "Hold out your hand." With stiff movements, Adele extended her hand. I took a small candy out of my pocket and placed it in her palm. "What's this?" "It's peppermint candy." The white candy with red stripes was a type of magical peppermint candy. Adele unwrapped the candy and popped it into her mouth. "How does it taste?" "It's calming me down." "How on earth?" She looked at me curiously and said in amazement, "After all, the candy is similar to a calming pill in this world. Of course, since it's enhanced with magic, it's quite expensive, but not to the point where it's burdensome for me to buy. It's meant to have that effect." "Thank you. I'm glad it helped." With that, I escorted Adele inside the banquet hall. The hall, which had been full of lively conversation, fell silent as soon as we made our entrance, as if cold water had been splashed over it. The silence stretched for a moment, and soon the room buzzed with whispers. Judging by their expressions, they weren't saying anything pleasant. They were probably gossiping about Adele. While I thought this, a man began approaching us. Golden hair that seemed to shine and golden eyes. A face so handsome that there was little else to say. His thick, golden eyebrows were furrowed, showing clear dissatisfaction. Lady Estee. The Crown Prince, Leo von Schuffenheim, was heading toward Adele. Adele and I both bowed our heads slightly in greeting. "We greet the Empire's little star. How did an uninvited lady manage to show up here?" Ignoring our greeting, he spoke, and a slight crack appeared in my poker face. Even as the Crown Prince, being this rude in front of me, a duke, wasn't wise. If the Emperor were here, he might have clicked his tongue at this scene. While I thought that, Adele responded to him in a calm tone. "It seems you're mistaken. I'm here today as Abel's fiancée." Even so, she couldn't hide the slight tremble in her voice. Was she still afraid? Well, it made sense. In the original story, most of the reasons she died early on were because of the Crown Prince. It's only natural she'd feel that way. "Is that true?" he asked, turning to me. I responded with a slight smile. "It is true." Perhaps my smile irritated him. Leo's face twisted with anger as he looked at Adele and threw out another remark. "I suppose you've forgotten your disgrace from back then. Now that your engagement to me is broken, you've latched onto a duke." "Who knows?" she answered through clenched teeth, but he pressed on, his words coming out quickly as if to push her further. "So, why did you return to society through the Duke of Hardenberg? You didn't come back just to harass Estelle again, did you?" "What a spectacle!" Estelle von Lewis. She's the protagonist of the original story, as perceived by Adele and the woman the Crown Prince fell for. It said he was captivated by her pure character and beauty, but frankly, such things are of no concern to me. What's important here is that the Crown Prince dared to mention Estelle von Lewis by name in this formal setting, and openly insulted Adele, who is now the Duke's fiancée. If he had even an ounce of common sense, he'd know that this was not something to say in public. But that's the problem with the male leads in RFs. They say whatever they want without thinking about the consequences. Just as he moved to approach Adele, I raised my hand to stop him. "That's enough, Your Highness." "What did you say?" "There are eyes on us. I would advise against acting recklessly." At my words, Leo finally seemed to notice the stares from the crowd around us. He made a strange sound, TCH, before addressing Adele. "Remember this. This isn't over." With that, he disappeared from our sight. Once Leo was fully gone, I sighed and muttered under my breath. "What a fool." "Excuse me." "It's nothing," I replied calmly, as if nothing had happened. After all, she was the only one who heard it, so it didn't matter. I can feel eyes on me from every direction, as though they could pierce through my body. Most of them were filled with negative emotions. Jealousy, disgust, anger, those were the dominant feelings. Having experienced countless lifetimes and seen these stares many times before, I could easily understand their meaning. But one thing felt out of place. Despite harboring such negative emotions, no one dared to approach us. Even though I, a Villainess, had suddenly become the Duke's fiancée, it was strange that people weren't flocking around. "Abel, HM, is something the matter?" I hesitated for a moment, thrown off by his polite tone, something he rarely used. When I looked up, Abel was gazing at me with a smile on his lips. His smile appeared kind, and the way he led me with such precision was filled with elegance. Was he acting like this to manage the eyes on us? But even taking that into account, his actions were far too natural. As expected, a duke really is different from the rest. "Why aren't people coming over to us?" I whispered, and after a brief pause, he lowered his head in thought, then answered quietly. "Then I'm not fond of social gatherings." His tone felt oddly significant, sparking my curiosity, but I doubted he'd explain further if I asked. So I dropped the question and turned toward the person whose gaze had been bothering me since earlier. Unlike the others who held negative emotions, this gaze seemed to carry only a hint of curiosity. That person, turning my head, I saw a woman staring at me. Even from a distance, her long golden hair and shining golden eyes were unmistakable. Princess Arya. In the original story, she was more like a cameo, appearing without much significance. A character who always gave off a mysterious, shadowy vibe, with no clear intentions. My friend had once explained that all the clues about her in the story turn out to be red herrings. In other words, she was a peculiar character whose true identity was never fully revealed. Now that I think about it, she really does resemble Abel. Even setting aside the shadowy aspect, the way she looked at me felt very similar to the way Abel did. Come to think of it, weren't they together? I was too nervous to notice it before, but now I recalled seeing Abel and Arya standing together on the balcony. What kind of relationship do those two have? My head was getting crowded with thoughts as the music playing in the background suddenly stopped. The orchestra was taking a short break before starting the next song, signaling that it was time for the ball's next dance. Wait a second. Before I could finish my thought, Abel smiled and extended his hand. "May I have this dance?" "Of course, let's." At the very least, we needed to look like we were smitten with each other in front of everyone. Even if it was just for show, dancing would be better than doing nothing. I stepped as I had been taught by the dance instructor. But just as I was about to take his hand and move, I twisted my ankle slightly. Luckily, Abel noticed and pulled me gently, preventing me from spraining it. "Careful, Adele." "Thank you." As expected of a male lead in a romance fantasy. Not only his manners, but even his dancing skills were impressive. It made me wonder if Abel had any shortcomings at all. Even I have my flaws. "Pardon?" "Isn't that what you were thinking? He really is a shadowy character, isn't he? To think he'd read my thoughts so easily." Feeling a chill, I shuddered, and he sighed softly. "It's all written on your face. You should learn to control your expressions." "Thank you for the advice. I thought I'd master a poker face, but I guess it's true. Shadowy characters are on a whole different level. This is infuriating. It's one thing to see me as just another male lead in a romance novel, but that look in her eyes, as if she's observing a different species, really gets under my skin. Even though I've lived in this world for over 20 years, I'm originally from the same modern world as her. I didn't expect her to look at me with such disdain. Annoyed, I started leading the dance a little faster. Adele, who wasn't as skilled at dancing compared to me, was so focused on keeping up with my steps that she lowered her head and concentrated solely on her feet. Whenever she missed a step, I adjusted mine to smoothly continue the dance. I had been strictly trained by Alan, so something like this wasn't difficult for me. The music, which had resumed, was now heading toward its climax. Adele was so busy keeping up with me that she hadn't even looked up to meet my eyes. As the end of the song approached, I slowed down the pace of my steps. With a bit of room to breathe, Adele finally lifted her head and looked at me. She whispered softly, her voice filled with frustration, just loud enough for me to hear. "Is this because of that?" "Well, who told you to look at me with those eyes?" "Those eyes. The ones where you seem like you're looking at another species." She fell silent at my words, as if she had nothing to say in return. She must have realized she had indeed looked at me like that. "I'm sorry. I didn't think you'd be upset. There's no need to apologize." "Huh?" I whispered close to her ear and, in a playful act of revenge, subtly tripped her. Adele, naturally falling backward, was caught by my hand at her waist while my other hand held onto her thigh. It was a high-difficulty move, one of the more advanced dance endings in the guidebook. Not to mention, it was also the kind of pose that would leave the female partner feeling the most embarrassed. "I'll accept your apology with this," I said with a light smile, and Adele stared at me in a daze. Then, as she regained her senses, her face quickly turned bright red like a ripe persimmon. Seeing her blushing and squirming in embarrassment was surprisingly endearing, more than I had anticipated. Who would have thought she'd be this flustered over a simple dance pose? Come to think of it, since she's possessed this character, this might be the first time she's ever properly danced with a man. With Adele von Estee's reputation as a villainess, no one would have dared to ask her for a dance. So, I guess it makes sense that she'd react like this. I remember reacting similarly when I first started. After all, after staying in my arms for a moment, she quickly pushed herself away and whispered in a small voice, "I'll be careful from now on." That's enough, right? I'm glad you understood my point. At my response, Adele turned her head slightly, fanning herself with her hand, though I doubt that would bring the redness of her face down anytime soon. While I was thinking that, the orchestra finished its piece. As the music ended, some people began leaving while others swapped partners. However, the young noblemen who had been more than willing to ask other noblewomen to dance hurriedly averted their gazes whenever they locked eyes with Adele. It seemed they were still not accustomed to high society. Blatantly avoiding eye contact like that must have been a severe breach of etiquette. It seems Adele isn't very popular with the young gentlemen. "Be quiet," I whispered playfully, but Adele replied irritably and began heading toward the exit of the ballroom. "Are you heading back to the Duke's mansion?" "Yes. The engagement has already been announced, hasn't it?" "That's true." I wasn't exactly sure how engagements worked in the real world, but at least here, there wasn't any formal engagement ceremony. Since an engagement isn't as binding as a marriage, it can be broken off easily depending on the circumstances of each party, so engagement ceremonies were rare. Only in cases where the two families had a long history of interaction would they hold a formal engagement ceremony. Despite that, Adele and I had decided to hold an engagement ceremony. It was necessary for appearances to make it seem as though we had fallen for each other at first sight. A duke and the daughter of a count holding an engagement ceremony, something not usually done, all to show that we had fallen in love at first sight. The romance-obsessed young noblewomen would gossip amongst themselves, spreading rumors that the story of us falling in love at first sight was true. If that happened, Adele's villainous image might soften a bit. Then again, it could also worsen out of jealousy. As I thought about this, Adele spoke up. "Then I'll be leaving first, Abel." "No, I'll go with you." At my words, Adele gave me a questioning look. "Didn't you have other business to attend to?" "Not particularly." Adele gestured with her eyes toward a corner of the ballroom. Standing there was Princess Arya, her long golden hair flowing, looking directly at me. When our eyes met, Arya gave a mischievous smile and waved slightly. Here we go again. I glared at her, irritated by how carefree she looked. In response, Arya quickly looked away and pretended not to notice. She should really learn when to joke and when not to. It's not like she wants our relationship to be exposed, so what is she even doing? Officially, Arya and I only had a business-like relationship, so her teasing was dangerous. While I was lost in thought, Adele, with a suspicious expression, asked again, "What kind of relationship do you have with Princess Arya?" I sighed and answered, "We only know each other's faces." Of course, I couldn't tell her the truth. Arya and I were working together to bring down the royal family. It wasn't something I could share with Adele because I didn't trust her enough. Sure, I understood Adele's personality well enough in the original story. I knew she was the type to keep her mouth shut and not spread other secrets. But trusting her with something as serious as my collaboration with Arya, which was tied to treason against the royal family, was another matter entirely. As I was lost in thought, Adele asked again in a doubtful tone, "Really? Of course. All right, let's head back to the Duke's mansion." Adele frowned as if something was bothering her, then turned and walked toward the carriage. Her maid, Lily, who had been standing nearby, watching nervously, quickly followed behind her. What exactly went wrong? After spending the past 5 years with no involvement with women, I really couldn't figure it out. The carriage was silent, where not a single word was exchanged. Adele sat across from me, resting her chin in her hand, staring out the window. The only one fidgeting was her maid, Lily, seated beside her. Trying to talk to her in this situation wouldn't get me a proper response. Is it because Adele is creating this kind of atmosphere? Could it be that she found out I was lying? Even if that were the case, I can't quite figure out how she might have discovered it. What a headache. With a sigh, I turned my head to look out the window, feeling a slight twinge in my head. The view outside showed a round moon rising in the night sky, partially obscured by dark clouds. It was a scene straight out of an old historical drama. Perhaps Adele was entranced by the view outside for that reason. As I thought about it, a slight drowsiness crept up on me, likely from the wine I drank earlier. Did I drink more than I realized? I can't believe this body is such an alcohol lightweight. Just 3 glasses of wine, and I'm already feeling tipsy. In my past life, I could down 3 bottles of soju without flinching. I even vividly remember the time I foolishly tried to tackle 4 bottles during my freshman year of college and ended up throwing up everywhere. As that nostalgic feeling hit me, the wave of sleepiness followed, and just as I was about to close my eyes, I heard Adele's breathing. Ooh, a painful sigh echoed from her, snapping me out of my drowsiness as I quickly dispelled it with mana. Adele's pupils had contracted slightly and were trembling. It was clear. She had just regressed. She regressed, without any sign. I had almost fallen asleep, confirming that there was no presence around us. I was confident I would notice the slightest movement near me and wake up immediately. A skilled one, perhaps. I forcefully roused the mana circle within my body. Boom! The cool sensation filled my body, making it feel as if it hummed with energy. "What's going on, Adele?" "We're surrounded." Her answer was almost instinctual, and for a brief moment, she looked at me with eyes that seemed to say, "Oops." Did she think I wouldn't believe her? If I were the original Abel, I probably wouldn't have trusted her words. But I am Abel now. How many? Do you believe me? No, I'm just preparing for the worst. Adele looked at me, a little disappointed, but soon opened her mouth. There are 6. They're at the level of sword experts. Sword experts. 1 step below sword masters, and only 1% of knights reach that level. If they're that skilled, it's no wonder my future self failed to handle them properly. I suspect they're connected to the royal family. No, the royal family wouldn't act this overtly. Then, the only possibility left is that fool of a man. I clicked my tongue and stood up. Bang! The roof of the carriage was ripped right off. At the same time, 6 men, cloaked in black, appeared. They were members of the Crown Prince's personal guard, knights who followed only the Crown Prince's orders. They were mid-level knights of the Golden Lion Knights. The carriage is done for. The coachman was nowhere to be seen. Only a blood-soaked driver's seat remained. Of all times, they chose to attack while Evan wasn't here. No, It's more likely they timed their attack precisely because they knew he was absent. Moreover, they wouldn't have attacked knowing I, a duke, was inside the carriage, meaning they probably assumed I wasn't here. Did they think a duke would ride in such a low-grade carriage? Were they naive or just rational in their thinking? As I mulled over these thoughts, I turned to Lily. Your name is Lily, right? Why, yes. Yes. Have you ever worked as a coachman? I have. My father was a coachman. Lily answered with a trembling voice. Of course, I knew this from the original story. Her father being a coachman was common knowledge. But telling her to drive the carriage out of the blue might make Adele suspicious, so I chose my words carefully. Then, you should leave first. But what about you, your grace? No, Abel. They're too strong. How badly must my future self have lost to these men for Adele to react this way? I think it's best to refrain from drinking at future banquets. Trust me, Adele. I smiled lightly at her, and though she hesitated for a moment, she eventually nodded. Perhaps she was preparing to regress again if something went wrong. But of course, nothing would go wrong. I won't let it. Okay. Be careful, Abel. Let's go, Lily. Yes, ma'am. Lily took the reins and grabbed the whip next to her, urging the horse forward. It seemed they only killed the coachman, likely intending to seize the horses later. Maybe these knights followed a no-kill policy. Though, being knights of the royal family, that was highly unlikely. There was only one possible explanation left. They were confident they could capture me quickly and catch up afterward. It seems that now, with the original Abel hiding his identity as an archmage, even these mere insects think they can act out. I guess they think I'm easy prey. Even the thought of Adele witnessing me struggling against these pathetic knights filled me with displeasure. Thump! My heart pounded as mana surged into my hands. Do they think they can subdue me and still have time to chase her down? Such arrogance. If I were the original Abel, maybe I would have lost. He had a tendency to look down on knights, believing that a mere flick of his hand could bring them down since he was an archmage. But I am different. I'll crush that arrogance. A white aura began to gather in the air. The knights, weapons in hand, charged at me. Spell deployment. White magic circles began forming in the air. The aura gathered around them, quickly taking the shape of a massive hammer. Upon seeing this, the knights hesitated, their movements changing. Strike! With my incantation, the giant hammer swung. This is my personal modification of spatial magic. By using spatial magic to form a weapon and wielding it like a blunt object, it's a highly effective method against knights who excel in close combat. Boom! One knight, unable to dodge in time, was struck directly and sent flying into the distance. Even if he didn't die, he'd surely be critically injured. No matter how extraordinary a sword expert is, their physical endurance isn't much different from that of a regular knight. The only difference is the strength of the aura they wield. Even after one of their comrades was knocked away, the remaining knights did not break formation. Were they determined to fight to the death? Spell deployment. The white aura gathered again, forming an even larger hammer than before. The knights who were charging toward me came to an abrupt halt. You won't dodge this one. Using space as a weapon is fundamentally different from wielding a conventional one. Any weapon, no matter how sharp or fast, takes time to swing. Even a sword master can't escape that law. But spatial magic works differently. If I wished, I could strike before the knights even realized what was happening. The earlier strike was a warning, with its force deliberately controlled. But if they ignore my warning, there's only one course of action left. Strike. Punishment. Crash. The hammer smashed down, driving the knights into the ground. They managed to use their aura to defend themselves in that brief moment. Even a ruined sword expert is still a sword expert, I suppose. Still, they won't be able to move for a while. I used about half of the mana I had left in my body, so the blow should have been powerful enough. As much as I wanted to kill them, that would complicate matters too much. These knights are likely acting on the Crown Prince's private orders, meaning they'll try to cover up this whole affair. They'll claim their injuries were caused by an accident during their mission, so it's better to leave them be. What a bother. The exhaustion I've been holding back hit me all at once, likely because I hadn't used this much mana in a long time. Not to mention, the fatigue from staying up 2 nights straight preparing for the engagement party was catching up to me. The drowsiness was overwhelming. Time to head back. I began drafting a magic circle, circulating the remaining mana in my body. This was the most basic form of spatial magic, teleportation. Boom! A hum resonated in the air as a white magic circle appeared above me. With the remaining half of my mana drained, the scenery around me changed in an instant. What I saw was a white bed. Wasn't my bed black? Come to think of it, I had set the coordinates to Adele's room to ensure her safety. I must have been so exhausted that I made a mistake with the teleportation coordinates. Forget it. Let's just sleep. Unable to fight off the overwhelming drowsiness, I collapsed onto the bed. Before my thoughts could even finish, consciousness slipped away. As soon as I arrived at the Duke's residence, I went straight to find the head butler. If there was anyone who could mobilize the knights for Abel, it would be him. Since I wasn't officially engaged to him yet, I didn't have the authority to command the knights myself. I was about to move when Lily rushed over to where the maids were gathered and shouted, "Where's Sir Alan? Where's Sir Alan?" The maid seemed startled by her outburst and stood frozen, staring at her in confusion. Finally, one of the more composed maids answered, "Sir Alan should be in the study." "Thank you." Lily nodded at me, and I nodded back before running toward the study. Time was of the essence. 6 sword experts. Before the regression, I had been kidnapped by those 6. And that, too, before Abel even woke up. Even when he did wake up, he was completely overpowered by them, unable to put up any resistance. The thought of what could have happened if I hadn't regressed still gave me chills. I burst through the door of the study, and there was Alan going through paperwork. Without a second thought, I shouted, "Alan, Abel is in danger." "Are you talking about the Duke?" He tilted his head slightly, as if he had misheard me, but then, as though understanding something, he spoke. "I see. It seems you don't know yet. What do you mean?" "Lady Estee." Alan's face turned serious as he continued. "The Duke is an archmage. A.M. archmage with power rivaling that of a swordmaster." An archmage? I had heard of it before. A title given to mages who had reached the pinnacle of their abilities. Was Abel truly an archmage? But if that's true, then how did he get overpowered by knights who were only at the level of sword experts? Could it be? Was it because of me? Sigh. I feel strangely unsettled. Abel Hardenberg. He's truly an enigma in so many ways. Just a moment ago, when I was captured by those kidnappers, he didn't resist. Was it because he was worried I might get hurt? Or was it some ploy to win my favor? It couldn't be the latter. He has no reason to do that. Was he genuinely concerned about me? But that's ridiculous. Abel, the very man labeled as the villain in the original story, wouldn't possibly be worried about me. But then again, I can't think of any other reason, and it's driving me crazy. Let's just wait for him to come back. Of course, even if he does return, I can't just ask him about it. Asking a version of Abel who doesn't have the same memories would only earn me a sharp rebuke. With that thought, I opened my bedroom door and froze. There, lying on the bed, was a man, his ash-gray hair and the scar running across his face. Dressed in elaborate clothing, the man was deeply asleep, using a pillow as a headrest. Abel, why is he here? My already overworked brain started whirring again. Then I remembered. Abel is an archmage. Did he use teleportation magic to come back? Must be nice. It took me over a year just to learn basic shield magic. And here he is, an archmage, using teleportation like it's nothing. I sighed and sat down on the edge of the bed. Abel, oblivious to my thoughts, slept on. Contrary to the sharp impression he gave when his eyes were open, his sleeping face was nothing short of angelic. With looks like his, if he were in the modern world, he'd probably become a top idol without breaking a sweat. Even though he's a villain, I guess he's still a male lead in a romance fantasy after all. If only he were as kind as he looks. He's always teasing people, never understanding how unsettled he makes others. And what's more infuriating is how sharp his instincts are when it comes to the most bizarre things. Feeling a bit of spite, I poked his face with my finger. He furrowed his brow slightly before turning his head to the side. I guess I've grown more comfortable around him. comfortable enough to pull off small pranks like this. Above all, in the month I've spent with him, I haven't experienced the torment I used to. Originally, I was marked with the label of the villainous, hated by everyone, and constantly under threat of losing my life. Most people around me rejected and mistreated me without hesitation simply because I was a villainess. But the people in the Hardenberg household were different. Not just the maids, but even Abel himself treated me, not as the villainous Adele. It's a stark contrast to the Count Estee's household, where the servants never hid their disdain for me. Now, this place feels like a refuge for me. I must have been exhausted. It seems I've grown weary of facing baseless malice and constant threats to my life, to the point where even the residence of Abel Hardenberg, the villain of the original story, feels like a sanctuary. A sudden sound made me turn to look at Abel. His face twisted slightly as he murmured something in his sleep. Is he having a nightmare? I couldn't make out what he was saying, but it didn't seem like he was dreaming of anything pleasant. Is he cold? I wondered. Acting on that thought, I fetched a blanket from the closet and draped it over him. Only then did his tense expression finally relax. But where am I supposed to sleep? Normally, I would have just slept in this room. But having Abel sleeping so peacefully next to me is hard to ignore. Yet, going to sleep in another room is out of the question. Officially, we are supposed to be an affectionate, engaged couple. It wouldn't make sense for an enamored fiancée to leave her sleeping fiancé in her own room and go sleep elsewhere. That would cause its own set of problems. I'm stuck in a dilemma. Sleeping here is uncomfortable because Abel is right next to me, but sleeping elsewhere might cause the servants to question the authenticity of the happy couple image we've established. According to Abel, the only ones aware of the contract are Alan and Evan, so I'll just have to endure it. Resigned, I slipped under the covers and laid down next to him. His sleeping face was so close, softly breathing in and out. He's bigger than I thought. Although we've spoken plenty of times, this is the closest I've ever been to him. No, wait, we were this close earlier at the ball, weren't we? I must have been too distracted by the dance to notice, but Abel's physique is larger than I'd imagined. His broad shoulders and sharp jawline made it clear just how big he really is. It's like something out of a romance fantasy novel. His looks are so perfect that they almost feel out of place. Because of that, I don't find myself particularly drawn to his appearance. Even when I first entered Adele's body, I didn't react strongly to the Crown Prince's looks, whom Adele had once adored. It's that same sense of detachment. If I had to describe it, it's like looking at a flawless doll. Sure, people might say a doll is beautiful, but rarely do they develop feelings for one, right? It's exactly that kind of feeling. Spoiled much, aren't I? I probably won't even get to date, let alone marry, in this world. My standards for an ordinary man have become too high, and the handsome ones leave me feeling a sense of detachment from their looks. Let's just go to sleep. Feeling a bit pitiful, I closed my eyes and drifted off into the softness of the bed. Is it because I slept without a blanket? I dreamed of memories from my childhood. The memory of my biological father, Duke Ein von Hardenberg, abusing me was still vivid, like it had just happened. While I can curse at those memories and brush them off now, back then, it was truly unbearable. Maybe because I was still a child. Being that sensitive at such a young age, enduring such abuse caused me a lot of stress. If I hadn't had memories from my past life, those moments would have scarred me with lifelong trauma. That's how cruel he had been to me. As I thought about it, I opened my eyes and was momentarily startled by the unfamiliar ceiling above me. Normally, I should be greeted by a white ceiling. Why on earth was it pink? I turned my head, and there she was. Adele, with her long, wavy black hair and sharp eyes. It was unmistakably her. But why was she lying next to me in her sleepwear? I shot up in a panic and tried to recall last night's events. Am I an idiot? No matter how tired I was, how could I have fallen asleep in my fiancé's bed? Thankfully, I didn't seem to have done anything foolish. I had already shaken off my buzz before going to sleep, so I wasn't drunk enough to have caused any incidents. And I don't have any bad sleeping habits, so I shouldn't have bothered her. At the sound beside me, I turned my head, and our eyes met. Abel, Adele, looking half asleep, blinked at me and slowly sat up. She glanced down at her disheveled negligee before giving me a blank stare. Why does she still look so stunning even in a situation like this? The sight of her tousled black hair and slightly askew negligee exuded a strangely decadent allure. Not good for my heart. While I was thinking that, Adele's face scrunched up slightly. No way. She hurriedly pulled the blanket up to cover her negligee. At first glance, she seemed genuinely startled, but I could see through her. Her facial muscles were clearly betraying her, showing how delighted she was to finally have something to tease me about. Smack! Ow! I flicked her forehead, and she let out a weird yelp before glaring at me with an indignant look. Rubbing her forehead with her right hand, she whimpered in pain. Ugh, it's not a good habit to tease your fiancé like that, Adele. Tisk, fine, I get it. Adele let out a disappointed sigh and buttoned her negligee. As she started to tidy up the bed, a mischievous grin suddenly crossed her face. By the way, Abel, why did you come to my room last night? Could it be no way? She was now looking at me slyly, completely forgetting about her forehead. She even hummed a bit, her voice full of mock suspicion. Knowing her personality, there was only one way to deal with this. Of course, I came to see my lovely fiancée. Seeing her dumbfounded expression, I pressed. I was so eager to see you that I accidentally fell asleep while holding my breath in anticipation. As ridiculous as my words sounded, her face immediately started to flush. With her cheeks now turning the color of a ripe persimmon, I leaned in closer, my face nearing hers. This time I fell asleep first, but next time you can look forward to it, Adele. As I finished speaking with a slight smile, she quickly lowered her head, her face burning red. I get it. Stop it already. I give up. Hearing her surrender, I chuckled and moved my face away from hers. Looks like my years of experience living in a romance fantasy world finally paid off. Victory is mine. The Emperor's Eye, one of the core elements featured in the Villainess, turns back time again today. The Emperor's Eye is the name given to artificial beings created by the Emperor to monitor the nobility. Typically, these eyes become servants or maids in noble households, reporting directly to the Emperor on the noble's activities. For those nobles deemed at high risk of rebellion, the eye takes a darker approach, killing a family member and taking their place. When an eye, pretending to be family, discovers that the noble is plotting treason, it reports the information back to the imperial court. This is the function of the Emperor's Eye. Although it's a measure to prevent rebellion, it's undeniably ruthless, a testament to the imperial family's intense vigilance against betrayal. Alan, how are you feeling? No serious issues. Of course, even I, the most influential noble in the Arya Empire, have an Emperor's Eye assigned to me. Alan, the butler who has long served the Hardenberg family, is that I? Or rather, he was the Emperor's Eye. Sit down. I need to adjust it. Understood. Alan obediently took a seat in the office chair. I gathered mana within myself, feeling a refreshing surge fill my body, and noticed the peculiar mark on the back of his neck. A reversed emblem of the imperial crest, etched as an inscription. In the original story, Abel failed to notice this mark and was betrayed by Alan. The reason I can see it now is that my mastery of magic surpasses Abel's. Has the corruption worsened? This inscription, carved into Alan's neck and creeping into his mind, is precisely why the Emperor's eyes are incapable of defying the imperial commands. The magic forces obedience by etching commands directly onto the body. Most of the Emperor's eyes thus live with little free will, bound to follow the Empire's orders. However, I am using Alan's inscription to my advantage, turning him into a double agent. With the right spells, I can suppress the inscription's effects and even use it to gather intelligence from the Imperial side. For me, Alan is a vital asset. His inscription is a direct channel through which I can access Imperial information. Alan, too, takes joy in being free from decades of mindless obedience, pledging his loyalty to me without question. It's a mutually beneficial relationship, one might say. Vroom. I began to focus on the inscription, suppressing its effects with mana while channeling the information within it. Fragmented words coalesced into clear terms in my mind. Imperial family, movement, truth, crackle. A blue spark flickered from the inscription, and I promptly withdrew the magic. Suppressing it any further would risk detection from the Imperial side. The adjustment is done. This seems to be the limit for obtaining information. Thank you. You may go. Understood. Oh, and regarding the Imperial auction house, what are your plans? I intend to visit this afternoon. Inform Adele of this. Understood. Alan answered and then left the office. So the Imperial family has finally started to move. The information from the princess was accurate. The Imperial family, which normally wouldn't lift a finger over trivial matters, was now beginning to stir. There's no concrete evidence to come after me yet, but I can't let my guard down. The Imperial family can be as relentless as they are cautious. And if the Imperial family is moving, then that means they must be as well. The Emperor's sword. In the original story, they were the villains. The Emperor's sword, stronger than the Emperor's eye, has an even more powerful inscription carved onto their bodies, serving as executors who eliminate anyone attempting rebellion. That is the role of the Emperor's sword. From now on, things will get critical. The story hasn't deviated much from its original course, except for that foolish crown prince ordering an attack on Adele. I can only hope that this, too, will go as I've planned. Adele! Adele! Right in front of me, Lily looked at me with curious eyes. When you left with the Duke this morning, why was your face so red? Ugh. I buried my face in the blankets at her innocent question. I could never tell Lily. I absolutely couldn't say that I tried to tease Abel, but ended up getting flustered myself. I thought I'd build up immunity to cringy lines after hearing the Crown Prince's ridiculous lines countless times, but apparently I hadn't. For some reason, Abel's words to me felt much more embarrassing than when any other man said them. I still don't understand why. Wait, could it be already? No. I instinctively denied it in a loud voice at Lily's shocked assumption. It's just a contract marriage, but there's no way I could tell her that. It's not that I mind telling her everything else. It's just that Lily, who can't tell a lie to save her life, might let the contract slip out, and I don't want to risk that. Then what is it? Well, we just slept together, that's all. Isn't that the same thing? No, Lily. The Duke is too much. How could he not lay a finger on such a beautiful lady like you, Adele? The blush I had just managed to calm down returned with a vengeance at her words. Lily can't lie. That means she always speaks her genuine thoughts. I saved her from being ostracized by the other maids, which is why she adores me so much. But even so, her sincerity can sometimes be embarrassing. Enough. But I'm serious. That's what makes it harder to hear. I understand. Oh, by the way, aren't you hungry? I brought some snacks for Miss Laura. Would you like some? Lily handed me a tray of snacks from the bedside drawer. It held an assortment of colorful macarons, which she placed on the tea table nearby. She also put a cup of hot chocolate on the tea table, smiling brightly at me. Let's eat together. Thank you. I chuckled, feeling as if I were looking at a big golden retriever, and sat in the chair beside the tea table, popping a macaron into my mouth. It's delicious. Right? Actually, I made the macarons with Miss Laura's help. That's impressive. It's the best I've ever tasted. Thank you for the compliment. When Lily smiled happily, I couldn't resist patting her head. She closed her eyes contentedly, enjoying the gesture. She truly is one of the few comforts in my life. Spending time with Lily calms me, and since arriving in this world, she's been a large part of what's kept me going. Of course, these days, Abel also... Of course, I came to see my lovely fiancé. Or maybe not. How could I find comfort in a fiancé who only teases me? As I pondered this, Lily finished her hot chocolate and sat back comfortably, a bit of brown liquid still lingering at the corner of her mouth. What are you doing, being so sloppy? I wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, and she looked at me with surprise before saying, Thank you. Oh, and please give me the handkerchief. I'll wash it before the day is over. Would you really? Of course. The carriage was filled with a heavy silence. The only sound breaking the stillness was the scratch of a pen. Resting my chin on my hand by the window, I rolled my eyes to glance at him. Abel was busy, reviewing documents and checking something off. Who does paperwork in a carriage anyway? With the usual jostling, it would be impossible, but Abel was clearly no ordinary person. The carriage was under some kind of magical enchantment. There was no hint of shaking. Perhaps Abel himself had arranged for the enchantment. What is it, Adele? I flinched as Abel looked up from his documents, his gaze fixed on me. No, I was just wondering what the imperial auction house would be like. Don't get your hopes up. From what I've heard, it's mostly for buying magical catalysts and slaves. Slaves. Now that I've thought about it, slavery was legal in the Arya Empire. A bitter smile crept onto my face. Coming from a modern world, the idea of slavery was an alien concept to me. So, why are you going to the auction house, Abel? I heard there's a rather useful catalyst up for auction. With you here as well, I thought it might be worth a visit. I see. With those words, the carriage fell silent once again. Next to me, Lily, who seemed tired, leaned back in her seat and dozed off. I had no idea how much time had passed. We've arrived. At the coachman's voice, I shook Lily awake. She blinked sleepily at me, then shook her head to clear the drowsiness. We're here already? Yes. Get ready to go. Understood. Lily straightened her clothes and looked at mine. Abel conjured a storage space in midair to place his documents and spoke to me. Finish up and come out. I'll be waiting outside. Yes. Once he closed the door, Lily began to adjust my clothes. After tidying every little detail, she let out a satisfied breath. Perfect. Thank you, Lily. It's my duty. With a cheerful smile, she stepped out of the carriage. As Lily exited, Abel offered his hand to me. I took it and carefully climbed down. Here are your masks. They're enchanted with perception-distorting magic, so there's no need to worry. Abel pulled 2 rabbit masks from the air and handed one to Lily and one to me. He then produced a wolf mask from his coat and placed it over his face. Strangely, his appearance was now obscured, as if his face were shrouded in mist. Fascinating. As a mere third-rate mage, perception distortion magic was beyond my abilities. I paused, mask in hand. Abel, why is my mask a rabbit mask? Doesn't it suit you? I'm not sure. He gave a mischievous smile and stepped closer. Although he was wearing a mask, it felt as if I could see his face right in front of me, and I instinctively leaned back. Perhaps it was because of what happened last night, or maybe it was the humiliation from this morning, but I felt uneasy facing him up close. Seeing my reaction, Abel spoke. Your timid look fits a rabbit perfectly, especially when faced with a wolf. When did I act timid? Of course, it was not fear, but embarrassment. But isn't it the same in the end? Ugh, let's just go, I quickly suggested, unsure of what else he might say if I stayed. Abel chuckled softly at my reaction. Let's. Once Lily and I put on our masks, Abel took the lead. As we left the gathering of carriages, we found ourselves before a massive building, easily over 10 floors tall. Magic in a medieval world like this. Constructing a building of this height without magic would be impossible. As I mused over this, Abel opened the building's doors and entered. The interior was surprisingly clean. The marble floors were spotless, and the plain white walls seemed well-maintained. It made sense. The imperial auction house would certainly require upkeep. By the way, from now on, do not address each other by name. Anonymity is standard at the imperial auction house. Understood. Lily nodded beside me as we followed Abel down the corridor. After a short walk, we reached a large wooden door. A knight clad in armor stood guard in front of it. Please present your pass. Abel retrieved a pass from his coat and handed it to the knight. The knight examined it briefly, then returned it along with a small numbered plaque. Enjoy the auction. As the knight opened the door, Abel, Lily, and I stepped inside. The layout was similar to a modern movie theater, except the seats were paired with ample space between each set. Wow! Lily couldn't contain her amazement at the vastness of the auction hall. Abel surveyed the surroundings, then moved toward an empty seat. Sit here. The maid can sit in the chair beside us. Chair? Where's the chair? Lily looked around in confusion, and Abel gestured to a chair that had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, between us. He must have conjured it with magic. But why would he go to the trouble? Sensing my puzzled look, he explained, "It's because she is someone you personally cherish." Any objections? No. Just, "Thank you. You're welcome." Abel responded indifferently and turned his gaze toward the stage where the auction was about to begin. Unpredictable. He was a man who could be unexpectedly considerate at strange times. "Well, I suppose it's fine. For now, I should focus on the auction." Abel said I could buy anything I wanted if I found something appealing. But honestly, would the Imperial auction house even have anything I wanted? As I pondered this, a man took the stage. He was wearing a jester mask. "All right, everyone, please take your seats. The auction will begin shortly." The man spoke through amplification magic, glancing around at the seated audience before continuing. "Very well, let's begin the auction." With his words, several men carried something onto the stage. Our first item is a deep-sea monster scale. This scale is the only intact piece from a monster that lived 400 meters below sea level. It has been verified by the Mage Tower as a magical catalyst, so keep that in mind. When the cloth covering the item was pulled back, a bronze-colored scale was revealed. Rare monster materials like this were often sold as magical catalysts, I'd heard. As soon as the item was revealed, about 6 people raised their number plates. The starting price is 10 gold. Since 1 gold is roughly worth 1 million won. That means bidding starts at around 10 million won. Quite an expensive item. 12 gold. We have 12 gold. 15 gold. 15 gold. Any higher? 20 gold. With intense bidding continuing, the price of the deep sea scale was already approaching 100 gold. 102 gold. Any further bids? What could make that item worth such a high price? As if reading my thoughts, Abel leaned over and answered my unspoken question. Most magical catalysts are around that price. For a mage, catalysts are essential to advancing their abilities. I see. So that's why my magic skills haven't been improving quickly. If only I'd known that before. I sighed, feeling like I'd been struggling in vain. Meanwhile, the deep sea scale was sold for 120 gold, and the next item was brought in. Our second item is an ancient gauntlet. When the black cloth was lifted, a dark, tarnished gauntlet was revealed. It looked quite old, with some crumbling areas, but overall, it was in remarkably good condition. The starting price is 50 gold. 55 gold. We have 55 gold. 65 gold. 65 gold. Any higher? 80 gold. 80 gold. 200 gold. I was momentarily stunned when Abel raised his number plate. Was he really planning to spend 200 gold, about 2 billion won, on that gauntlet? I knew, of course, that this amount was like pocket change for a duke's household. But still, did that gauntlet truly have such value? Despite my questioning look, he offered no explanation. Any further bids? Others who had been raising their number plates hesitated at the steep 200 gold bid. Only one person among them raised their plate. 210 gold. 210. Any higher? 300 gold. Ugh. The challenger quickly lowered his number plate. I don't get it. Why would anyone spend 3 billion won on that item? I couldn't comprehend it. Abel must have his reasons. The auctioneer seemed slightly flustered as he announced in a hesitant voice. 300 gold. Any higher? After counting 5 seconds, the auctioneer nodded. The ancient gauntlet is sold for 300 ancient gauntlets. In the original story, these were the equipment used by Luke, one of the Emperor's swordsmen. When mana is infused into them, they release shockwaves proportional to the amount of mana infused, a weapon with incredible power. Of course, there's a minor risk, as the user must bear the aftershock of each blast. Luke tormented the protagonist in numerous ways using these gauntlets in the original story. The reason I'm willing to pay extra to acquire them is to prevent that from happening here. Might as well give them to Evan too, I thought casually as the auction continued. Before I knew it, all items like magical catalysts and artwork had been sold, leaving only one item on the list. A slave, huh? In the Empire of Arya, where slavery is legal, slaves are treated much like livestock. Sure, some masters may treat them as humans if they wish, but such cases are rare. I turned my head slightly and saw Adele's face twisted in mild disgust. I figured she'd react this way towards slavery. Coming from the modern world, her reaction was natural. It's my indifference that's strange, really. Next up, we have this slave, announced the auctioneer. A slave with a metal chain around her neck was dragged onto the stage. It was a woman draped in tattered clothing, with jet black hair and lifeless black eyes. I guess she'd been sold here after failing to pay her debts. While I was thinking this, the auctioneer began explaining the slave in a loud voice. She is a descendant of the princess from the Prologue kingdom, which was destroyed long ago by the Empire. She has inherited the regenerative trait passed down in the Prologue royal family. Not only is she durable, but she also maintains a prime condition at all times, a highly valuable slave. The minimum bid starts at 50 gold. As the auctioneer went on, Adele's expression became more and more sour. Her face looked like she was about to overturn the entire auction hall, but she took a deep breath and held herself back. So she's unbreakable. A little thought reveals the implications behind the auctioneer's words. After all, there are different types of slaves. Sigh. Adele closed her eyes as if she were feeling faint. 60 gold, 80 gold, 160 gold. The auction hall echoed with the cries of greedy bidders. Were they drawn to her royal bloodline, or was it her regenerative ability that lured them in? It was something I couldn't understand, nor did I care to. The first item has been sold for 400 gold. How absurd. They couldn't bid over 300 gold for a pair of gauntlets, yet they splurged 400 gold on a valuable slave. The auction hall was still brimming with an inexplicable fervor as they moved on to the next slave. Most of the slaves brought onto the stage had rare traits or were beautiful women, and most of them were sold at quite a high price. The lowest winning bid was 300 gold, which says it all. Now, here comes the highlight item of the day. As soon as the auctioneer's excited voice rang out, cheers erupted from all sides. The auctioneer chuckled at the reaction and continued his introduction. This slave is Princess Arya of the Britannia Kingdom, defeated by the Arya Empire last year. Her worth is beyond words. The minimum bid is set at 400 gold. Faced with this shocking sight, Adele closed her eyes tightly and whispered to me, "Is it always like this here? It seems you forgot that this is my first time here." "Oh, She sighed, leaning back in her chair, and began taking deep breaths again. Meanwhile, the bid for gold was quickly climbing past 700. Just as the heated bidding continued, the lights illuminating the auction stage suddenly went out. An uneasy silence began to settle over the room. Please, bear with us for a moment. There seems to be some issue." Bang! Before the auctioneer could finish his anxious announcement, a loud crash echoed from above. People started murmuring, seemingly confident in the strength of the protective barrier surrounding the imperial auction house. "It's almost time." Boom! This time, the sound was far louder, shaking the crowd and causing genuine unease to spread among them. Simultaneously, an ominous creak sounded from the ceiling. Crack! Crash! As the ceiling caved in, a man clad in black armor emerged. He scanned his surroundings briefly before striking the ground with his sword. Kaboom! An aura-infused / carved deep cracks into the floor, causing it to tremble. At last, panic took over, and people scattered, screaming and scrambling to escape. The man, unfazed, began cutting them down mercilessly. Splat! What the? Blood spurted out in front of me, painting the ceiling crimson. The auction house descended into chaos, an unexpected massacre unfolding before my eyes. I clenched my fists, stirring the mana within me as I fixed my gaze on him. Whoosh! Slice! I knew the man wearing that black helmet. In the original story, he made his debut this exact way, attempting to kill Adele. His name was Luke von Spenheim, once the second prince, now one of the Emperor's swords. He was also destined to acquire those ancient gauntlets I'd spoken of. What the? People screamed and pounded on the doors, but for some reason, the doors wouldn't budge, and the man in the black helmet continued slaughtering them without hesitation. Why? Lily, who'd been seated beside me, stood there in shock, staring blankly. I shook my head, snapped out of my stupor, and got to my feet. At that moment, his eyes, cold and void beneath the helmet, met mine. The emptiness in those eyes, combined with the sheer bloodlust, sent chills down my spine. I'd never seen eyes so unsettling. Without pause, he charged at me, swinging his sword. Before I could react, or even cast a shield spell, he was already upon me. Slash. What? At that moment, Lily threw herself in front of me, taking the man's sword strike in my place. Without a single word, she died in my arms, holding me close. Her face, with eyes closed, looked strangely peaceful. Was that just my imagination? Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of a clock echoed in my ears. It was the familiar hallucination I heard whenever my desire to go back in time reached its peak. Again, I turned back time. I had to, somehow, prevent Lily's death. Ugh! A stabbing pain surged through my body, making me grimace. Then, the sound of a loud crash from somewhere nearby. Bang! That sound. It was the noise of that man attempting to break into the imperial auction house. I quickly got up and sprinted toward the auction hall's doors. I ignored the stares of the others as I ran. Click, click. The doors were locked. Why are they still locked at this moment? Before I could find an answer, another loud noise reached me. Boom! The crowd began murmuring again at the sound. Crack! As the barrier shattered, screams filled the hall. Crash! The ceiling gave way, and the man dropped down once again. He raised his sword high. Whoosh! He began rampaging through the crowd, swinging his sword without any clear purpose, killing indiscriminately. Eventually, his eyes met mine. With an aura-infused slash, he aimed directly at me. And once again, Lily intervened, taking the hit meant for me and dying in my place. Again, time rewound. The save point was just before the man breached the auction hall, as before. The familiar, excruciating pain spread through my body. The more I repeated this, the worse the pain became. And as the pain grew, so did the difficulty of the situation. This agony dulled my thoughts each time I returned. I had to end this as soon as possible. I have to save Lily. I couldn't let her die in my place again. I had to think of a way. Why couldn't Abel, an archmage, prevent Lily's death? Despite the searing pain clouding my mind, I forced myself to think it through. After a long moment, I pieced together a possible answer. Abel had tried to protect me from the man's attack. He hadn't anticipated that Lily would step in to block the attack meant for me. Bang! The man in black armor dropped from the ceiling with a deafening crash, slaughtering people just as before. His eyes, now wild, finally found mine. Shiver. With a bone-chilling intent to kill, he charged at me. At the same time, Lily started moving towards me. If my deduction was correct, there was only one way out of this. Whoosh! I grabbed Lily's arm and pulled her back, shielding her with my own body as I stepped forward. I steeled myself against the killing intent that pricked at my skin and fixed my gaze on the man's blade. Clang! Kang! That was close. If Adele hadn't pushed Lily aside and stepped forward, even a slight delay in deploying the barrier could have cost her life. But despite my clear intent to use magic to protect Adele from Luke, she still returned. Why did she take such a risk and move forward so recklessly? The answer came to me in a flash. Did Lily die? It seems that in the previous timeline, Lily must have shielded Adele and died for some reason. Did she not trust me to protect her? A sense of irritation welled up in me, and I frowned slightly as I prepared to cast my magic. Wong, stand back. At my command, Adele took Lily's hand and stepped back. Luke, unperturbed, strengthened his grip on his sword and attempted to slice through the barrier. His eyes were completely vacant. Is he under the Mark's influence? If that's the case, then the Emperor must have orchestrated this massacre as well. Glancing around, I noticed that most of the dead were people who had, at some point, been involved in secret dealings with me. Was he trying to eliminate rebels in this manner? I had expected the royal family to take extreme measures, but I hadn't anticipated anything to this extent. Even in the original story, Luke never unleashed such a massacre. Gore! The amount of aura pressing against the barrier increased steadily, causing fractures to appear. Despite using a technique based on spatial magic, he was attempting to shatter it with sheer force. Is this the strength of the Emperor's sword, even in this corrupted state? In terms of aura alone, he surpasses a swordmaster. But, having lost his rationality, he's merely swinging his power around mindlessly. I can subdue him. Gather, commence. White energy began to gather in the air, and white magic circles formed in front of me. Sensing a threat, Luke charged at me. Was he planning to take me down before I could cast a spell? But that was a mistake. Strike. The primary reason I favor this spell is its remarkably fast casting speed. In a mage's battle, casting speed is of utmost importance. A white spear materialized in the air and flew forward. Luke dodged to the side, but the spear's trajectory curved mid-air. Thud! The spear pierced precisely between his armor plates and lodged itself deep into the wall. Ugh! Dragged by the spear, Luke slammed into the wall, groaning in agony. Simultaneously, the power of the mark engraved on his hand began to intensify. Adele. Yes. Go ahead and leave. I'll keep the door open. Understood. Adele took Lily's hand and left the auction hall. Once I confirmed they were gone, I pulled a glass vial from the air. Crash! I dropped the vial onto the ground, shattering it and releasing a white smoke that began to spread in all directions. The white smoke was the scent of oblivion, an extract from the memory whales that dwell in the forest of mist. Anyone who inhales this smoke will lose memories ranging from at least an hour up to an entire day. In other words, it's the perfect tool for cleanup. Evan. At my call, Evan appeared from the air. It was a spell I developed personally, spatial magic that allowed me to summon others to my side. You called. Why is it that things always go wrong when you're not around? He sighed as he glanced around, answering, I wonder the same. Scratching his head in frustration, Evan said, Then I'll go to Madam first. Call her Miss. Oh, right. I'll go to the Miss. With that, Evan dashed towards the auction hall's doors. Trouble only seems to strike when he's not here. It could just be a coincidence, but who knows? For now, I'll have to keep a close eye on the inner workings of the Duke's estate. There may be an extra eye of the Emperor hidden somewhere. Just as I was considering this, a voice echoed from the wall. Gur. I saw a glowing, red mark seared into his neck. The intricacy of the mark was leagues beyond the one on Alan's neck, visible between the gaps in his armor. It wasn't enough to stop him. Murmuring to myself, I raised my hand. There's no way to suppress the mark on his neck. Unlike Alan's, this one was the Emperor's own specialty. My only option was to subdue him with everything I had. Wong. Gather, commence. White energy gathered in the air, quickly forming into 3 spears. Strike. Pang. The spears flew through the air with a sound that sliced through the silence. Luke, surrounding his sword with aura, launched a powerful slash to counter them. The clash of his slash and the spears canceled each other out, but he used the opening to charge toward me. I was prepared for this. Snap! With a flick of my fingers, the white energy formed chains, binding Luke's body. Though the chains started to break almost immediately, it didn't matter. Gather, commence. I had bought myself enough time. Countless white pathways formed around him, and a dizzying array of white magic circles appeared before my eyes. This was a spell I created specifically for facing a swordmaster. Wong. As mana drained rapidly, a brilliant white spear began to take shape, radiating a level of power far beyond the weapons I'd created before. Gripping its shaft, I aimed the spear's point directly at him. Strike. With a short incantation, I hurled the spear with all my strength. Thud. The spear pierced through Luke's shoulder plate and disappeared into one of the pathways. Gah! Even with the spear piercing his opposite shoulder, Luke charged at me unfazed. The chains I had prepared in advance reappeared, coiling tightly around his limbs. Though they weren't particularly durable, using them this way was enough to keep him restrained. Thud! Gah! The spear moved between portals, piercing through Luke's body repeatedly. By twisting space to create a kind of portal loop, I could theoretically attack him endlessly by hurling the spear into these gateways. Though it's a rough technique, it's highly effective in wearing down an opponent's stamina, even if that opponent is a swordmaster. If Luke hadn't lost his mind, this wouldn't have been possible. Clang! Luke deflected the spear with his sword, glaring at me with labored breaths. The mark between his helmet and armor was gradually weakening. Wong. When I released the spell, he stood before me in a battered state, his eyes blazing. A vivid red aura began to emanate from his body. Even in this state, he's still a sword master. Gather, commence. 4 white swords appeared around me. Simultaneously, his wounds and injuries began to heal under the influence of his aura, a feat only achievable by someone of his caliber. Strike. Gore. Luke unleashed a powerful aura slash that sent the swords flying before charging at me once more. In the blink of an eye, his blade was right in front of my face. Wong. At that moment, the surroundings shifted. I now stood behind him, facing his exposed back. One of the swords I had previously set aside aimed directly at him. Strike. With a short incantation, the sword drove straight into his back. Ugh! Luke coughed up blood, dropping to his knees. Losing his sanity seemed to have dulled his ability to sense even basic traps. Grabbing the blade with his left hand, he applied pressure. Crack! The white sword fractured and shattered, the wound in his back beginning to heal immediately under the red aura. A brutish method, but undeniably effective. Gore! Luke glared at me, attempting to rise to his feet. Or rather, he tried to. Barely managing to support himself with his sword, he staggered before collapsing. It seemed he had been relying on the aura's regenerative power. No matter how fast his aura regenerates, it can't replenish the blood he's already lost. Though he won't die, given the strength of a sword master, he'll be unable to move his body any further. I let out a sigh and drew back the mana I'd expended. Good thing he lost his sanity. If he hadn't, who knows how this would have turned out. Normally, the Emperor's sword wouldn't go down so easily. Especially not someone like Luke, who is rated as having the highest potential among the Emperor's swords. But with his mind clouded and his aura control diminished, he was bound to fall like this. Sleep well. With a snap of my fingers, Luke began to sink into the ground, letting out pained groans as if something heavy pressed down on him. He eventually fell still. Phew, not easy. This encounter drained a substantial amount of my mana. In a world where the concept of mana potions doesn't exist, assessing remaining mana levels this way is an essential skill. It baffles me why HP potions exist here, yet there's no equivalent for mana. It's not as though they're trying to persecute mages. I need to handle the cleanup. The auctioneer was already dead, apparently struck directly by debris when Luke crashed down from the ceiling. It's a grotesque sight, but one I'm familiar with, so it doesn't turn my stomach. Though I can't deny it leaves me feeling filthy. Fire. With the incantation, flames bloomed in my hand. I set the flames at the edge of the auction hall. Though small now, they would quickly grow, given the wooden ceiling. The reason for setting the place ablaze was simple. I wanted the people who inhaled the scent of oblivion to believe that the smoke from the fire caused their memory loss. There are cases where similar substances are used in actual arson. Soon, the Empire's news will likely report that some group, not me, set fire here to massacre the nobles. Whoosh. Of course, there's a chance some might burn to death in the process. But that doesn't concern me. I've never once considered them to be the same kind of human as myself. Using magic, I lifted Luke's clack inside the worn-out carriage, where the sound of hooves echoed. A man slowly opened his eyes, as if coming to his senses. Awaiting him was another man with ashen gray hair, seated and absorbed in a stack of papers. The man with gray hair turned his head as he sensed the other's movements. Awake! The first man froze at the question. He quickly realized that his body was bound, and he lifted his head. He began to study the man before him in detail. Gray eyes and ashen hair. Scars on his face and clothes only a noble would wear. His features were so perfect, one might believe he was a gift from the gods. It didn't take long for him to recognize the man's identity. Abel Hardenberg, head of the Hardenberg family and one of the 4 dukes of the Empire. Abel was the most influential among them. Known as the Iron-Blooded Duke, he was a dangerous figure, so much so that even the imperial family kept a watchful eye on him. You are. Don't tell me you don't know who I am. At Abel's words, the man slowly nodded. Why am I in a place like this? If you think you can play dumb, I suggest you give up Emperor's sword. Ow! The man looked at him, shocked. The identity of the Emperor's sword was a highly classified secret of the imperial family. This role, which dealt not only with noble traitors but also carried out all manner of dirty deeds under the Emperor's command, was known as the Emperor's sword. How on earth did Abel know about this? Seeing his bewildered expression, Abel let out a sigh and spoke. Luke von Schuffenheim. At the mention of his name, the man, Luke, jerked and then strained against the chains that bound him. The more he struggled, the tighter the chains became. They seemed to be enchanted, even suppressing the aura emanating from his body. Abel continued, watching him. Luke von Esrich's son, the second prince. After becoming a sword master, you were publicly declared dead to become the Emperor's sword. Abel recited this information with a nonchalant expression, almost as if mocking Luke's resistance. The Emperor branded you and turned you into the imperial family's dog, using your family as collateral. You, Luke spat out in rage, glaring at him. Abel, seemingly unaffected by the intense gaze, responded in a calm voice. Did I say something wrong? Gore. Unable to break free from the chains, Luke suppressed the anger boiling from within. Abel, watching him, chuckled and spoke up. I'll give you one chance. What? Luke scowled at Abel's offer and questioned him. How long will you continue being the imperial family's dog? So, are you telling me to abandon my family? That wouldn't be a bad idea. Abel's response, delivered without the slightest hesitation, made Luke laugh bitterly. Who could so casually suggest abandoning family? The title of Iron-Blooded Duke certainly wasn't just for show. What absurd nonsense! It's best to listen until the end, second prince. Extending a hand towards him, Abel asked, how far has the mark's erosion progressed? How do you think I'd know about the Emperor's sword, and not something as basic as that? Answer me. About halfway. You've held out well up to this point. Abel spoke in a tone of admiration. The mark of the Emperor's sword was powerful enough that an ordinary mind couldn't endure it for even a month. To withstand the mark's erosion for years, it would be impossible without an unbreakable spirit. Luke von Schuffenheim. What? I plan to overturn the imperial family. What? Luke frowned, taken aback by Abel's sudden declaration. To openly say such a thing to the Emperor's sword himself. What was he thinking? Compared to starting a rebellion, rescuing a noble woman from the imperial family shouldn't be too difficult. Are you serious? If you refuse to cooperate, your life ends here. And we both know what would happen to your mother after that. There wasn't a hint of deception in Abel's voice. Tisk, choose. Will you work with me to bring down the imperial family, or will you die here for nothing? It wasn't much of a choice. The options Abel offered were nothing short of coercion. Luke gritted his teeth and glared at him. So this was your plan all along. Who knows? That's for you to decide. Fine. I accept your proposal. Good. Now there won't be any need for bloodshed here. With that, Abel produced a document from thin air. It was a contract, seemingly prepared in advance. He held it up, allowing Luke to read the contents. Luke skimmed the contract with his eyes, and the further down he read, the more his hands began to tremble. Isn't it reasonable enough? You had everything planned from the start. Luke looked at Abel, his expression one of horror. Abel merely smirked and answered his unspoken question. It depends on how you look at it. Luke fell silent, deep in thought. The imperial family would never release his mother. They would keep her as a hostage and use him as the Emperor's sword for the rest of his life. In that case, aiding Abel's rebellion seemed a better option. A slight chance of freedom was better than a life of servitude to the Empire. Fine, I'll take a chance with you. A wise choice. Luke's mana flowed into the contract, followed by Abel's. The contract quivered momentarily from the mana's energy before calming down. The agreement was sealed. Abel skimmed the document briefly before addressing Luke. Now, return to the Imperial family to avoid suspicion. Show this emblem to the Information Guild on any day you choose each month to exchange intel. Thud. An emblem fell from the air. It was a rusty brown medallion shaped like a lock. The chains are released. Go on. What? Before Luke could fully comprehend Abel's sudden words, he opened the carriage door. The carriage began to slow. Realizing the chains binding him had indeed loosened, Luke stood up. You'd better honor the contract. Of course. That's why we signed it, isn't it? Luke sighed and stepped out of the carriage. In front of him was a rest stop filled with other carriages. Had Abel brought him here for a swift return to the imperial palace? Turning back, he saw the worn-out carriage already fading into the distance. Pillars adorned in gold and chandeliers. Ceilings carved with unique patterns, an opulent golden carpet stretching across the floor. In front of the wall stood a statue of a man, and before the statue, a grand throne. On that throne sat a man with golden hair. He rested his chin on the armrest, gazing down with an air of authority and arrogance, creating an atmosphere that seemed untouchable by anyone. His name was Yuda von Schuffenheim, the 16th emperor of the Arya Empire, also known as the Emperor of Conquest. So, this matter was only half a success, is that right? At the emperor's words, Luke swallowed and bowed his head. It was my failing, your majesty. Is that so? With an unreadable smile, he reached out toward Luke. In that instant, the mark on Luke's neck began to burn. The searing pain forced a groan from him. Ugh, there is always a price for deceit. The emperor murmured, then gave a command to Luke. Sever the ring finger of your left hand. Luke's body moved beyond his control. His hand drew his sword, and without hesitation, he swung it down toward his left ring finger. Slash! Gah! Blood gushed from the severed finger, and the emperor watched with a satisfied smile. Withdraw. Yes. Luke bowed and exited the audience chamber. Watching his retreating form, the head attendant turned to the emperor. Your Majesty, may I ask something? Speak. Why did you not pursue the truth further? Who knows? The emperor let out a small laugh and replied, Doesn't a little rebellion from a mere rat intrigue you? Even just a bit? A twisted smile crept onto his face as he spoke. The day of the engagement ceremony. From the early hours of the morning, I was awake, sitting as Lily and Laura applied my makeup. It was much earlier than I usually woke up, and it was hard to stifle my yawns. Which earrings would suit her best? Go with the red ones. Oh, and did you prepare the necklaces? Yes, they're right here. Dressed in a white gown, I sat quietly while Lily and Laura buzzed around me, chatting and moving busily. Was all this necessary, just for a simple engagement ceremony? Or was it because the groom-to-be was that Abel? Who was Abel, after all? The Duke with the moniker Ironblood, with his cold demeanor and strikingly handsome features. He was so popular that rumors claimed any noblewoman would inevitably fall for him at least once. It was true. His looks were extraordinary. If a god ever sculpted a statue dedicated solely to beauty, it would look like him. But cold demeanor? That doesn't sound right. The man who constantly teased and mocked me was described as cold? Sure, he might have given off that impression when I first met him, but now? Not so much. As I mulled over these thoughts, Lily addressed me. Miss Adele, which of these two necklaces do you prefer? Caught off guard, I glanced at the necklaces they held out. On the left was a ruby necklace, a vivid crimson gemstone that seemed like it might suit me based on its color. But the stone was enormous. The necklace on the right had a smaller ruby and a simple design. I think the one on the right would be better. Lily's expression dimmed slightly at my response. Noticing this, Laura chuckled softly and whispered to me, Just so you know, the one on the left is Lily's choice, and the one on the right is mine. Is that so? No need to worry about Lily. I'll handle her, Laura assured me with a smile. All right. Laura took Lily's hand and whispered something into her ear. Whatever she said transformed Lily's despondence into a determined resolve. What did she say to her? Shall we wrap things up now? Yes. At Laura's prompting, Lily began picking out brooches and finishing the last touches of my outfit. I'm exhausted. Suppressing another yawn, I held back the wave of fatigue washing over me. Miss Adele, it's done. At Lily's cheerful announcement, I turned my head toward the mirror. Wow. In the mirror sat a stunning woman. Her porcelain skin and ruby-like eyes shone brightly. The ruby accessories contrasted beautifully with her white dress, completing the look. My usually sharp eyes were softened with a gentle gaze, and the dark circles under my eyes had completely vanished. The impression was no longer that of a villainess, but of a pure and graceful woman. As expected of Miss Adele, the makeup looks amazing. Are you satisfied, Miss Adele? Yes, I'm quite satisfied. That's a relief. Laura, with a relieved expression, spoke. Then shall we head to Lord Abel? Lily, looking excited, opened the door with enthusiasm. Although I was feeling a bit tired, it seemed necessary to see him at least once before the engagement ceremony. With that thought in mind, I followed her. After walking down the somewhat extravagant hallway, Lily stopped in front of his office and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Come in. Abel's voice rang from inside. Without hesitation, Lily opened the door. Abel, engrossed in the documents before him, spoke without looking up. What brings you here? I've brought Miss Adele to see you. At those words, he finally lifted his gaze, his eyes landing on me. Abel stared at me, seemingly frozen, as though he'd forgotten he was holding a document in his hand. His reaction felt different from usual, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what was different. Maybe I was just too tired for my thoughts to function properly. And what's your impression of how I look? Better than I expected, he replied, his tone reserved. The unusually sparse praise made me tilt my head in confusion. After all the effort of dressing up in a gown and accessorizing, such a lukewarm reaction was a bit disheartening. I had thought I looked decent, but it seemed it didn't meet his standards. A tinge of disappointment crept in, and I swallowed the sigh that rose to my throat. I wasn't sure why I even felt this way. He and I were only engaged by contract, nothing more. Was I upset because I'd hoped for at least a little flattery, even if it was insincere? I suppressed the emotion and forced myself to respond calmly. Then I'll be going ahead. All right, you go first. I'll join shortly. As Lily and I left the office, she hummed cheerfully, almost skipping down the hall. Curious, I turned to her. Why are you so happy? It's because the Duke seems to like how you look, Miss Adele. I don't think so. Normally, Abel would heap flowery, almost cringeworthy compliments on me. The absence of such embellishments today made me wonder if he disliked how I looked that much. Lily shook her head vehemently. No way. The Duke clearly liked it, I'm sure. All right, if you say so. Accepting her optimism was easier than dwelling on my doubts. With that, Lily grabbed my hand and led the way forward. The ceremony was approaching. I felt a hint of nervousness creep in. How far could I change my bad ending with this engagement? With the save point set for this morning, there was no going back now. I just have to hope it works out this time. The grand hall, adorned with white marble and lined with red carpets, was buzzing with activity. Silver candelabras hung from the walls, and the ballroom was decorated far more lavishly than usual. The hum of conversations among the many nobles filled the air. The reason for this bustling crowd was a single event, the engagement ceremony. The engagement of Duke Abel von Hardenberg and Countess Adele von Estee was the hottest gossip in the Arya Empire. From tales of their fateful first meeting during a trip to whispers of an engagement ceremony that didn't even need to happen, the rumors were endless. The noble women endlessly gossiped, passing the story along until the guest list for their engagement ceremony easily exceeded 100. Of course, most of these guests were regional nobles who were unaware of Adele's past misdeeds. Truly, I can't begin to understand how this came to be. Among those well aware of Adele's misdeeds, Miss Luna of the Countite family found the current situation deeply unpleasant. She couldn't fathom what kind of charm that wicked woman possessed to make the iron-blood Duke want to marry her. Beside Luna, Estelle von Lewis merely scratched her cheek, a faint smile on her face. While Estelle was a direct victim of Adele's so-called wicked deeds, she knew that most of them were the result of misunderstandings. Because of this, she didn't harbor as much hatred toward Adele as others might. There had been times Estelle wanted to clear up those misunderstandings, but Adele always managed to disappear before she could. So, she decided to use this engagement ceremony as an opportunity to finally set things straight. Ugh, what on earth does he see in a woman like her? Luna. Luna froze at Estelle's cold voice. Turning her head, She was met with Estelle's sharp smile. "Mind your words." "Understood." Luna, looking slightly intimidated, nodded ever so slightly. Estelle sighed in relief. Miss Luna of the Ite family had her good points, but her mouth was far too loose, and her temper was too quick. If Estelle didn't keep her in check, Luna might end up causing some kind of trouble. Fortunately, Luna seemed to realize the gravity of her careless words and lowered her head in silence. "There are so many people here," the noblewoman sitting next to Luna commented, prompting Estelle to nod in agreement. The ballroom was vast, yet even so, it felt almost crowded due to the sheer number of attendees. How much time had passed? The start of the engagement ceremony was drawing near. The Duke of Abel von Hardenberg and Miss Adele von Estee are entering. The soldier at the grand entrance shouted as he opened the doors. A man and a woman entered arm in arm, their appearance immediately drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Standing on the left was Duke Abel, his striking features living up to the rumors. Though a scar marred his face, it was insignificant in comparison to his otherwise flawless looks. On the right stood Adele. It was hard to believe she was the same so-called Villainess. Her slightly softened gaze and ruby-red eyes gave off a completely different impression than before. As Estelle observed the pair, she heard a faint, sharp sound beside her. Click, click. It was Luna, nervously biting her nails. Estelle considered stopping her, but ultimately decided to let it go. Surely Luna wouldn't dare cause trouble in a setting like this. With all eyes in the ballroom fixed on the couple, the engagement ceremony began. An engagement ceremony wasn't anything extraordinary. At best, it was just another type of banquet centered around the main characters. A nearly ceremonial ritual followed by a simple exchange of rings. "Please exchange rings with one another," the man, who appeared to be a clergyman, said. I glanced at Adele. She looked like a cyborg, her face stiff with nerves. I wanted to grab her by the cheeks and shake some sense into her, but I held back. Instead, I gently pulled her hand toward me. Cold. Her hand, pale to the point of being almost white, was icy. Well, considering this engagement banquet was filled to the brim with nobles from across the land, it would have been stranger if she wasn't nervous. I slowly slid the ring onto the fourth finger of her left hand. Her trembling hand made her look like someone with a nervous condition, and I barely managed to suppress a chuckle. Then I moved closer to Adele. Taking her right hand gently, I intertwined my fingers with hers. A faint squeal sounded from somewhere far away, likely from the young ladies who seemed overly invested in the concept of romance. "What are you doing?" "Chill." I gave her a mischievous grin, and she let out an awkward laugh, the tension on her face easing slightly. "It's your turn, Adele." "I understand." Her hand trembled slightly, but she successfully slid the ring onto the fourth finger of my left hand. I couldn't help but think, why is she so nervous over something as simple as exchanging rings? But then again, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. With that, the clergyman continued, "May the blessings of the gods shine upon your future." As his words ended, a holy light descended from above. I barely managed to keep my face from contorting at the sensation of divine energy seeping into me. The so-called blessing of the gods bore an uncomfortable resemblance to the emperor's power. "Congratulations once again on your engagement," the clergyman said. With the ceremony concluded, the customary ball began. As expected, Adele and I stood at the center of it all, holding hands and gazing at one another. Perhaps due to the countless gazes fixed on us, she still moved stiffly, like a malfunctioning automaton. She still hasn't come to her senses, huh? It seems she needed a stronger remedy at this point. Smiling at her, I caught her puzzled expression. "May I have this dance, Adele?" With that, I knelt on one knee and lightly kissed the back of her hand. For a moment, she froze, and then her face turned as red as a ripe tomato. What are you?" Taking her hands again, I guided her into the dance. Unlike the last time, when I had half dragged her, I matched my steps to hers, moving in tandem. For a moment, a mix of exasperation and disbelief flickered across her face. It was hard not to laugh at her expression. "There's no need to be nervous. You're Abel's fiancée, After all, I whispered softly in her ear. She hesitated for a moment before giving a small nod, finally aligning her steps with mine. To my surprise, her dancing had improved significantly since last time. The clumsy missteps that had embarrassed her before were gone. Alan had mentioned she'd been practicing to make up for that mortifying incident, and it seemed her efforts had paid off. "You've improved a lot," I said. "Well, someone is an exceptional dancer. As your fiancé, I have to keep up, don't I?" "Well done." My brief compliment brought a faint blush to her cheeks. At this rate, I might start calling her the blushing young lady. The thought made me chuckle quietly. "You've got a cute side too, Adele. Who knew you'd be this weak to compliments?" "Be quiet. Focus on the dance." The music reached its crescendo. The musicians played tirelessly, their instruments weaving an enchanting atmosphere. At the center of it all, Adele and I performed a waltz, capturing the attention of everyone present. I wasn't particularly fond of being the center of attention, but if we were to turn rumors into reality, it was necessary. Look at those young ladies now, hiding their giggles behind their fans. Their imaginations seemed endless, their faces alight with excitement. How long has it been? Eventually, the ball reached its conclusion, and the banquet began. This marked the start of a tedious cycle of congratulations and gifts from nobles, bribes, essentially. In such grand gatherings, not bringing a gift was considered a greater offense than offering one under the guise of a bribe. Smiling mechanically, I repeated the same phrases over and over. "Thank you for coming. Much appreciated. I'll treasure your gift." This was precisely why I hated banquets, balls, and engagement ceremonies. Exhausting. Even in my previous life, I was an introvert who felt out of place at gatherings like MTs. Now, despite being reborn with a handsome face and powerful magic, it seems my core nature hasn't changed. As I let my idle thoughts drift, a familiar face came into view. Her mysterious silver hair and luminous golden eyes. There was no mistaking her. She was Estelle von Lewis, the only daughter of the Marquis of Lewis and the protagonist of the original novel, The Villainess, Turns Back Time Again. Standing beside her was another noble woman, a face I didn't recognize. But for some reason, an ominous feeling crept up on me. "It's been a while. I am Estelle von Lewis," she greeted. "Luna von Eyck," the other noblewoman added. Both ladies curtsied gracefully, holding the edges of their dresses. I felt Adele's hand tremble slightly in mine. If memory served me right, in the original story, Adele had a rough time when she tried to associate too closely with Estelle. Feeling a little sorry for her, I clasped her trembling hand more firmly. "It has been a while. I am Adele von Estee," she said, bowing her head slightly, her voice steadier now, thanks to the reassurance of my touch. "Congratulations on your engagement, Lady Estee," Estelle said warmly. "Thank you," Adele replied politely. Luna, however, frowned faintly, her grip on her wine glass tightening. Surely, she wouldn't be foolish enough to act on her thoughts. Not with me, a Duke of the Empire, standing right here. Or so I hoped. But no, the wine was flung our way. Adele, engrossed in a light conversation with Estelle, didn't even notice the noble woman's expression or her movements. And this is exactly why I dislike romance fantasy tropes. I raised my arm to shield Adele, just in time. The wine never reached her face, instead splashing across my pristine white uniform, staining it red. Adele's eyes widened in shock at the sudden turn of events. The music continued, but the chatter ceased. A suffocating silence fell over the room. Lady Eyck's face turned as pale as a ghost. Whatever her intentions, this wasn't an incident I could simply overlook. "Lady Eyck," I said, my tone calm but cold. "Hic," she gasped, hiccuping in fear. Even Estelle seemed startled by her companion's reckless behavior, her lips slightly parted. Knowing the original story, Estelle wasn't really the villain type, so I doubted she had orchestrated this. "You know what you must do?" I said. "I sincerely apologize." Lady Eyck stammered, bowing deeply. Sweat beaded her forehead, and she trembled visibly. Beside me, Adele bit her lip, clearly unsure of how to respond. If she were the villainess, everyone assumed her to be, she'd have already intimidated Ladyite without hesitation, verbally or physically. But this was Adele, the protagonist of the story. "I forgive you, but don't let this happen again," Adele said finally, her voice calm but firm. Estelle's eyes widened slightly, as if taken aback by Adele's unexpected response. She seemed on the verge of saying something, but quickly shut her mouth. Most of the provincial nobles present didn't seem too surprised, likely because they hadn't expected Adele to act like a stereotypical villainess in the first place. Thank you. Thank you, Lady Estee. Lady, I cried, bowing again before hastily retreating. As I watched her scurry away, I couldn't help but think the major plot beats really are inevitable, aren't they? In the original story, it wasn't Ladyite, but another noble woman who committed this act. I didn't remember her name, but it certainly wasn't the one who had just fled. Events will happen as they are meant to, no matter how much the details change. "Are you all right?" I asked Adele. "Yes," she replied softly. No, she wasn't. She wasn't yet accustomed to facing people's malice so directly. Perhaps that was a good thing. In the original story, Adele, worn down by endless hostility, became chillingly cold and disturbingly ruthless. At some point, I began to feel as if pieces of myself were being chipped away. The endlessly repeating regressions and the inexplicable malice directed toward me gnawed at my sanity. It wasn't until I gave up counting the number of regressions that I finally became numb to the malice. Or so I thought. I was wrong. I thought I'd learned to laugh off the malice, pretending it didn't affect me. But just now, I realized it had all been an act of facade. Perhaps it was the tranquility granted by Duke Hardenberg that had dulled my senses. I turned my head to see him resting with his eyes closed. His face, still unrealistically handsome, drew my gaze. The single scar that marred his otherwise perfect visage only served to add character, making Abel's appearance even more striking. And yet, it felt alien, as if this world itself was proof that I didn't belong, leaving a slight pang in my chest. That sense of disconnection I'd felt so vividly during countless rounds of torture and death swept over me once again. Get a grip, Adele. Just because things were progressing smoothly with the Duke didn't mean I could let my guard down. Misfortune had always struck when I dared to hope things might go well. There was no guarantee this time would be any different. You looked deep in thought. Pardon? Oh, Abel had opened his eyes at some point and was now watching me breathe deeply. His words weren't wrong. How could I not be lost in thought? After all, this engagement was nothing more than the first step in my survival plan. I couldn't guess what he was thinking, but his perspective was likely world apart from mine. In the end, Abel was still one of the elite in this world, a man of the highest echelon. Are you concerned about that young lady's fate? The young lady. He must mean Luna, the woman who had tried to douse me with wine. I had no reason to care about someone like her when my own survival was at stake. And yet, hearing the word fate made it impossible not to think about it. She'll likely face social ruin, just as you did in the past. What? No matter how infamous you are, that was the engagement ceremony of the Duke of Hardenberg. Most of the nobles present seemed unaware of your alleged misdeeds. You're saying she may even be cast out from her family. Count Esttee's house isn't known for its leniency. Abel finished his words with a sardonic smile that sent a chill down my spine. The sinister grin perfectly suited his moniker as the Iron Blood Duke. Seeing him speak so casually about someone else's ruin was unsettling. Or perhaps the mask he'd shown me as my fiancé had been the true deception all along. A Duke of the Empire could not afford to be soft. He might have witnessed far worse than even I, a regressor, had endured. Isn't it convenient? Pardon? What do you mean? Normally, I would have had to handle it myself, but Count Esttee's family is another matter entirely. Count Esttee's house had long-standing ties with the Duke of Hardenberg. Political marriages between the two families were not uncommon. In fact, Luna, who had introduced herself earlier, might have been Abel's fiancée under different circumstances. Of course, those ties had ended by the time Abel became Duke. I'd heard rumors of it from Lily, but I hadn't expected them to be true. So that's why. Could that be why she threw wine at me? Because she believed this place should have been hers? When I glanced at Abel, he nodded as if confirming my thoughts. Isn't it ridiculous? The ties with Count Estie's house were severed ages ago. He chuckled softly as he spoke. Still, thanks to her, our contract marriage will proceed more smoothly. So, it worked out in the end. His demeanor felt unfamiliar. As a regressor who had endured countless trials, I thought I'd grown accustomed to everything. But no amount of time prepared me for the way nobles treated people like tools or pawns. I'd always known our ways of thinking were different. But it wasn't until now that I truly understood how vast the gulf was between me, a modern soul, and Abel, a man firmly rooted in this medieval world. Is that so? With that, silence settled over the carriage. I closed my eyes, allowing the exhaustion of the day to wash over me. It had been a long, tiring night. Under the midnight sky, with a moon hung high, I found myself gazing out the window. The faint silver light spilled through the glass, illuminating the space around me. The stars glimmered in unfamiliar constellations, shining in places different from those I once knew. Under the glow of stars that emitted a stark, almost blindingly white light, my gaze was drawn without realizing it. This world holds a peculiar superstition. Every person has their own constellation in the night sky, one star among countless others representing their fate. Of course, having read the original story, I knew this was no mere superstition. But for most people, it remained a simple myth. Constellations, among the myriad stars, some shone with exceptional brilliance. I was well aware that these represented the destinies of individuals, and that when someone died, their star would flicker out. If that's the case, what did my constellation, blinking endlessly like a broken streetlight, symbolize? Was it trying to warn me that I was on the verge of death? What are your thoughts, Count Estee? I'm not sure, came his trembling response. His darting eyes betrayed his lack of interest in my talk of constellations. It was as if I could hear the wheels in his mind turning, scrambling for a way out. The sight amused me, and a quiet chuckle escaped my lips. Of course, you wouldn't know. You're a man who can't even keep his own daughter in check. My apologies. Count Estee dropped to his knees with startling ease. Even among nobles, it was rare to see someone of his rank kneel so readily before another. After all, while dukes and counts differ in status, basic decorum between nobles is usually maintained. But this man had once conspired with my father to orchestrate my assassination. His obsequiousness now was likely driven by guilt or fear. Perhaps his naive daughter, Luna, believed her father cherished her, but she'd simply misjudged her opponent. She picked the wrong target. Unfortunately for her, Count Estee was still a noble. He'd never risk his own life to shield his child. Moreover, the fact that he still had his head on his shoulders was entirely thanks to my mercy. As if sensing my thoughts, I heard him swallow audibly. Your life, or your daughter's reputation. It's a simple calculation, is it not? Yes, my lord. His hands shook visibly, the tremor so pronounced I could feel it from where I stood. Yet, even as I openly threatened him, Count Estee didn't dare speak a word of protest. He merely squeezed his eyes shut, resigned. To him, this must feel like torture, realizing too late that poor parenting could cost not just his child's reputation, but his own life. You may leave. Yes, my lord. With that, the Count hurriedly bowed and exited the room, closing the door behind him. The moment his retreating figure disappeared, a shadow stepped out from beside the door. The figure, clad in black, sheathed a dagger and knelt before me. Shall I take care of him? No. It seems he has no ties to the imperial dogs. This man was sharp when it came to politics, his instincts as quick as ever. If I had found evidence of dealings with the imperial court, I would have silenced him on the spot. Then again, considering the explosive collar around his neck, that decision wouldn't have been difficult. Still, in a world where even the most basic survival skills eluded many, Count Estee was a useful pawn. Besides, he possessed knowledge about the imperial court's true nature, which made him less likely to betray me. The imperial nests. I've identified 5 in the provinces. We've destroyed 3, but it seems the remaining 2 had fled before we arrived. And in the capital, we couldn't locate them. It seems some form of cognitive distortion is at play. Of course, even managing to dismantle 3 nests was impressive. The imperial court's grasp on the provinces was clearly weaker than I'd anticipated. Then again, considering the Arya Empire's vast territory, spanning 70% of the world, it wasn't surprising. If anything, the fact that 2 nests had escaped was remarkable in itself. The Emperor. The cards I had in my hand were Adele, the Raven, and the Black Raven Knights. Against the Emperor, it seemed insufficient. But with Adele's regression ability, it might just be enough. For that to happen, I needed to build a solid foundation of trust with her. A sprawling garden filled with the mingling fragrances of red and white roses stretched endlessly, so vast it was hard to see where it ended. Resting my body on a bench under the warm sunlight, I let out a contented sigh. As much as I hate to admit it, this was leagues better than the small garden at Count Estee's estate. That place was barely maintained, with only old Hans, perpetually drunk and sprawled around, calling himself a gardener. Beautiful, isn't it? Oh, you are. A woman stood before me, her brown hair and dark eyes giving her an unassuming appearance at first glance. But the calluses on her hands and the rugged scars spoke volumes. She was no ordinary person. If I had to describe her, she had the air of a tenacious mother figure. Laura, if my memory served me right, she was the head maid of the Hardenberg household. Wasn't she the one Lily always followed around, calling her a mentor? Judging by how Lily's grooming skills had improved since arriving here, it seemed Laura was fulfilling that role quite well. I'm Laura Spelt. You can just call me Laura, she said with a cheerful smile. Oh, Laura, it's been a while. I hadn't seen her since she briefly helped me get ready for the engagement ceremony. Honestly, I'd almost forgotten about her. After all, Lily had been handling most of the maid duties, so there was hardly a reason for me to interact with Laura. Besides, back during the engagement preparations, I'd been too busy to hold a proper conversation with anyone. It seems you've taken a liking to the garden, she remarked. Yes, the roses are truly beautiful, I replied. This garden used to be under the care of the former Duchess, Laura explained. The former Duchess. Abel's mother, I supposed. I tried to picture her, but no image came to mind. Could I even imagine Abel calling anyone mother? For that matter, had he ever had a maternal figure in his life? Perhaps it was because of the ruthless demeanor I'd witnessed during our first meeting, or maybe the cold, calculating image he presented as a nobleman. The Duchess passed away before the young master turned 4. It's a pity, Laura said with a deep sigh, her expression clouded with sorrow. For a moment, I tensed, wondering if she could somehow read the impolite thoughts I'd just entertained. Of course, such magic didn't exist in this world, or so I reassure myself. Did you know? This garden originally only had white roses, she added. And those red roses? They were planted by the young master. No, the Duke himself. The roses seemed so cramped and intertwined, growing chaotically, which made sense now. But why plant red roses in a white rose garden? Was it a strange quirk of his? Or was I simply biased, seeing him through the lens of the villain I'd labeled him as? The Duchess loved the color red. Even as she cared for this white rose garden, she always longed for red roses, Laura said softly. Given the size of this garden, the former Duchess likely hadn't planted everything herself. This must have been a legacy passed down through generations. Could it be that Abel planted the red roses out of respect for his mother? The thought surprised me. It seemed so unlike the man I'd come to know. Please don't hate the Duke too much, Laura said suddenly. What? I turned my head sharply to find Laura's face tinged with sadness. The resolute aura she'd carried when we first met had long since softened. He may seem cold, but he's just clumsy in his own way, she added. It caught me off guard. He'd always appeared indifferent to his retainers, but perhaps that wasn't the case. Now that I thought about it, not one servant I'd encountered in this mansion had spoken ill of Abel. If anything, they had only good things to say, though Evan's endless praise of the Duke could be a bit much. Have I meddled too much? Laura asked hesitantly. No, it's fine, I replied. The truth was, I still didn't understand. Abel Hardenberg. Who was he, really? Before meeting him, he had been nothing more than a sinister villain in my eyes. During our first encounter, he had been ruthless, driven solely by logic and gain. Then, during our contract marriage, he'd shown a playful side. Which of these was his mask? Which was his true self? I really don't know. For the first time, I found myself genuinely curious about the man called Abel Hardenberg. Noble etiquette, pride, and manners. The days of what they called bridal lessons, but were essentially noble education, showed no signs of ending. I had thought learning a bit of dancing would suffice as a fiancé, but instead, I was being taught everything under the sun. Embroidery was just the beginning. Add middle school level math by modern standards, and an endless array of protocols required for a duchess. The only saving grace was that I had some prior experience with sewing from my previous life. This is exhausting. I knew I was lacking as a noble, but this rigorous education made me realize just how uncouth I'd been. Of course, it wasn't as if I'd been so offensive as to warrant assassination attempts, but I had caused unnecessary trouble more than once. You look like you're struggling. Abel. I turned my head to see Abel with a faint smirk on his face. Something about that expression was so irritating that I let out a sigh. You still can't seem to get used to it. When will you call me by name properly? Did you come here just to tease me? Of course, he replied without hesitation. I sighed again. He'd been absent for days, and now that he finally showed up, this was all he had to say? Is it really okay for a duke to be this idle? Mocking him a little, I raised a brow. Abel chuckled before replying. I left things to Alan this time, so it's fine. Alan? Ah, the elderly butler with white hair. If Alan was handling things, there was no need to worry. From what I'd heard, he'd served the Hardenberg family for nearly 50 years. At that point, wasn't he practically the true power behind the scenes? It was rare for a butler, or any servant, really, to work for a single household for such a long time. I heard noble etiquette has been giving you trouble, Abel remarked. Well, yes, I admitted reluctantly. A few months ago, or perhaps a year, if I counted my regression, I had lived as Adele von Estee. Yet, I'd never paid much attention to etiquette. Back then, I'd been too busy trying to survive to bother learning such things. Now, as the Duchess-to-be, I was learning the ins and outs of noble manners, but perhaps because of my 20-odd years of modern memories, many of the rules felt nonsensical. Memorizing them was an uphill battle. If you'd like, I could help, Abel offered. Why? The words came out curtly, almost unintentionally. Yet, Abel merely chuckled, responding in a tone that was surprisingly kind. Because I'd rather not see Lady Adele embarrass herself. Ugh, it's not that bad. Oh, would you like me to list out the etiquette you skipped during the engagement ceremony? I wouldn't mind recalling them one by one. Ugh, He had a point. After the ceremony, I'd endured a 2-hour lecture from Alan delivered in his usual gentle but firm tone. Even Lily, who usually defended me at all costs, had turned her back on me during that ordeal. Well, there's no rush. You won't be making many public appearances for now. But isn't the hunting festival coming up? I asked, puzzled. Abel shook his head. The festival has been postponed by a month. The snow on the eternal snow mountain hasn't melted yet. The hunting festival. It was a kind of celebration held on the treacherous eternal snow mountain, located north of the imperial capital of Arya. Known for its rugged terrain and dangerous monsters, it was a perilous region. The festival's origins trace back over 1,000 years to the empire's first emperor, Yuck von Schuffenheim, who had conquered the mountain's monsters and reached its summit. For young nobles, it was both a chance to prove their strength and an opportunity to present a hunting prize to the lady they admired. Ladies, in turn, used the gifts to assess their own value. The person who brought back the most or most valuable catch earned the title of king, while the lady who received the most prestigious gift was titled queen. It was an opportunity to make a name for oneself. Naturally, due to the dangers, many royal knights participated, which kept casualties relatively low, usually no more than 1 or 2 deaths annually. Looking forward to the hunting festival, Adele? Abel teased. What? Curious about what prize I'll bring back, he said with an infuriatingly smug grin. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious, but his confidence annoyed me. Not really. I replied curtly. I'll make sure to bring back something beyond your expectations, he said. That somehow felt ominous. Was he planning to claim both the king and queen titles simultaneously? Even if it was to keep up the appearance of our contract marriage, that seemed excessive. A month passed by in the blink of an eye. During that time, attending noble etiquette lessons disguised as bridal training every single day without fail had certainly changed me. I could feel it in my posture, my movements. From basic table manners to the proper stance to maintain during conversations, it all made a difference. Please be mindful of your steps. With those strides, you might twist your ankle. Of course, it seems I still have a long way to go. But at least now, I can walk comfortably in heels of this height, which is quite the progress if I say so myself. After inspecting my posture several times, Alan finally smiled, seemingly satisfied. You've improved a lot. I can hardly recall how you were when we first met. Aha, thank you. When he says our first meeting, does he mean the time I first proposed a contract marriage to Abel? That makes sense. Back then, I didn't have the luxury to worry about noble etiquette or anything of the sort. No wonder he remembers it that way. This should suffice. That's unexpected. I never thought even Alan would acknowledge you. Abel, who had emerged from his office at some point, said this with a hint of surprise on his face. Apparently, he hadn't expected me to earn Alan's approval within just a month. Well, if nothing else, I do pick things up quickly. Clearing my throat and folding my arms slightly, I saw Abel smirk. You can feel proud all you want, but shouldn't you start getting ready to leave? Oh, right. I had completely forgotten, perhaps because I was so excited. Today was the day of the hunting festival. Even though the eternal snowfields were close to the Hardenberg estate, if we didn't start preparing now, we might end up running late. Lady Adele. From a distance, Lily let out to me in a loud voice, rushing over. After tripping while running last time and getting scolded by Laura, she was now making a conscious effort to walk briskly instead. It's time to get ready. I understand, Lily. Following behind Lily, I suddenly felt a gaze on me and turned my head. Abel stood there with a meaningful smile, gesturing toward himself. His expression carried a hint of mischief, which immediately filled me with unease. It was the kind of foreboding I always felt before something significant happened. Despite my slight frown, he continued to look at me with that same inexplicable smile. Why do I feel uneasy? I hoped it was just because I suspected Abel might cause some trouble. Even so, it wouldn't hurt to be prepared. Better safe than sorry, after all. With that thought, I turned back and followed Lily once more. As expected from a place called the Snowy Mountains, the name fits perfectly. Even though I'm bundled up in layers, my teeth chatter involuntarily. Despite being inside the carriage, my breath turns into white puffs, making me acutely aware of how cold it really is. Abel, who was sitting across from me, glanced over and snapped his fingers. You seem quite cold. Very much so. How are you dressed like that, Abel? He was dressed not much differently from his usual uniform. While it certainly exuded discipline and formality, it wasn't the kind of attire suitable for these snowy mountains. Even I, who usually never worried about him, found myself concerned that he might catch a cold. Magic! All right. Must be nice to be born with innate magical talents. Hearing that made me feel silly for worrying. For someone like me, who gets exhausted after casting even minor spells like tracking or shield magic a couple of times due to mana depletion, I couldn't help but feel envious to the point of jealousy. Still cold, of course. Come to think of it, I didn't feel cold anymore. In fact, I felt somewhat warm. Puzzled by what was happening, I looked up to see Abel wearing his mask-like smile. Did he use magic for me? I hadn't intended to ask him, but now that he had so readily done this, it felt a bit unfamiliar. Well, from Abel's perspective, it would be troublesome if his fiancée caught a cold during the event. Still, the fact remains that he helped me. Thank you. I can't hear you. This guy, pretending not to hear me again. One look at his mischievous expression, and I knew immediately. Not that I'm stingy with gratitude, so raising my voice to say it again wasn't hard. Thank you, Abel. You're welcome. With that reply, Abel immediately fixed his gaze back on his documents, as if he'd lost interest. It irked me a bit, but I sighed and turned my head away. Truly, he was someone who got on my nerves in many ways. Beyond the carriage window stretched mountain ranges blanketed in white snow. Even to my eyes, having been somewhat of a hiking enthusiast before possessing this body, the size of these snowy mountains was immense. I couldn't help but think they might be taller than Mount Sorak. To think we could reach such heights with just a carriage. The magic engineering of this medieval world was truly fascinating. Even with the existence of magic, being able to ascend to such dizzying heights in a carriage was remarkable. I even had the random thought that being a coachman might be an extreme profession. Clatter, clatter. Of course, even with all that impressive magic engineering, they couldn't seem to do anything about the bumpy ride. I still wasn't used to it. Honestly, Abel being able to comfortably read documents amid all this jostling was stranger. If I asked him, he'd probably say it's thanks to magic again. Lost in thought, I suddenly realized the clattering had stopped, accompanied by the neighing of horses. "We've arrived," said Abel as he set aside his documents and stood up. After stepping out of the carriage first, he extended his hand to escort me as I descended. Stepping outside, I was greeted by a snowy plain that seemed covered in white. In the center, perhaps due to some kind of barrier, there was a barren flatland where the snow had melted. Young ladies and gentlemen in various outfits, nobles, and even members of the imperial family were visible. Among them were faces so familiar that I felt a shudder. The crown prince, the tower master, the imperial knight commander, and even a duke. The place was filled with people whose names alone would leave anyone speechless. It's like every type of male lead from a romance fantasy novel is gathered here. Even though the hunting festival is one of the Empire's most significant events, it's rare for such high-ranking individuals to all appear at once. Is a reason perhaps because of her, the protagonist? Turning my head, I saw Estelle not far away. Her silver hair shimmered in the sunlight, and her golden eyes added an air of mystery. Her beauty was such that anyone would immediately think she was a true beauty among beauties. Estelle von Lewis, the original protagonist who captivates all sorts of charming male leads, a femme fatale. No matter how much of a romance fantasy this world is, seeing so many men flock to her feels almost unrealistic. No matter how realistic things might be, witnessing such over-the-top scenarios makes me feel a sense of alienation, reminding me that this world is, after all, inside a romance fantasy novel. We made eye contact. She looked slightly surprised, her eyes widening momentarily. Then she gave a small smile and waved. I was startled as well, but I tried to appear calm and awkwardly waved back. Seeing her react so genuinely makes me feel awkward for no reason. She was actually quite a good person. From what I heard, Adele, before I possessed this body, had caused her all sorts of trouble. Yet, she sincerely offered her congratulations and even gave me an invitation when leaving the engagement ceremony, saying she wanted to talk more with me. I began to recall the rumors of the misdeeds Adele had committed against Estelle, pretending to stumble and spilling wine on her dress, subtly mocking the past of the Lewis Count family, who were formerly barons, and even subtly leading ostracism against her at parties she hosted. Was Adele really half out of her mind? The more I thought about it, the less I understood why Estelle showed me kindness. If she invited me even after experiencing all that, could she be a living saint? To have endured such breaches of noble etiquette and even insulting actions, yet still give me an invitation. It seemed more reasonable to think she had some hidden agenda. You seem deep in thought. I finally noticed Abel, who had extended his hand. Had I been so lost in thought that I didn't realize he was waiting to take my hand? Sorry. No need to apologize. But it's hard to stress over problems that can't be solved right now. His tone was much gentler than usual. Perhaps it was because there were other people around. Even if he was subtly hinting, he was right. There's no point in overthinking Estelle's intentions when I can't figure them out now. It would be better to focus on what's in front of me. I took deep breaths to untangle my complicated thoughts. Doing so made me feel a bit calmer. Thanks for the advice. You're welcome, Abel replied with a slight smile. His smile, unusually insincere, gave me slight goosebumps, but I try not to show it. Honestly, his usual playful smirk was much more pleasant to see. Quite the crowd has gathered. It wasn't surprising to see the crown prince, who would follow Estelle around like a puppy at any banquet she attended. But even the master of the magic tower, whose face was rarely seen, and the captain of the imperial knights, practically treated as a strategic weapon, were here. Anyone might think an invasion force from another kingdom had marched into the empire. The fact that their sole purpose for being here was to gain the favor of one noblewoman was somewhat amusing, to say the least. The hunting festival, if it were the original Abel, he wouldn't have even glanced at such an event. In fact, in the original work, the hunting festival was merely mentioned in passing and glossed over. Yet, Abel had deliberately decided to participate because of an artifact the emperor himself had offered as a prize. The price of the scales. An artifact capable of achieving anything of equal value in exchange for a sacrifice. An utterly broken artifact. If my memory of the original is correct, the master of the magic tower had won both the titles of king and queen of the hunt alongside Estelle, thus claiming the artifact. Later, it was revealed that the master of the magic tower was one of the emperor's swords, making the price of the scales an almost fraudulent item in its usefulness. The gentle, yet aloof demeanor he showed Estelle vanished completely as he mechanically executed traitors. That chilling portrayal of the Tower Master in the original story was nothing short of terrifying. I didn't count how many times Adele died during that part of the story, but it must have been in the triple digits. It was likely the final showdown with the Tower Master that led to Adele's mental breakdown in the latter half of the novel. Her transformation into a killing machine, willing to throw away her life without hesitation for the sole purpose of eliminating her opponent, was truly grotesque. But is there something wrong? I noticed Adele next to me, her eyes darting around anxiously. She kept sighing and nervously biting her lip, as though something was troubling her. Following her gaze, I saw Estelle. Of course, she must be concerned about the original novel's heroine. Well, to her, this world was just a romance fantasy novel, so it made sense that she'd be preoccupied with the protagonist. I reached out slightly to ease her tension, but she didn't even notice. You seem deep in thought, I said. Startled by my voice, Adele quickly turned her head. I'm sorry. There's nothing to apologize for. It was understandable for her to feel uneasy. In the story's early stages, Adele had tried to befriend Estelle, only to face all sorts of humiliation. Her wariness was not, but worrying over an unsolvable problem right now will only exhaust you, I added. She nodded at my words, placing a hand on her chest and taking deep breaths. After a few repetitions, her trembling hands and anxious gaze seemed to calm down. Thank you for the advice. It's nothing, I replied with a smile. I turned my attention back to the crowd, where several knights were moving with purpose. From afar, a golden carriage approached, its opulent decorations commanding the crowd's attention. The imperial carriage? Its presence was overwhelming. Having reached the level of archmage, I could sense the powerful mana radiating from the carriage's occupant. It was almost suffocating. Unlike me, the others seemed oblivious, merely murmuring among themselves. Even Adele didn't seem to notice, tilting her head curiously. The carriage stopped, and a golden-haired man slowly stepped out. Unlike the crown prince's faint, laughable presence, this man exuded an aura so intense it could only be described as domineering. Covered in scars visible even through his uniform, with a long sword wound running across his left eye, his presence alone was intimidating. His composed gaze and the suppressed killing intent he carried were enough to silence the crowd. The emperor, recognizing the man, the nobles hurriedly bowed. Following their lead, I inclined my head slightly. Adele, startled for a moment, quickly followed proper noble etiquette and greeted the emperor. We greet the son of the empire. Everyone, without exception, bowed deeply. Emperor Yuda von Schuffenheim stood before them, a serene smile on his face, and spoke in a calm voice. At such a joyous occasion, there's no need for such formality. I've only come to enjoy myself. You say that as if it weren't true. If anyone had dared to keep their head raised, you would have drawn your sword and struck them down. The Emperor's sharp, quietly honed bloodlust was proof enough of that. Ascending the prepared platform, the Emperor struck the ground with his staff, commanding silence before beginning his speech. The hunting festival was originally established to commemorate the first emperor, Yuck von Schuffenheim, who eradicated all monsters from the snowy mountains. Over the past 1,000 years, countless stars of the Empire have proven their worth through this festival. He smiled warmly, as if benevolent. This year, for a few special guests who have graced us with their presence, I have prepared a most excellent gift, he announced. At his signal, an attendant emerged, carrying an iron box. Though rough in appearance, the powerful mana emanating from within hinted at the extraordinary nature of its contents. An artifact passed down through the imperial family. One of them will be awarded to the king and queen of this year's hunting festival. The crowd erupted into chatter. While the hunting festival was a cherished tradition, it was unprecedented for the emperor to involve himself so deeply, let alone offer an artifact of such value. Is that the price of the scales? To claim it, I would need to defeat the master of the magic tower. For the original Abel, this might have been a daunting challenge, but for me, it's entirely within reach. The only issue is that I would need to reveal the strength I've kept hidden until now. Then again, the imperial family already knows my capabilities to some extent. If my hand is as good as exposed, it might be better to lay out openly. Defeating the Tower Master and claiming the title of king would send a clear message about my strength. Then, do your best, the Emperor said as he took his seat on the prepared throne. Woo-woo. The horn signaled the start of the festival. Some participants scrambled in surprise, while others bolted straight into the snowy mountains without hesitation. Abel, are you sure about this? Adele asked hesitantly, concern evident in her voice. Facing the vast snowy mountains, it was only natural to feel apprehension. After all, even season nights rarely lasted more than 3 days in those treacherous conditions. Of course, I replied confidently. To someone like me, such concerns were irrelevant. Adele had no idea how meaningless it was to worry about someone at the level of an archmage. Then again, she had never seen my full strength. As I thought about it, she reached into her coat and pulled something out, a handkerchief embroidered with a bold eagle. The quality of the embroidery was impressive, enough to make me momentarily admire her unexpected talent. Did you make this yourself, Adele? I asked. Yes, I made it while thinking of you, she replied shyly, half hiding her face, clearly embarrassed. Her flustered expression amused me, and I couldn't help but chuckle. Well, even if it's all an act, playing the role of a loving partner requires some effort. Kneeling on one knee, I gently took her hand and kissed it. Her face turned beet red, and she froze in surprise. I struggled to hold back my laughter at her reaction and spoke softly. I will return safely, so please, put your worries to rest, Adele. As expected, the noble women around us erupted in cheers. It was almost like background music at this point. Wherever I went, similar reactions followed. Not that I minded, as it left no room for doubt about my and Adele's supposed love. All right, please, be careful, she said, covering her face entirely with her hands. Feeling mischievous, I leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "You're as red as a carrot. If this keeps up, you might just explode." You. The sharp, metallic scent of blood hung in the air, a stench that had once felt unbearable, one I thought I would never get used to. Now, it had become an everyday companion, assaulting my senses without pause. Turning my head, I spotted a man covered head to toe in blood, desperately trying to flee. The moment our eyes met, he dropped to his knees. Please spare him." Before he could finish his plea, my sword cleaved through his throat. His severed vocal cords left him gurgling incomprehensibly, unable to form another word. It wasn't a pleasant sight, not by any stretch, but I didn't feel any revulsion either. After all, the days of vomiting at such things had long passed, considering how much blood already stained my hands. The man fell, his eyes rolling back into his head. Around him, nearly a dozen others, men and women alike, lay in crumpled heaps, their throats similarly slashed. Each of them bore the same sinister tattoos on their necks. It was obvious. These were the Emperor's eyes, created to replace the nobles killed at the last auction. I had my suspicions, but this confirms it. Not even the nobles are exempt from this. The main reason I participated in the hunting festival, aside from the reward promised, was to identify who had been turned into the Emperor's eyes and gather intelligence from their markings. Why are you doing this to us? A trembling nobleman clutched his defensive sword, backing away with unsteady steps. Wasn't he the young heir of Count Griff's family? As I took a step forward, the man stumbled back too, only to trip over a rock and fall flat on his back. How pitiful! The Emperor's eyes don't know their true nature. Their bodies, memories, personalities, even their thought patterns, are perfect imitations, so they remain unaware that they've been replaced. The markings on their necks can only be seen by someone at the level of a grand mage or higher, making their ignorance even more absolute. Unwitting spies who exist everywhere, unaware of their own role. That's why they're called the Emperor's eyes. Please, spa. Before he could finish, my sword pierced his throat. The unpleasant sound of gurgling echoed briefly before he collapsed. I yanked my sword out and tossed it carelessly into my subspace storage. Though drenched in blood, I wasn't concerned. Magic would clean it easily, and as long as the bodies were disposed of, no one would know if the blood belonged to humans or monsters. What the hell did you just do? I turned toward the voice, familiar golden hair and piercing golden eyes meeting my gaze. It was the Crown Prince, Leo von Schuffenheim. Despite venturing into the depths of the forest where most wouldn't dare go, he stood before me. I had even triggered a landslide earlier as a warning, yet here he was, oblivious as ever. All this trouble just to track Adele and protect Estelle. Is this romantic? Or just plain foolish? And no escort, either. Was this boldness or stupidity? Did he truly think he could take me on alone just because he barely scraped into the ranks of sword masters? Such simplistic thinking was exactly why he ended up as a mere pawn in the original story. I asked you a question. What the hell are you doing? Well, I'm doing. As you can see, the Crown Prince, clearly enraged by the carnage, gritted his teeth and glared at me. Golden energy began to rise around him, his aura. Even so, for someone barely holding onto the title of Swordmaster, his aura's quality was mediocre. Without consistent training, aura remained stagnant. His reliance on his royal bloodline had only gotten him so far, leaving him half-baked at best. I'll kill you. He lost his composure, drawing his sword and charging at me. I couldn't help but let out a dry chuckle. The Emperor's eyes can revive no matter how they die. Officially, any eye whose identity is discovered is disposed of, but if he knew that, he wouldn't be this angry. It's ironic that a princess without a claim to the throne knows more about the Empire than he does. How amusing. With a snap of my fingers, a glowing white magic circle materialized in the air, forming a shield before me. Clang! The Crown Prince's golden aura-infused blade clashed against the magic shield, failing to cut through. His perfect strike had been stopped cold, and the surprise in his eyes was palpable. Did he really think I'd just stand there and take such an obvious attack? His lack of combat experience was glaringly evident, far more so than the level of his aura or skills. Begin computation. From all directions, the sight of countless magic circles materializing in the air caused the Crown Prince's, Leo von Schuffenheim, eyes to tremble violently. Yet, he didn't retreat or ready a defensive stance. Clearly, his ability to assess the situation and react swiftly was severely lacking. Well, what else could you expect from a wastrel? Before he met Estelle, his days were spent soaked in alcohol and giggling with women. Despite his unmatched strength as a sword master, he used it to terrorize others without hesitation, a disgrace through and through. That was Leo von Schuffenheim, a man with no brains but excessive power. He had become a universal punching bag in the story. His actions had earned him relentless scorn from readers, so much so that in the original novel's comment sections, he was second only to the author in receiving criticism. Fire. White projectiles shot out from the magic circles. Leo swung his aura-infused sword desperately to block them, but the bullets pierced through his aura effortlessly. No matter how much aura he had, its poor quality meant it couldn't even properly fend off a single bullet. Ugh! The sound of armor crumpling echoed as Leo was flung backward. He crashed into a snow-covered tree, wheezing heavily. Half buried in snow that fell from the branches and spitting blood, Leo presented a pathetic sight. Strangely, the image brought me an odd sense of satisfaction. Perhaps it was because I had once been among the readers who had gleefully joined the chorus of insults against him. You bastard. The Golden Lion Knights. At my words, Leo froze. The attack that had targeted Adele and me during the banquet. Anyone familiar with imperial swordsmanship would have quickly recognized who was behind it. The Golden Lion Knights. A knightly order formed to protect members of the imperial family. They were essentially the emperor's ultimate weapon, wielded only by the emperor and the heirs to the throne. But what would happen if it became public knowledge that these knights had attacked a duke and his fiancée, two of the empire's most significant figures? The answer was obvious. Leo's actions were tantamount to declaring hostility against the nobility. It would be a miracle if rebellion didn't break out. As if he realized the implications, his complexion turned deathly pale. You didn't think I'd figure it out, did you? How? Imagine how heartbroken His Majesty would be if he learned of this. Not that the Emperor, with his deranged temperament, would feel anything of the sort. What do you want? At least he understood the gravity of his situation. But his arrogance remained, as evident in the way he kept his head held high even now. Typical of an imperial prince who had never needed to consider others' opinions. Thud! Ugh! A kick to his armor sent him crashing into another tree. Leo groaned in pain, his golden eyes trembling with fear. Still can't grasp the situation, can you? It was clear who held the advantage. I was in the upper hand. He was at lower. Your life is in my hands. Would the Emperor shield Leo after learning of his recklessness? Unlikely. This was the man who didn't hesitate to cut down his own sibling. Compassion wasn't in his nature. Instead, he'd sever ties with Leo to protect his position. To the Emperor, his children were nothing more than tools of governance. Leo, of all people, should have understood this better than anyone. What do you want? Though his tone was still defiant, this was probably the best he could manage. Pressing him further would serve no purpose. It was better to get straight to the point. The Emperor's sword, Luke von Schuffenheim. How do you know about that? His reaction to the title confirmed that he wasn't completely ignorant of imperial affairs. He even knew that the second prince, Luke von Schuffenheim, had become the Emperor's sword. Considering that Leo's ascension to crown prince occurred after Luke's official death, it would have been stranger if he didn't know. Despite not being the firstborn, Luke had once been the strongest contender for the throne, overshadowing Leo in every way. The mother of that man, Luca von Esrich. Where is she? It's been a while, Adele. I froze for a moment as Estelle approached me with a bright smile. Since possessing Adele's body, this was the first time someone had come so close without hesitation to the point where it put me on guard. Suppressing those feelings, I responded awkwardly. It's been a month, Estelle. You seem to be getting along well with the Duke. Pardon? What was she suddenly talking about? As I looked at her with that thought in mind, Estelle smiled enigmatically and continued. He's famous for being cold, you know. Duke Hardenberg. Is that so? The way Abel had acted after our contract marriage didn't quite align with that reputation. His playful demeanor seemed genuine, far from cold or harsh. Of course, one could dismiss it as my imagination. But the fact that he's warm only to his fiancée has surprised many people. Abel does have that side to him. Warmth, huh? Well, from an outsider's perspective, it might seem that way. The Duke, who never used formal speech with anyone else, spoke politely only to his fiancée. He even stepped back into the social circles he so despised, just for her. To those unaware of our contract marriage, Abel probably seemed like a devoted man madly in love with his fiancée. You call the Duke by his name, don't you? Estelle looked at me with curious eyes. Ah, has it become a habit? At this point, it had become second nature. Every time I addressed him as Your Grace, he would correct me, saying, "Call me Abel." Over time, I had simply grown used to it. But calling him by his name? Wasn't it normal for an engaged couple to address each other by name? Abel himself had insisted I call him that. So her question only puzzled me further. What do you mean? Estelle tilted her head slightly at my confused tone before realizing something and opening her mouth. Oh, you don't know? She added matter-of-factly. The Duke doesn't like being called by his name. Her words made me pause. If he disliked it, why had he insisted I call him Abel? Why didn't he correct me like he did everyone else? Sensing my curiosity, Estelle elaborated. I don't know the reason, but it's well known in the social circles. Never address the iron-blooded Duke by his name. But why? She chuckled softly at my question and replied, "Isn't that something Adele would know best? His eyes practically drip honey when he looks at you. If only that were the case, it would have been easier to figure out. I might be dense, but I wasn't so oblivious that I couldn't see through the facade of a contract fiancé. No matter how stunning Adele's appearance was, it wasn't enough to captivate Abel like that. By the way, since we've run into each other like this, why don't we be friends?" Estelle smiled brightly and extended her hand. It was an offer so warm it felt almost burdensome, but rejecting it felt equally uncomfortable under the gaze of those around us. Reluctantly, I extended my hand, and she immediately clasped it. After a brief handshake, an awkward silence lingered. "Sure, let's do that. Haha, you don't need to feel so pressured. After all, we're the same age. We even debuted in the same social season." As she added that, I couldn't bring myself to admit I had no recollection of that time. Perhaps Estelle had received some help from Adele back then, I speculated. That seems plausible. If true, it would explain her seemingly unconditional goodwill toward me. "What are your hobbies, Adele?" Sewing, I suppose. Without the internet or smartphones in this world, there wasn't much else to do. After possessing Adele, I was essentially forced into a dopamine detox, and sewing was the only pastime that remained. It was one of the few hobbies my late mother had taught me, and as I worked on it, it helped wash away the usual stress and anxiety. That's amazing. I find it so difficult. As she spoke, Estelle pulled out a handkerchief from her pocket. Judging by the crude embroidery, her words weren't a lie. Was it supposed to be a green worm? Or a snake? It's a dragon. You've done a wonderful job. Huh, it's not very good, is it? Estelle scratched her head and laughed awkwardly. Her demeanor was surprisingly different from the flawless image she had in the original story. Now that I thought about it, wasn't it mentioned in the original novel's hunting festival episode that Estelle was the only woman who didn't hand out her handkerchief to the men? My friend, who had told me about the original story, was particularly annoyed about that episode. At the time, I had assumed the author intentionally left Estelle out to avoid creating unnecessary romantic tension in the reverse harem. Who would have thought there was more to it? Sewing is a bit tricky, isn't it? Yes. Threading the needle is the hardest part. There's a simple trick for that. Just moisten the thread with your lips. As we continued chatting about sewing, I felt someone approaching. Turning my head, I saw a man in armor walking toward us. He had black hair and eyes, with a lion emblem on his shoulder plate and the imperial crest on his chest. It was Carl, the only male lead in the original story who was a knight. He served as the commander of the Blue Lion Knights, the Imperial Knight Order. "Lady Estelle, do you have a moment?" "Yes, of course. I have a favor to ask." Just a moment." She stood up slowly and gave me a light wave. "See you next time, Adele." "Yes, see you next time, Estelle." I waved back awkwardly as she smiled and followed Carl. I still couldn't understand why Estelle was so kind to me. Perhaps Adele, the original owner of this body, had done her a favor in the past. But whatever it was, I had no way of knowing now. Phew, this isn't easy. As I was lost in thought, I felt the ground tremble beneath me. Thinking it was just my imagination, I glanced around, only to notice others murmuring uneasily. Although this was the hunting festival grounds, the place was essentially a monster's lair. Hearing the footsteps of passing monsters wasn't unusual, considering the barrier here didn't kill monsters, but merely disguised the area from their view. Boom! The tremor intensified, shaking the earth with a force far greater than before. Anxiety and fear painted people's faces as the knights drew their weapons. My lady, stay close. Evan, my escort knight, drew his sword as he shielded me. Though his chatter was often his weakness, his skills were impeccable. Even so, an ominous feeling lingered. Crash! Emerging beyond a mountain ridge was a massive monster. Its horns were as large as two grown men, and its body rivaled the size of a fortress wall. The sheer sight of it left everyone frozen in fear. Roar! It pierced through the barrier? The monster's roar sent people into a panic, while the knights stood firm, their auras flaring as they faced the beast. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out a few hidden scrolls. I was glad I brought some just in case. The monster glared at the Imperial Knights, but quickly lost interest, turning its attention toward me. Its gaze locked onto mine, and then, wait, what? Rumble. Before I could fully grasp what was happening, the monster charged at me. Evan exhaled calmly and blocked its advance with a gauntlet coated in blue aura. Ugh! Using one arm, Evan held off the monster's enormous strength and swung his sword with the other. The blue aura imbued in his blade cut into the monster's tough hide, spilling its blood. However, the beast didn't falter. Huff! Evan took a deep breath and began pushing the monster back with sheer force. Watching him fend off the massive creature with his aura-coated gauntlets was awe-inspiring, but the strain on his face was evident. Without hesitation, I activated a scroll. SHHHK. A blue magic circle appeared mid-air and dissolved into Evan, granting him a buff. Thank you, my lady. Empowered, Evan roared as he struck the monster's leg. Thud! The monster collapsed onto one knee, but quickly began rising again. This thing just won't go down, will it? Evan gritted his teeth as he summoned his aura once more. However, the monster's eyes weren't focused on him. They were locked on me. Why is it targeting me so relentlessly? Roar! I hastily grabbed several scrolls and activated them. The monster charged straight at me, ignoring Evan's strikes. Clang! Even with 3 layers of shield magic, the monster's horns pierced through 2 of them effortlessly. The final shield barely held, and I stumbled backward, only to realize, wait, what? In that horrifying moment, I finally understood. I was standing at the edge of a cliff. The ground beneath my feet vanished as my vision flipped. Falling to my death is going to hurt, isn't it? The thought of my bones shattering and my organs being pierced by rocks made me grimace. I shut my eyes tightly, bracing for the inevitable pain, but never came. Opening my eyes cautiously, I saw Abel's face, calm yet cold. Adele, are you all right? The face was utterly devoid of emotion, so still that not even the faintest tremor could be seen. I flinched at this unfamiliar expression of his, but quickly realized that Abel had saved me from falling off the cliff. Relief washed over me at the thought that I didn't have to endure the agony of death this time. My body weakened slightly with the release of tension, and a wave of gratitude toward Abel, who had saved me, filled my heart. With a trembling voice, I forced myself to thank him. Thank you. The hands holding onto him shook uncontrollably. When he asked if I was okay, I couldn't even manage a lie to say I was fine. I might have grown accustomed to the idea of dying, but the pain of death was something I could never get used to, especially that sensation right before dying, when something seemed to drain out of me, leaving my body cold bit by bit. It was truly, indescribably painful. You're welcome, Abel answered without his usual hint of a smile, descending slowly to the ground. All eyes were fixed on us, me and Abel. Most of those gazes were filled with surprise, but a few carried a tinge of envy. Even in such a dire situation, people could feel jealousy. Should I find that impressive? Cruelty. A monster's bellow tore through the air, sending shocks through my body. When I turned my head and locked eyes with the creature, I felt as though my body froze. I gasped involuntarily. Abel pulled me into a tighter embrace, as if telling me to calm down. The warmth of his body against mine helped ease my trembling. Slowly, he placed me down onto the snow, then turned his gaze toward the monster. The monster, clearly irritated by the interruption to its hunt, glared at Abel while letting out eerie growls. Cruer. The beast charged with all its might. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance, stopping less than a hand's breadth away. Yet Abel's expression didn't change at all. Before I could even shout, a deafening boom reverberated and clouds of dirt erupted everywhere. Quong! The massive impact sent the monster's body flying through the air. The sudden turn of events left my mind struggling to keep up. Abel, casually brushing dirt off his wrist, emerged from the dust cloud, walking leisurely. "You're in my way." A faint hum echoed. As he spoke quietly, it was as if the mana in the air resonated with him, vibrating in response. The monster, which had been flung into a nearby mountain range, quickly lifted its head as if unbothered by the blow. Its terrifying appearance sent people scattering in every direction. The chaos that followed was nothing short of hellish. Some tripped over their own feet. Others trampled over fallen bodies without hesitation. A few even deliberately tripped others to use them as bait. In the midst of this pandemonium, royal knights charged at the monster, their blades glowing with golden aura. Abel, who had been silently observing, raised his hand. "Don't think it'll end easily." Countless magic circles appeared in the air. The sheer quantity of mana forming those circles was incomparable to the few shield spells I could muster. If my mana was like water in a rough clay jug, his was an endless ocean, vast and overwhelming. Even the knights paused, stunned by the display. Deploy calculation arrays. The magical phenomenon unfolding was as if a grand palace were being constructed mid-air. Despite the enormous mana consumption of each magic circle, Abel's face remained impassive. Even the Emperor, watching from a distance, looked on with intrigued eyes. "Strike!" At his soft command, brilliant white spears shot out from the magic circles. Dozens, then hundreds of spears flew past the knights, embedding deeply into the monster's body. Krah! The beast, pierced through and through, let out a deranged roar, driven mad by the pain. Yet Abel showed no emotion, continuing his relentless assault. The swarm of spears turned the monster into something resembling a pincushion. The playful expression Abel usually wore was nowhere to be found. His impassive face was strikingly unfamiliar. Is he angry? By the time the earth-shaking noise had echoed dozens of times, the monster could no longer rise. It lay there, a pitiful, blood-soaked mess, barely clinging to life. Even so, Abel's attacks showed no signs of stopping. "Crew!" Just before the beast took its final breath, Abel ceased his assault. With a snap of his fingers, a wet, gruesome sound followed as the monster's body exploded, scattering blood and flesh in all directions. People stood frozen, stunned, staring at Abel and the remains of the monster. "Abel!" When I called his name, he turned to me. In a soft voice, he asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" "No, I'm not hurt. That's a relief." He smiled faintly as he spoke, but the cold fury in his expression belied that smile. It was something only someone as attuned to others' emotions as I could notice. "Evan, my apologies, Your Grace." Evan knelt, his usual dialect absent as he bowed deeply. Despite the sight of his submission, Abel let out a sigh, his anger seemingly unappeased. Slowly, he began to speak. "I don't intend to blame you. This was beyond your expectations as well, wasn't it?" His tone was cold enough to make blood run dry. Evan lowered his head further, unable to meet his gaze. Though he opened his mouth to defend himself, the sight of him shaking his head at me made him close it again. "We'll discuss what to do." Abel cast a fleeting glance toward the Emperor before turning to me. "For now, I must step away, Adele." "Understood. This time, guard her properly, Evan." At those words, Evan immediately rose and bowed deeply. Abel, his voice laced with quiet warning, continued, "If this happens again, I might end up disappointed. I'll keep that in mind." With that final response, Abel vanished without looking back. The monster's corpse, lying in the middle of the crowd, was the only proof that he had been there moments ago. Once Abel disappeared, the people, who had been too scared to breathe, began to murmur. Why would he do that for someone like her? Surely, she wouldn't dare cause a scene at my gathering, would she? I don't understand. Why would the Duke care so much for her? Some whispered their jealousy and resentment over Abel saving me. It was amusing how they would hurriedly turn their heads and pretend not to speak whenever our eyes met. Their cowardly attempts to let me overhear their snide remarks without directly confronting me were all too familiar now. After all, isn't that typical of noble ladies? By this point, I had long stopped expecting anything else from them. Who knew the Duke of Hardenberg was so powerful? Isn't he beyond the level of most knights? Please be reasonable. At his level, he's closer to a knight commander. Snippets of conversations assessing Abel's strength floated around. That people compared him to knight commanders showed just how impressive his display of power had been. Indeed, thinking about the overwhelming force he had just demonstrated, I couldn't help but marvel. Even I, who knew Abel was an archmage, was stunned. For all the jealousy I had felt over his immense magical talent, seeing it firsthand like this, it was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Adele, are you all right? Lost in thought, I flinched as Estelle extended a hand toward me. Her overly friendly demeanor made me instinctively wary, but at least she wasn't like those women gossiping behind my back while pretending I didn't exist. Forcing a small smile, I replied to her concern. Thank you for asking. I'm fine. Taking her hand, I stood up slowly. Though my words were a lie, I saw no need to admit how shaken I truly was. After all, while I wasn't from the Middle Ages, I wasn't naive enough to bare my soul to someone I didn't trust. Perhaps I had gotten too carried away. I had planned to showcase my power at the hunting festival, but this might have been excessive. Reflecting on it, there was no need to get so worked up. Adele is a regressor who can turn back time without restrictions. Even if she were to die, she could avoid that situation by looping back. Given Evan's strength as her escort, it wasn't as though she'd fall into an endless loop of dying to the monster and losing her sanity. And yet, why had I reacted so strongly? I didn't know. Not yet. Isn't it about time you come out? Turning my head, I stared at a tree unusually weighed down with snow. After a moment of silence, a man emerged from behind it. His platinum hair, now turned white, and crimson eyes seemed eroded by the Emperor's mark. He was Luke von Schuffenheim, once the second prince, and now the Emperor's sword, with whom I'd formed a contract at the auction house. How is the erosion level? 55%. I'm barely managing to suppress interference with my memory. 55%. It had progressed 5% in such a short time. Still, the fact that he had endured to this extent was impressive. Suppressing erosion with magic was an option, but it was a last resort. Unlike the Emperor's eye mark, the Emperor's sword mark was carved directly by the Emperor himself. If I interfered, my existence would immediately be exposed. As per the contract, Baron Levga has been dealt with. The things he was involved in were nothing short of grotesque. Luke spoke with a bitter laugh. For someone who had lived as the second prince, the acts of that man must have seemed repulsively vile. Baron Levga. Outwardly, he appeared to be a nouveau riche who had purchased a noble title with sudden wealth, but the truth was different. He managed the empire's slave market, was entangled in noble corruption, and could be described as the kingpin of the underworld. That's why I decided to strike him in one fell swoop, not out of some naive desire to eradicate crime, but to obtain his transaction ledger. With that ledger, I could effectively hold the leash of nearly every noble. Most auctions under Baron Levga's control were illegal, and nobles, protective of their reputations, would place high value on such a document. The ledger. It's with the Information Guild. Luke answered, then, as if suspicious, asked again. You could have dealt with Baron Levga yourself. Why involve me? I simply don't want to attract the Emperor's attention. The reason Baron Levga could thrive in the underworld was, of course, the Emperor's tacit approval. The imperial family's reach extended further than people realized, and the Emperor's sword was always near. Even in the original work, there were mentions of him. right after Adele was enslaved under the pretense of treason against the imperial family. She fell into Baron Levga's hands. Baron Levga functioned as the imperial family's undertaker, so to speak. Naturally, it didn't last long before he was beheaded by Luke, the secondary male lead. My decision to ask Luke to assassinate Baron Levga stemmed primarily from that reason. To ensure the storyline unfolded as in the original, I needed events to proceed according to my design. As you instructed, I've dealt with all the necessary targets. Luke's sharp gaze fixed on me. Was he expecting a fitting reward? Well, our relationship was purely transactional. I've located Luca von Rich. What? Is that true? Luke's reaction was immediate and intense, as if he might pounce. I frowned slightly. She's in the innermost part of the Tower of Confinement. The Tower of Confinement, an underwater prison housing only the Empire's most heinous criminals. Its depths held condemned individuals awaiting death, from fallen royals of overthrown kingdoms to rebel leaders who sought to overthrow the Emperor. Realizing that his innocent mother was imprisoned there, Luke clenched his teeth in rage. Damn it, only the Emperor can access the Tower of Confinement. You know what that implies, don't you? So, you expected me to secretly locate my mother from the start. The Emperor alone determined the fate of the prisoners. Royals were sold into slavery and auctioned at imperial events, while rebel leaders were executed on the spot. The tower wasn't so much a prison as the Emperor's personal playground. It feels like being a puppet on a string. Because you are. Crackle. The mark on Luke's neck glowed red. Recognizing it as the Emperor's summons, Luke clicked his tongue. I'll leave now. If you have more requests, leave them with the Information Guild. Luke von Schuffenheim. When I addressed him by his full name, he turned with a displeased expression. Perhaps it was natural. No one but the Emperor had ever called him by his full name. Don't overstep. The Emperor is not someone to be underestimated. Crackle. Luke seemed ready to retort, but the pain from the mark made him grimace. Likely a gag function embedded in the Emperor's mark. Was he about to reveal a secret about the Emperor? It seemed Luke knew some of the imperial family's darker truths. More than anyone, I know that. He's the enemy of my parents. With those parting words, Luke departed swiftly. I'd better focus on finishing the hunting festival first. I already had plans in mind, and I couldn't wait to see Adele's reaction when it all came together. The next day of the hunting festival, participants began returning with their quarry, ranging from rabbit-sized creatures with horns to deer as large as carriages, and even a lion that seemed to have devoured several people. Some were bloodied from their hunts, while others whistled nonchalantly as they strolled in. The festival was a chance for men to present their game to the ladies they admired, proving their worth. Noblewomen, in turn, gauged their own value through the size and rarity of the gifts, smiling in satisfaction. Adele sat quietly inside the carriage amidst the lively chaos outside. What kind of prey do you think the Duke will bring back? Lily asked excitedly, her voice filled with anticipation as she looked at me. Well, as long as it's nothing too conspicuous, that would be fine. To be honest, the way he fought off that monster earlier had already drawn plenty of attention. I didn't want any more eyes on me. Introverts don't particularly enjoy being the center of attention. Oh, but I think the Duke has different ideas, Lily teased. And that's exactly why I'm worried. I swallowed the words before they escaped my lips. I was already thankful enough that he had saved me from that monster. If he brought anything more, it would only feel burdensome. Evan, are you all right? Ah, I'm perfectly fine, my lady, Evan replied with his usual cheerful grin. Though a bit of a scatterbrain, Evan was undoubtedly strong as a knight. I'd seen him single-handedly fend off a fortress-sized monster, after all. It's been a long time since I've seen the Duke this angry. Ha, it's enough to make my knees shake. Has it happened before? Well, it was quite some time ago. Evan hesitated for a moment, as if debating whether to say more, then sighed and continued. There was a time when one of the children the Duke took in was hurt. That's when I saw him like this. I see. Took in children, huh? The more I learned about Abel, the more facets of his character revealed themselves. I couldn't help but feel a bit confused. Was the title of the iron-blooded Duke, or his role as the shadowy antagonist in the original work, even accurate? After all, I'd only heard a few settings and plot points from a friend. I hadn't actually read the original novel myself. Well, I was one of those children. Even now, I still remember it clearly. Come to think of it, Evan, you don't seem to have an accent. Oh, that's because it only slips out when I'm nervous or trying to pull myself up. Evan scratched his cheek sheepishly as he explained. I see. The conversation dwindled into an awkward silence, broken only by the noise of a commotion outside. When I opened the window, I saw a man floating in midair, effortlessly holding a massive creature resembling an elephant with one hand. With his silver hair, crimson eyes, and sharp gaze that seemed to cut like a blade, it was none other than Rev, one of the male leads and the lord of the Magic Tower. Though he didn't have a family name due to his commoner origins, he was considered one of the top contenders in terms of sheer power. While I was still mulling over my thoughts, Rev approached Estelle and gently placed his prey beside her. As promised, I brought the largest one for you, my lady. Thank you, Rev. It's nothing. A promise is a promise. Talking about promises without including me? The Crown Prince appeared, dragging an equally massive monster. A competitive tension seemed to spark between the two as Estelle scratched her cheek and smiled awkwardly. Watching from a distance, Lily clapped her hands in pure admiration. Wow, the Magic Tower Lord and the Crown Prince really are on another level. It seems so, I replied casually. As the hunting festival approached its climax, I stepped out of the carriage. Evan offered his hand to help me down. My eyes wandered toward the ongoing standoff between the Crown Prince and the Magic Tower Lord over their monstrous prey. Jealous are we? Eek! A sudden voice whispered in my ear, sending shivers down my spine. I turned around immediately to see Abel standing there with a mischievous grin, his earlier serious demeanor completely gone. If you're here, you should at least announce yourself. Humph. I tapped your shoulders several times, but you didn't notice. Did you? Did he? There's no way I wouldn't have noticed something like that. Abel paused in thought for a moment before smirking and snapping his fingers. A large, glowing magic circle appeared in the air, and a monster dropped to the ground with a thud. It had the body of a lion, the head and wings of an eagle, a griffin. As I inspected it, I felt my hand start to tremble. Don't tell me this is a griffin. You seem to want one, so I caught it for you myself. For a moment, I couldn't comprehend what he was saying. Then I recalled the handkerchief I'd given him, embroidered with a fierce eagle. I'd chosen the design simply because I thought it looked cool. Watching me laugh in disbelief, Abel added in a teasing tone. So, is it not more than you expected? He wasn't wrong. In every sense of the word, it was beyond expectations. Thank you all for attending until the end of the hunting festival. At the Emperor's words, spoken from the podium, people responded in various ways. Some showed no interest, looking away as if bored, while others listened intently, eager to imprint every gesture of his into their memories. Unbothered or unaware of their reactions, the Emperor continued his speech slowly. I'm glad the gift prepared for this hunting festival found their worth. I hope you all enjoyed it. Beside the Emperor stood piles of defeated monsters. Each pile bore a sign with the name of the hunter who brought it down and the name of the lady who received it. The Emperor cast a sidelong glance at the heaps of prey. This time, there were particularly rare offerings among the monsters, he remarked. He then approached 3 massive piles with signs indicating their hunters. These piles were on a completely different level compared to the others. Even the Emperor couldn't hide his amazement as he let out a low exclamation. From a griffin to a Ganesh-like creature and a white lion, the stacks contained disaster-class monsters, each as large as a house. The towering piles stretched so high that one had to crane their neck to see the top. Among the crowd, soft murmurs of astonishment could be heard. I wanted to judge the best among them, but it was nearly impossible to decide between these 3, the Emperor said. The signs bore the names of Rev, Leo von Schuffenheim, and Abel von Hardenberg. The crowd buzzed particularly around Abel's name, whispering amongst themselves. It was no surprise. The Duke, who had never revealed his strength before, had finally shown his prowess during the festival. However, the sight of Duke Hardenberg taking down a disaster-class monster for his lady left a deep impression on me. The Emperor gestured toward a nearly obliterated monster that lay beside Abel's pile. The colossal creature, once boasting massive horns and a fortress-like size, now had only its lower half intact, sprawled out pathetically. This, too, in a way, is a tribute offered for his lady. The Emperor paused briefly before announcing, "Thus, the stars of this hunting festival are Abel von Hardenberg and Adele von Estee." Even as the announcement echoed, there was no applause or cheering. Considering Adele's notorious reputation, it wasn't surprising. Clap, clap, clap. Just as I was trying to accept the silence, a single pair of hands broke through the quiet. Turning my head, I saw Estelle, smiling brightly as she clapped. Soon, those around her followed suit, and what started as a small sound swelled into thunderous applause that filled the air. Amidst the ovation, Abel gently took my hand, his faint smile steadying my trembling heart. Taking a deep breath, I followed Abel up to the podium. The Emperor approached us with his characteristic warm smile. "Here is the promised gift." A box held by an attendant radiated an unusual trace of mana. Was this the artifact passed down through the imperial lineage? Abel bowed as he received the box, and I mirrored his bow, showing proper etiquette. "You've done well. I watched your efforts closely." "Your words are an honor," Abel replied. "Ha ha, I'm glad to hear that." The Emperor laughed heartily, though his words were mere formalities. With that laughter, Abel and I descended from the podium. Even though I'd been granted the title of queen, it all felt surreal, as if I were in a dream. After all, I had faced countless forms of death in my previous attempts. Never had I imagined something like this could happen. "I truly didn't expect this to happen," I murmured. "You'll be quite busy from now on." "The title of queen is a key that opens the doors to the social world," Abel replied. "The queen of the hunting festival. Just the title alone was enough to erase my notorious past," or so Abel claimed. I found it hard to believe. I had struggled so hard to escape that infamy, and yet a single title had turned it all around. It left me feeling somewhat hollow. But one question lingered in my mind. Why had Abel participated in the hunting festival? From what I'd heard, Abel had never once joined the festival before. Estelle had casually mentioned it in passing, and I hadn't paid much attention. So why did he participate this time? Could it be the reason you joined the festival was... "Of course, it was for the contract," he answered plainly. "I see. Abel von Hardenberg will serve as Adele von Estee's fiancé for a year, providing assistance whenever possible." All right, that was the agreement. A faint sense of melancholy crept over me, an odd mix of disappointment and wistfulness. I found myself confused by these emotions. Why was I feeling this way over a simple contractual relationship? What had I expected to be this letdown? Did I wish he was doing all of this purely for me? That didn't seem right. I had never felt any romantic fluttering toward him. To me, he had always seemed like a beautiful doll, something to admire from afar. And yet, why did this subtle feeling persist? Perhaps reading my expression, Abel smirked and asked, "What's wrong? Disappointed? Pardon? Why would I be?" I replied, startled. "Disappointed, huh?" There was no reason for me to be disappointed. If anything, I should be grateful to him, not feeling like this. I quickly denied his suggestion, but he responded with a mysterious smile. "If you say so." With that, the conversation ended, and we traveled in silence back to the duchy. The quiet was a little awkward after such a long time, but I didn't let it show. Whatever the case, Abel had fulfilled his role as a fiancé perfectly. Just as Abel predicted, the past few days had been overwhelmingly busy for me, sorting through the endless stream of invitations, deciding which to decline and which to accept. It sounded simple, but was far from it. The complex web of political alliances between noble houses made it impossible to make those decisions lightly. If not for Alan, who offered guidance by my side, I would have been clueless and likely caused all kinds of trouble. His advice, honed from years of experience as a skilled butler, helped even someone as politically naive as me navigate these complicated relationships. I picked up another letter, marveling at its elegant design and luxurious paper. But before I could admire it further, the sender's name caught my eye. Estelle. Now that I thought about it, Estelle had mentioned sending me an invitation. This must be it. I carefully read the contents of the letter. To the esteemed Miss Adele. How have you been? Congratulations on taking the Queen's seat at the hunting festival. I'm writing to formally extend the invitation I mentioned earlier. Apologies for the delay. I've been quite busy. I hope you can forgive me for sending this so late. Please, grace my tea party with your presence. It's a casual affair, so there's no need to feel burdened. Come as you are and enjoy yourself. Yours sincerely, Estelle Von Lewis. ___. The letter was simple and to the point, free of the elaborate embellishments and dazzling words that filled most other invitations I'd received. What could Estelle's intention be in sending this? I still can't figure her out. Though I was suspicious, I had no reason or even grounds to decline her invitation. Refusing an invitation from Estelle, who held such influence in the social world, could have consequences I didn't even want to imagine. On the other hand, attending might provide valuable information. As someone deeply entrenched in social circles, Estelle could likely shed light on public opinion about Abel, his past, and the children he'd taken in, details Evan had once mentioned. Alan, would it be all right for me to accept this invitation? Miss Adele, Alan said in a low, admonishing tone, his voice almost fatherly. I immediately realized my mistake. It's good to consider my advice, but ultimately, you must make decisions yourself, miss, he reminded me gently. Understood. How many times had I been corrected like this? Even though I knew better, breaking this habit was difficult. Memories of suffering and dying because of my infamous reputation weighed heavily on my mind, making it hard to make decisions freely. Oh, by the way, there's another invitation, from Princess Arya, Alan added. Sure enough, the golden imperial seal stamped on the invitation confirmed his words. The intricate design, a hallmark of the imperial family, left no doubt about its authenticity. Arya von Schuffenheim, the Empire's only princess and the only royal who had renounced her claim to the throne. She was renowned even in social circles for never speaking to anyone, earning her the nickname the Unbending Flower. Why would someone like her send me an invitation? The day of the princess invitation. Since there was still some time before Estelle's tea party, I decided to accept the princess's invitation. Of course, even if the dates overlapped, rejecting her invitation wouldn't have been an option. Thankfully, the dates didn't coincide. The princess is said to be truly beautiful. I want to see her in person, too. Lily let out a light sigh, as if disappointed. I also wanted to bring her along, but it wasn't possible. It's an unofficial invitation, you know. It can't be helped. It wasn't a formal banquet or anything of the sort. It was a truly personal invitation. Considering that she even provided a disguise carriage to avoid being the subject of rumors, it must have been something important. But was there any reason for the princess to send me such a significant invitation? The only thing I could think of was that she seemed to have some connection with Abel. After all, when I returned to the banquet for the first time, she had a private conversation with Abel. Though I noticed it, I didn't bring it up. Besides, Abel didn't seem too fond of her anyway. Done. It's finished, Lily exclaimed confidently, as if satisfied with her work, and proudly held up a mirror. Reflected in the mirror was the image of an elegant noblewoman. Even without makeup, her beauty was already beyond human. But now, with the addition of makeup, she looked utterly breathtaking. I already knew Lily's skills were exceptional, but seeing the results every time never failed to amaze me. I look beautiful. Thank you, Lily. Not at all. I merely brought out Our Lady Adele's natural beauty. She scratched her head shyly in response to my thanks. Oh no, we're running late. The carriage has already arrived, Lily said, leading me toward the carriage. Perhaps because it was late at night, the street where the carriage waited was eerily quiet. I couldn't fathom why the princess had chosen this hour to invite me, but I would have to find out. With that thought, I climbed into the carriage. Aries POV. Your Highness, Lady Estee has arrived. The maid announced with a bow. Really? I suppose I should prepare. I tilted my head slightly, looking mildly uncomfortable, and the sight brought a faint smile to her lips. Even at a glance, her expression was full of dissatisfaction. I didn't need to read her thoughts to know what she was thinking. Why would she invite someone like her? As always, her thoughts flowed directly into my ears. This ability, granted to me as a member of the royal family, was more of a curse than a blessing. Whether I wanted to or not, I could hear the thoughts of those around me. Far from being a gift, it felt more like a curse. It was this very ability that had made me an outsider in high society, despite my lofty status as a princess. The stark contrast between their polite faces and the venomous thoughts behind them had become unbearable. People who wore human faces but clawed and bit like beasts in their hearts were now a source of revulsion to me. This was why I had cut off nearly all social interactions. Since doing so, ridiculous rumors about me being an unyielding flower or some such nonsense have begun to circulate. The words coming from the mouths of such two-faced individuals were as vile as could be. That's why I found people who acted as they thought far easier to deal with, like the woman standing before me now. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have failed to control my expression again. The maid hurriedly bowed, looking apologetic. I shook my head. Though I wasn't particularly fond of royal maids, I wasn't the type to punish someone over such trivial matters. It's fine. You may leave now. Among all the maids who had served me, she was the only one who hadn't spoken her thoughts aloud. Because of this, I appreciated how she always tried to stay within her bounds and maintain propriety. Should I start practicing my expressions or something? Watching the maid leave the room while deep in thought, stumbling over her own ideas, brought a smile to my face. No matter how much she worked on her expressions, it wouldn't stop me from hearing her thoughts. So, she's that Abel's fiancé, huh? Abel, one of the rare few whose thoughts I couldn't read, and a duke's scheming rebellion against the royal family. The rumors about his fiancée being a villainess who only committed evil deeds didn't concern me in the slightest. How much value could there possibly be in the rumors spread by the beasts of high society? Even the absurd gossip about me was too numerous to count on both hands. What intrigued me more was why Abel considered her the key to his plans. I will see soon enough. I sipped the coffee in my hand and perched by the window, taking in the scenery outside. The garden was dull as ever, with rows of pristine white flowers arranged like an army in rigid formation. Moments later, the door opened, and the maid stepped inside. She froze, wide-eyed, as she took in my unchanged attire. "Your Highness, you need to change out of your nightwear. It doesn't matter. Just bring in the lady and leave." But Arya von Sartre. The sound of her full name caused her to freeze in place. With a subtle nod of my head, Arya hastily bowed and left the room, only to return moments later, nervously guiding in the guest. The woman who entered had black hair and eyes as red as rubies, with a beauty that could rival my own. Her sharp features left a strong impression. So, this was Adele von Estee. "Your Highness, I have brought Lady Estee." "Well done. You may leave." "Yes, Your Highness." Arya bowed at a perfect right angle and exited the room, leaving Adele standing there, seemingly confused and uncertain about what was going on. As I watched her, I noticed something unusual. I can't hear her thoughts. Interesting. So there's a reason Abel chose her. She must be one of the rare, exceptional types of humans. I greet the little star of the Empire. Adele spoke with forced calmness, trying to hide her unease. Her quick thinking might not have been perfect, but her composure wasn't bad. Still, standing there like that, she was likely to get blisters on her feet. "Would you like to sit on the bed? You look uncomfortable." "Oh no, I couldn't possibly trouble Your Highness like that." "It's no trouble. I've already inconvenienced you first." I gestured toward my negligee as I spoke, and she reluctantly moved to sit. Adele perched on the bed in the corner of the massive room, glancing around as if curious about her surroundings. "The room is quite large, isn't it?" "Yes, it certainly is." The room was almost as spacious as a small banquet hall. It was one of the many perks of royalty, rooms that matched our high status. I didn't particularly like it, but there wasn't much I could do. So, How's married life in a contract marriage? It's not bad, BU, pardon? Adele, who had instinctively started to respond, looked at me with wide eyes, taken aback by my question. Her slightly flustered expression made me chuckle. So, it is a contract marriage? I had only been probing, but to my surprise, she gave an easy answer. Realizing her mistake, Adele broke out into a nervous sweat. Well, that's... Aha. Don't worry, I'm just teasing. Abel already told me. Of course, it wasn't a joke. This was more of a test, a way to see if she could truly become the key to Abel's plans, as he claimed. I see. Why do you think I called you here? I'm not sure. She shook her head, her response cautious and guarded. The air, which had felt slightly lighter moments ago, grew tense again. You don't know much about Abel, do you? No. I've already learned plenty from him personally. So, she wouldn't let me push further. Not a perfect answer, but not a failure either. This was just a side test, after all. What I truly wanted to test was something else entirely. What do you think of Abel? Do I really have to answer that? Oh my, do you dislike me that much? Even as I joked, Adele's wariness didn't waver. In that case, shall I tell you something about Abel? At those words, her hand brushed lightly against her arm, an involuntary reaction. Though she tried to hide it, it was clear my question had unsettled her. As I suspected, Abel hadn't told her anything important. Abel intends to bring down the royal family. What? What do you mean by that? Adele's wide-eyed expression betrayed her disbelief, as though she couldn't trust her ears. If she had only seen Abel's public activities, she would never have imagined such a thing. Abel's preparations for rebellion were meticulous and quiet. It's true. I'm on his side as well. Perhaps due to the sudden revelation, Adele furrowed her brows, her face a mix of confusion and skepticism. Her reaction wasn't important. What mattered was her answer to my next question. Let me ask you one thing. Are you truly on Abel's side? Adele's mind was in turmoil. What did she mean by bringing down the imperial family? And why would the imperial princess cooperate in such an act of treason? The thought that Abel might have devised such a plan had never even crossed her mind, making her head throb all the more. Adele closed her eyes gently for a moment. For now, she decided to focus on the princess question. Are you truly on Abel's side? The intent behind the question was straightforward. Could she collaborate in rebellion against the imperial family? She could say yes to avoid conflict, but the princess didn't seem like someone who would be satisfied with empty words. More importantly, this meeting was shrouded in secrecy, a clandestine encounter held late at night, with a disguised carriage provided to ensure privacy. The effort taken to arrange this meeting must have been for this very question. Lies won't work here. Her intuition, as someone who had returned to the past, was screaming at her. A lie spoken here could very well lead to her death. She hadn't imagined that this place, which she had approached lightly, would turn out to be such a tiger's den. It seemed her mental state had become far too lax recently, given that she hadn't died and regressed for some time. My patience isn't very deep, you know, said the princess with a sly smile. But behind that smile lurked a chilling coldness. Now wasn't the time to get lost in thought or regret. She had to answer the question sincerely. What is my truth? Did she trust Abel enough to stand by his side? She didn't know much about him. A ruthless, calculating man who used others as tools to achieve his goals. Yet also a mischievous man who teased her whenever he could. He was the one who had saved her when she was about to die, and who had scolded her afterward. Even though their engagement was only a contractual arrangement, he had fulfilled his role and helped her when she needed him. There must be a reason why such a man sought to bring down the imperial family. If she could fully understand that reason, she would willingly cooperate with Abel. It wasn't unconditional trust. It couldn't be, and it shouldn't be. But for now, that felt like enough. It depends on the reason, she said. Reason? The princess tilted her head slightly, her curiosity piqued. Adele, steadying her trembling hands, continued, Yes, if I can understand why he wants to bring down the imperial family. She nodded resolutely, as if sealing her determination. Then, I'll side with Abel. The princess stared intently at Adele's face. Her penetrating gaze made Adele feel uncomfortable, as though her innermost thoughts were being laid bare. Yet she didn't avert her eyes. At this, the princess chuckled softly. It's not a perfect score, but you pass. Pass? What do you mean by that? If you had lied, the air suddenly grew cold. A sinister aura manifested around the princess, as though her very intent had taken form. Black, blade-like projections swirled around her, reflecting her chilling will. It was a power closer to a curse than magic. If she had lied, would her throat have been pierced by those blades? Adele shuddered at the thought and instinctively rubbed her arms. Well, it's fortunate you didn't lie, the princess said nonchalantly. A lie, you say? Yes, I detest lies more than anything, the princess replied. With a wave of her hand, the dark blades dissipated. Adele exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing her intuition had been correct. The princess propped her head on one arm and gazed at her. Are you curious why Abel seeks to bring down the imperial family? Yes. My decision to cooperate depends on that reason. Despite her trembling voice, Adele spoke with resolve. The princess looked at her with intrigue. Even in this precarious situation, Adele was determined to assert her stance. She was, in many ways, a bold individual. Good. Then there's no need to worry, the princess said, her tone lighter. At least she was now confident that Adele wouldn't refuse to cooperate. After all, once Adele saw the atrocities and blood-soaked history of the imperial family, she'd realized there were countless reasons why it needed to fall. What do you mean by that? Adele asked, her tone puzzled. Who knows? The princess replied with an enigmatic smile. I won't tell you. I might lie to lure you in, after all. This blatant warning not to trust her left Adele confused. Why was the princess being so frank about this? Whatever her reasons, the princess continued leisurely. Discover the truth about the imperial family for yourself. Consider it your next test. Understood, Adele replied, standing up. You're leaving already? The princess sounded slightly disappointed. Yes, as you said, I need to find out for myself. How unfortunate. I was hoping we could talk a bit longer for the first time in a while. The princess murmured to herself before a thought struck her. Well then, don't you want to know more about Abel? Not particularly, Adele replied, shaking her head. At that, the princess grinned mischievously. For example, his preferences in underwear or something like that. It was a pleasure talking to you. Thud. Oh my, she's gone already. As the door slammed shut and she stormed off, the princess chuckled softly. It was just a playful remark, but she hadn't expected Adele to get flustered so easily. Unlike Abel, Adele had an innocence that made teasing her quite enjoyable. She seems to have feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted so strongly. Whether Abel reciprocated those feelings, however, was another matter entirely. It was hard to imagine someone like Abel falling in love. Things are getting interesting. Under the soft glow of moonlight, the rose garden exuded a mystical atmosphere, with its delicate mix of white and crimson hues. At the center of the garden, Adele sat at a table, leaning back against her chair. The cold air swirled around her, but her fur coat kept her warm. It was her usual solitary tea time. She tried to calm her chaotic thoughts with a warm sip of tea. Opening her eyes slightly, she noticed Lily fidgeting nervously beside her. Come to think of it, Lily was there, wasn't she? Adele had been so deep in thought that she barely remembered her presence. Lady Adele, is something bothering you? What is it, Lily? After some hesitation, Lily spoke cautiously. If there's something on your mind, even if I can't help, I'll stay by your side. You could take a moment to breathe. Thank you. Adele gave her a weak smile and patted Lily's head. The silky texture of her hair was almost as soothing as her own. It felt like some of her tangled thoughts unraveled in that small gesture. As Adele found a bit of peace, she sensed someone approaching from the garden's entrance. Abel, I'll take my leave now, Lily stammered, retreating quickly. But before she left, she leaned in to whisper, "Have a lovely time," and then hurried off. After bowing politely to Abel, she disappeared from the garden. You seem to have a good relationship with your servant, Abel remarked. Yes, she looks after me quite a bit. I see. He looked slightly weary as he sank into the chair across from her. Crossing his arms, he closed his eyes, seemingly ready to doze off. Then, breaking the silence, Abel spoke. You seem to have a lot on your mind. Yes, I've been thinking about a lot of things. Thanks to you. Rebellion against the imperial family, the secrets of the empire, Abel's reasons for plotting treason. Endless thoughts bobbed like buoys in her head, making her feel dizzy. Yet Abel, oblivious or indifferent, kept his eyes closed. She wanted to ask him directly, but she restrained herself. Even though she wasn't well-versed in the ways of the medieval world, she knew how dangerous it was to carelessly bring up rebellion against the imperial family. More importantly, Abel hadn't explicitly shared his intentions with her. It was clear he didn't trust her completely yet, and until he was the one to open up, she decided not to broach the subject herself. If you ever need to talk, just let me know. Before he could finish his sentence, Abel drifted off to sleep. Adele blinked, caught off guard. Leaning back against the chair, his face was tense, even in slumber. It was only then that she noticed the dark circles under his eyes. He looks exhausted. No wonder. He'd been overworked for the past few days, buried under a pile of documents. It seemed the fatigue had finally caught up with him. Falling asleep the moment he sat down showed just how tired he was. And yet, despite his exhaustion, he had come to the garden in the middle of the night to comfort her. He was a man who extended kindness in the most confusing ways. Sighing softly, she slipped off her coat and draped it over him. It was warm, almost like a fur coat, and should keep him from feeling the chill of the night. The tension in his furrowed brow eased slightly. Now you're a bit more presentable. In many ways, Abel was someone who tugged at her heartstrings, someone she just couldn't leave alone. The sunlight streaming down on my face made my eyes open naturally. At the same time, a headache swept over me, drawing out a groan. It was only natural. I'd stayed up all night working on paperwork. Since my success at the hunting festival, all sorts of miscellaneous paperwork had piled up. From trivial merchant product recommendations to invitations for engagement ceremonies, the variety was endless. Even though I prioritized and processed them one by one as quickly as possible, the mountain of documents seemed insurmountable. Where am I? The Rose Garden. I hadn't been here in years, overwhelmed by my busy schedule. Why had I fallen asleep in a place like this? To shake off my drowsiness, I circulated mana through my entire body. The lingering fatigue receded slightly, and fragments of my memory began to return. Turning my head, I noticed a note pinned to the table. Don't overwork yourself. Sleep is important. P.S. You don't need to return the coat. A coat? Only then did I realize a fur coat was draped over me. Come to think of it, I had come to the garden last night to hear out Adele. She'd seemed particularly troubled lately, and I'd been concerned. Yet, I ended up falling asleep right there, burdened by her kind gesture. Get a grip. Focusing entirely on work and documents had taken its toll. I'd insisted on handling it myself since delegating to Alan felt inappropriate, but overdoing it had worn down both my body and mind. Ultimately, it was my fault for failing to manage my condition. She was right. Sleep was important. At least the coat had kept me warm through the night, so I wasn't as exhausted anymore. I should thank her later. If it weren't for her covering me, I might have caught a cold. Even though I was an archmage and sword expert, pushing my limits affected my body much like any ordinary person. Pushing that thought aside, I got up. Passing through the garden, I returned to the mansion. The familiar, desolate atmosphere of the lobby greeted me. It had been stripped of all luxury, every valuable item sold off. Indulging in extravagance now would only feel absurd. Did you wake up, sir? Yes. It seems I overslept a little, Alan. That's fine. I'm just relieved you seem well-rested. Alan chuckled softly, his tone like that of a kind grandfather. I couldn't help but smile. After all, he had cared for me like family all this time. Without him or Laura, I might have gone mad in this house long ago. As I reflected on this, Alan seemed to recall something and spoke. By the way, it seems there's news from the guild. News? Yes. They claim to have found a clue regarding the inheritance. The inheritance? Could be that. I thought it would take longer, but it seemed they'd found it sooner than expected. Understood. I'll head there immediately. What about breakfast? Sorry, I'm a bit busy. Miss Adele is waiting for you. I paused mid-step at Alan's words. Could she have skipped breakfast just to wait for me to wake up? While the information about the inheritance was crucial, ignoring her felt wrong. Ah, didn't you tell her to go ahead and eat? Of course. Alan smiled as he said so, making me let out another sigh. Fine, I'll eat before leaving. Alan, as if waiting for this, escorted me to the dining hall. As I entered, a familiar figure came into view, jet black hair and ruby-like red eyes. My fiancée and the protagonist of this world, Adele. Did you sleep well? Yes, thanks to the coat you covered me with. That's a relief. Her voice was filled with genuine concern, making me feel slightly awkward. Is she worried about me? It was easy to respond to hostility with hostility, but receiving such sincere kindness left me feeling uneasy, especially since our relationship had started as nothing more than a contractual marriage. At some point, however, we'd begun to care for each other. If I had to pinpoint a turning point, it was likely the hunting festival. But even now, I couldn't quite figure it out. Lost in thought, I noticed the breakfast tray being served. Sausages, fried eggs, and bacon. Though simple, it was a generous portion for breakfast. Adele, delicately holding her fork and knife, ate with perfect etiquette. Recalling how she used to eat with no care for manners, I marveled at how much she had improved. Is there something on my face? No, I was just pleased to see you've mastered proper dining etiquette. Is that so? I'm glad. With that, she resumed her meal. I couldn't help but wonder how someone so small could eat endlessly. As someone who had always been a light eater, both in this life and the last, I found her appetite fascinating. Adele, you eat so heartily. Alan said that's not exactly a compliment, she replied, pouting slightly and glaring at me. Her hamster-like expression made me chuckle. I meant it as a compliment, so don't worry. You barely eat, though, Abel. Isn't that a problem? I've always been a light eater, so there's no need to worry about me. As the casual conversation continued for a while, breakfast was nearing its end when Alan approached me. Excuse me, what is it? They say the Crown Prince has arrived at the Information Guild. I had asked them to notify me whenever the Crown Prince visited the guild. To think he would show up just when I had a reason to visit the guild. It seemed my luck was good this morning. Something urgent has come up. I'll head out first. Understood. Please take care. You as well, Adele. With those words, I immediately cast teleportation magic. There was no need for complicated calculations. The most convenient feature of my spatial magic was that I could teleport without restriction to any location I had visited before. When I turned my head, a shabby wooden building came into view. It hasn't changed a bit. The sign hanging from the building's pillar was cracked and on the verge of breaking. Cobwebs under the roof gave off an eerie vibe. To anyone else, it looked like an abandoned ruin. But that made it the perfect location for the Information Guild. From my subspace, I took out a mask and put it on. It wasn't just any mask, but one enchanted with an exceptionally strong perception-blocking spell. Acquiring it had cost me a fortune, but its value was undeniable. Knock, 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 knock. I knocked 4 times, and a man's voice came from beyond the door. The hawk crossing the moon can even cross the sun. The passphrase, which changed regularly, was always annoying to memorize. A seemingly random combination of words, yet they somehow formed a plausible sentence. Come in. With those words, the door opened. Unlike the eerie exterior, the interior was warm and inviting. A cozy fireplace heated the room, with people drinking around it. Others were gambling for entertainment, adding to the lively atmosphere. The Information Guild wasn't just a place that dealt in all sorts of information from across the empire. It also served as a brokerage that connected clients to mercenaries who could fulfill their requests. Because of this, the place was often filled with mercenaries lingering around. Unlike most guilds, however, this one was unique in that only those with significant accomplishments could enter. Lost in thought, I realized a man was guiding me somewhere. It's been a while, Kane. Yes, it has. Is that scar still the same? Kane. It had been a long time since I heard that name. It was an identity and name I had created to navigate the underworld. Ever since I established the Ravens and began gathering information independently, I hadn't been called by that name. Yeah, it seems even potions can't do anything about it. The man scratched at the scar running across his right eye as he spoke. I didn't know his name, but I'd worked with him a few times, so we shared some familiarity. How's the new recruit? And my question about Luke? The man paused to think before nodding, as if he understood who I was referring to. That sharp fellow? He's rigid, but his work is flawless. Seems he's doing well. Yes, it's no surprise, considering you recommended him. His skills are top-notch. Well, of course, that's what it means to be the Emperor's sword. A door made of walnut wood, its design exuding an antique charm, immediately caught the eye. At a glance, it was evident that this door was anything but ordinary. As I lightly touched it, I could feel layers upon layers of security and defensive magic imbued into it. Not just the door, but even the surrounding walls were thoroughly reinforced with magic, almost to an excessive degree. Still as cautious as ever, this one. While I mused over this, the man beside me knocked on the door a few times. From within came a clatter of noise. No doubt they hadn't prepared and were now scrambling to tidy up. "The master is waiting for you," he said, stepping aside. I walked past him and knocked twice on the door. The hinges creaked as the door opened with ease. "Long time no see," came a voice. In the dusty room's center stood a leather sofa and a marble table, surrounded by furniture weathered by what seemed to be centuries of use. Perched on the sofa was a girl, holding a small wooden cube, nodding in my direction. Her platinum blonde hair shimmered under the light, and her blue eyes resembled the depths of the ocean. The only unusual feature was her pointed ears, not something you'd expect to see on a human. They were the hallmark of a race often referred to as elves in fantasy worlds. "I didn't expect you to disappear for years without showing your face." "I was a bit hurt," she said with a smirk. "Spare me the false sentiments, Louis." Louis, a being who had lived for over a millennium and one of the rare elves of this world, had once appeared in the original story as a villain assisting the Emperor. Although villain might be a stretch, she was more of a neutral party, driven solely by the need to survive, which had led her to side with the Emperor. In fact, in the original story, she had even accepted Adele's deal. "You're as cold as ever." "But that's what I like about you," Louis said with a chuckle, tossing the wooden cube onto the table. Leaning back on the sofa, she grabbed a long smoking pipe and lit it with a flame spell. The pungent scent of tobacco filled the air as blue smoke curled upward. I frowned at the intense smell, but she paid no mind, continuing to puff away. Well, I supposed a being who had lived for over 1,000 years wouldn't bother worrying about other people's reactions. "You hate small talk, so let's get straight to the point," she began. "Fine. You're looking for the Archmage's legacy, right? The Archmage, a monster who had single-handedly decimated half the imperial army and stood as an equal to the Emperor. A transcendent being who surpassed the limits of humanity through the pinnacle of magic. Once the king of a kingdom that had been obliterated by the Arya Empire. In the original story, both Abel and Adele were able to seal the Emperor thanks to the Archmage's legacy. The problem was that the exact location of the legacy was never mentioned in the original. I can't count how many years I've wasted searching for that thing. Even my kin didn't know much, which made it even harder, Louis muttered, clicking her tongue and slamming her pipe onto the table. She exhaled a puff of blue smoke before continuing, her tone sharp. "I found its location." "Where is it?" "The capital of the Prologue Kingdom, Ark. You know the place, don't you?" I did. It was now part of my territory. Having participated in the war against the Prologue Kingdom, it was a place I couldn't possibly forget. I nodded slightly, and Louis inhaled the blue smoke again before resuming. "The legacy is in the mountains surrounding Ark." "That's far." "Yes, it is," she agreed. Ark, a city at the edge of the Arya Empire, had been the last stronghold of the Prologue Kingdom, even relocating their capital there during their final resistance. Though now, even the royal palace had been reduced to ashes. "Kane, I have something to tell you," Louis said suddenly. "What is it?" Unlike her usual laid-back demeanor, lounging on the sofa while smoking, she now wore a surprisingly serious expression. It was hard to believe this was the same Louis who usually handled everything lazily and half-heartedly. I'm stepping out of this. Why? And my question. Louis let out a bitter laugh. After a long moment, she sighed and answered. Kane, no, Duke Hardenberg, she said. I had suspected she knew, but hearing it out loud felt different. Given that I had gone so far as to request information from a guild, it was naive to think I could conceal my identity. You're planning to overthrow the imperial family, aren't you? You're well informed. If I weren't, I wouldn't still be alive, she replied, tapping her neck. Her neck bore countless scars and marks, a testament to the harsh life she had lived. It was a habit of hers to scratch her neck when irritated. Unfortunately, my life motto is to live long and quietly, Louis said, swirling the smoke in front of her with her pipe. She opened a subspace and rummaged through it before tossing something my way. Here, take it. What is this? It was a cylindrical music box with an ornate, antique design on its side handle. I touched it, wondering if it was a special artifact, but it was just an ordinary trinket, devoid of any mana. It's a one-time use item that lets you summon the help of a spirit, a race that had vanished from this world long ago. Even in the original story, spirits were barely mentioned, their existence treated as passing lore. If I remember correctly, only elves could summon them, albeit with restrictions. And there were so few elves left in this world that you could count them on your fingers. Let's not meet again, Kane. Are you going to side with the Emperor? Think what you will, Louis said, biting her pipe roughly, signaling she had no intention of continuing the conversation. Realizing I wouldn't get anything more from her, I gave up. Thanks for everything, Louis, I said as I left. Just before I stepped out the door, I heard her murmur faintly. Don't mention it. The scent of aged paper and would fill the air. The shelves were spotless, as though a compulsive cleaner had taken charge. The books were arranged meticulously by size, their precision almost unsettling. Even the white marble floor gleamed without a speck of dust. I had heard the Imperial Library was well kept, but I hadn't expected it to this extent. As someone who prided himself on cleanliness, even I found it overwhelming. History. Where's the history section? The bookshelves, sorted into categories much like a modern library, made finding what I needed relatively easy. Imperial History, Volume 14. Empire at a Glance. The Unification Wars. How the Empire Thrived. The titles seemed oddly familiar, almost modern in their phrasing. Even with my limited knowledge of medieval times, I doubted people back then titled their books this way. It was yet another reminder that this world adhered more to romance fantasy tropes than historical accuracy. Focus. Grabbing a history book centered on the imperial family, I soon found myself surrounded by a pile of books tall enough to obscure my vision. The weight was considerable, and I struggled a bit, but I managed to place them on the desk. As the books landed with a thud, dust billowed up, making me cough. So much dust! How long have these gone unread? Apparently, the cleaning staff didn't bother with the books themselves. It's a lot, really a lot. I didn't expect to uncover all the imperial secrets just by reading these books, but I hoped to find some clues. After all, this world, at its core, was still a romance fantasy setting, so there were bound to be narrative inconsistencies to exploit. Cross-referencing might work. Though tedious, I was no stranger to this kind of work. Never did I imagine my past as a college student would come in handy like this. Time passed as I buried myself in the books. Damn, nothing. There were no contradictions, no mismatched details, no leads at all. After speed reading through hundreds of pages, my motivation was rapidly draining. Suppressing a sigh, I stretched, realizing how dark the library had grown. If I return too late, Lily will worry. As that thought crossed my mind, the candles began to flicker. A cold breeze swept through the windows, snuffing out the flames. My instincts as a regressor screamed that something was wrong. What is this? An ominous feeling crept up on me, prompting me to activate a shield spell. Even if it was breached, I needed to figure out what was happening to prepare for a potential regression. What's the problem here? The flickering candles? The breeze from the window? As I racked my brain, a thought suddenly struck me. Since when did this library have candles? Squelch. A blade pierced my chest, and all I could see was its gleaming edge. The sharp, gut-wrenching pain left me gasping, unable to even think of a question. The ticking of a clock echoed faintly in my ears as my consciousness faded. Ugh! The faint ticking of a clock echoed in my ears before fading away. A groan slipped from my lips without my consent. My breathing turned ragged, and cold sweat dripped down my forehead, hitting the ground below. The sensation of dying, no matter how many times I experienced it, was impossible to get used to. Getting used to something like this would be even stranger, wouldn't it? It would mean losing the natural human fear of death. Taking deep breaths, I barely managed to calm my rapidly pounding heart. I hadn't let my guard down. Even though I had deployed a shield spell and maintained vigilance, I died in an instant. I could accept that failing to detect any presence was due to my lack of skill. But even so, the shield spell I had cast hadn't been broken. I couldn't begin to grasp what had actually happened. When I lifted my head, the brilliant sight of a library filled my vision. Before entering the library, if I backed out now, it seemed I could avoid that death. Honestly, I wanted to turn around and run without looking back. Fleeing in the face of death is a natural human instinct, after all. I have to go in. I must. The death I had just experienced was undoubtedly unnatural. For the young lady of a count's family to die at the hands of an assassin in the imperial library, even I, the person involved, would have dismissed such a story as baseless nonsense if I had heard it as a rumor. There must be a clue. The assassin must be tied to Abel's rebellion, the secret the imperial family is hiding. To uncover why he chose betrayal, I had to investigate. Creak. The massive wooden door moved with the sound of its old hinges. With a bit more effort, I pushed it open, and the same scenery as before unfolded before my eyes. The interior was steeped in the scent of old paper. Countless bookshelves stood arranged in a peculiar formation, like an army in perfect formation. At first, I thought nothing of it, but now I couldn't help but wonder, was this structure designed for the assassin's concealment? It might sound like a groundless idea, but still. History, the history section. The keyword was history. Wasn't it because I had been reading a book about the imperial family that the assassin killed me? If not, there was no way an assassin would dare to wreak havoc in an imperial area in broad daylight. 7 o'clock direction. A response came immediately. I clenched my trembling hands, biting my lips. Feigning the appearance of an innocent young girl, I walked toward the bookshelves labeled History. The sensation of a presence following me sent chills down my spine, but I suppressed my reaction. As soon as I reached the bookshelf marked History, a chilling bloodlust brushed against my back. Whoosh. Black hair scattered in the air. If I had been even a little slower, that would have been my shoulder. Before my thoughts could spiral, I extended my right hand. Shield. With a short incantation, a 3-layered shield materialized. The assassin, caught off guard by the sudden spell, was thrown back. Yet, without showing any hint of surprise, the assassin threw the dagger in his hand. Could it be? A terrible premonition struck, and I hastily turned my head. Feeling the trickle of blood running down my cheek, I gritted my teeth. My worst fears were confirmed. That dagger, it ignored the shield spell. To think it would bypass my shield so effortlessly. It was only now that I understood how I had died earlier despite having a shield in place. Damn it! Before I could finish processing my thoughts, the shield shattered with a single punch from the assassin. I hadn't expected it to hold out for long, but I hadn't thought it would break as easily as glass. Squelch! Before I knew it, the blade had pierced my abdomen. Through his mask, I locked eyes with his emotionless gaze. Crimson eyes devoid of any emotion, consumed only by the intent to kill. They were so hollow it made me question whether he was human. I've seen eyes like this before. The faint ticking of a clock resounded in my ears. As heat spread from the blade, lodged in my organs, my consciousness faded again. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The now familiar sound of the clock accompanied the inversion of my vision. This time, I was lucky enough to die almost instantly, so the pain wasn't too unbearable. But with this death, I couldn't bring myself to step forward toward the library again. Usually, I returned to an ambiguous moment before escaping danger, but this regression was different. It saved me right before entering the library, as if giving me the option to quit at any time. Most people might have given up and walked away, but unfortunately, I had a rebellious streak. Crack. Let's keep going until it works. At the history section bookshelf, and, as expected, the flying dagger. This time, I rolled to the side to dodge it and extended my right hand again. Ice spear. With a small incantation, ice formed into a spear and shot forward. The assassin simply ducked to avoid it. But as he moved to clench his fist at me, he stumbled and fell. The improved version of my ice spear wasn't meant for offense. It was a spell modified to immobilize opponents. There's no one else around. After pulling the dagger from the bookshelf, I charged at the assassin as he tried to get back on his feet. In a proper fight, he might have had the upper hand, but in a desperate scramble like this, I was confident. Buzz! The dagger in my hand vibrated. Before I could even question it, the blade slipped out of my grip. Somehow, the dagger ended up in the assassin's hand. Without hesitation, he hurled it at me. Before I could react, the tip of the blade was already in front of my face. Squelch! With the sensation of something piercing through my skull, my vision flipped once more. The familiar ticking of the clock filled my ears, and the grand library came into view again. Huh! I gasped for air. The nauseating sensation of flesh tearing and consciousness fading overwhelmed me more than I had expected. If I had eaten lunch, I probably would have thrown up right then and there. Huh. Even after repeating deep breaths, my racing heartbeat refused to calm. I had died many times, but this was the first time my head had been shattered. Pull yourself together. Refusing to collapse in pain or fall to my knees was an act of sheer stubbornness. If my body gave out now, I felt as though my resolve would crumble as well. Such was the terror of death. I raised my head and looked toward the library. Clenching my trembling hands tightly, I stepped inside, feeling as though I were offering my hand into the jaws of a beast. Though I had faced assassins before, this was the first time I encountered someone so singularly obsessed with killing. 5 o'clock direction. Heightened senses from my recent death pinpointed the assassin's location. With my hearing on high alert, I crept between the bookshelves. The assassin followed me, approaching slowly. Had his stealth been so poor from the start? How could I have failed to notice his presence earlier? It made me question whether he even intended to hide. Whoosh! The dagger embedded itself into a bookshelf. Red eyes locked onto me, and his movements, seamlessly designed for killing, unfolded with terrifying naturalness. I didn't blink. I etched every detail into my vision. Strengthening my wrist, I threw a punch. Shield. This time, I focused the shield spell on my fist alone. With the reduced area of effect, I could layer more shields over the same spot. Using this principle, I unleashed a shield-enhanced punch that sent the assassin flying. Thud! The sensation of ribs breaking reached me through the shield. It was an idea I had devised after noticing how he had briefly recoiled during my first regression. Gruff! The assassin let out an inhuman growl, but quickly got back on his feet as if nothing had happened. Of course, I wasn't planning to sit idly by. Ice spear. The ice spear flew toward his ankle, wrapping around it. Losing his balance, the assassin wobbled. After catching my breath briefly, I pulled the dagger from the bookshelf and charged at him. The blade vibrated violently in my grip, but I refused to let it go this time. Gripping the dagger tightly with both hands, I closed the distance between us. It's over. Putting all my strength into my grip, I thrust the dagger forward. The assassin, whose ribs were likely shattered, swung his right arm in retaliation. Ducking beneath the attack, I pushed forward. Squelch! The grotesque sensation of piercing flesh and tearing through organs traveled up my hands. So this is what it feels like to take a life. Though I had killed before, this was the first time I consciously chose to do so while in full possession of my faculties. Not that I was entirely sure I was sane right now. The assassin's body trembled before finally collapsing. Kneeling and utterly powerless, he slumped to the floor. Without realizing it, I dropped the dagger. Even though the situation had been resolved, my hands continued to shake uncontrollably. Whether it was the sensation of losing life or taking it, I would never get used to it. Ha! Ha! Thinking it was over, my legs gave out beneath me. Buzz! The dagger vibrated again. Crimson eyes locked onto me once more. Before I could react, the assassin, like a puppet with its strings cut, allowed a creaking sound and rose to his feet again. I turned my head. A woman with golden hair and familiar golden eyes smiled as she looked at me. It was Princess Arya von Schuffenheim. You've done well. With those words, my consciousness experiencing death over and over again leads to unsettling thoughts at times. What if this is my final regression? What if this death turns out to be my true death? Such thoughts, though groundless, fill me with unease every time I turn back time. My ability to infinitely regress doesn't come with any apparent cost. I can turn back time as much as I want and return to any moment before my death. Still, I couldn't help but think that this ability might vanish someday, like a candle that anyone cruel enough could snuff out at any moment. Perhaps I was simply afraid of death itself. Each time I died, it felt as though something within me was being chipped away. Gasping for air, I bolted upright. My breath came in ragged gasps as I squeezed my eyes shut and forced myself to breathe deeply, trying to calm my racing heart. When I finally looked up, I saw the princess staring at me. Her white dress was half soaked in crimson, and her cheek bore a splatter of blood. She smiled faintly as she wiped her bloodied hands. There was something almost eerie about her appearance. Are you all right? Yes. The princess extended her hand. Covered in blood, her hand was unsettling, yet I took it and stood up slowly. My legs trembled, but I managed to take a step forward with her support. Here, the princess handed me a roughly crafted sword. Its blade, jagged like thorns or teeth, bore magical engravings on the hilt. It was the weapon the assassin, my killer, had wielded. Why are you giving me this? Lady Adele earned it herself, didn't she? The princess spoke as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Her demeanor made me shudder, and I instinctively turned my head away. Yet, she firmly held onto my hand, placing the sword in my grip. Her cold touch startled me, and the contrast of her serene smile as she handed me the weapon was deeply unsettling. How does it feel to take one step closer to the truth? Is this the truth? Yes, though it's only a fragment. The Emperor's hand. According to the princess, these assassins were puppets of the imperial family, servants and mass-produced killing machines used to eliminate rebels. The idea was hard to grasp. These beings existed in this world, serving the imperial family's will. But I couldn't deny it, having seen them with my own eyes. My expression must have given away my confusion because the princess spoke again. I understand. I've felt the same way before. How did you come to know about this? She fell silent, her gaze distant in thought. Her eyes flickered toward my trembling hands, and she sighed softly before speaking again. I have a special ability, the ability to read people's minds. Her golden eyes glimmered faintly, not metaphorically, but literally. A golden light radiated from her irises. My mind too. Aha! Unfortunately, I can't read Lady Adele's mind. Her sincerity sent a chill down my spine. Could such an ability truly exist? Thinking back, a friend once commented that the princess was underutilized in the original story. Perhaps her mind-reading ability explained that oversight. Yet, if she couldn't read my mind, as she claimed, she showed no reaction to my thoughts. Oh, were you testing me just now? Her words made my skin crawl. Was she lying about being unable to read my mind? But the princess shook her head. I told you, I can't read Lady Adele's mind. Then how did you know? Your face is incredibly honest right now. At that, I lowered my gaze slightly. My trembling hands still gave away my unease. I bit my lip, trying to steady myself. The dizziness clouding my head began to clear. You're looking better now. What exactly is the Emperor's hand? Rather than answering, the princess stood from her chair and approached the corpse slumped against a bloodied bookshelf. Gripping the dead man's neck with one hand, she lifted him effortlessly. Her overwhelming strength startled me, though I didn't let it show. These are the weakest of the puppets. Weak? These beings broke through shields with ease and killed indiscriminately. The princess strangled the corpse effortlessly, and with a sickening crunch, it fell limp to the floor. As it landed, the body began dissolving into golden particles, vanishing from head to toe. They're like pawns in chess, perhaps even less than that. The imperial family, what on earth? Curious? She brushed off the blood on her hands as she asked. I shook my head in denial. Even if I were to nod, it didn't seem like she'd willingly share more. The princess isn't on my side. With my senses returning, I could assess the situation more clearly. The princess had no intention of cooperating with me. If she had, she would have helped before I nearly died to the emperor's hand. Only after I had completely neutralized the assassin did she lend her aid. This was likely some kind of test to see if I was truly capable of defying the imperial family. I had no intention of asking for help from someone who treated me like a test subject. How strange. Most would have nodded by now. May I leave? Of course. You've done well today. The princess nodded readily. I tried to stand, using a desk for support, but my legs gave out and I sank back to the ground. My body, drained of tension, was utterly exhausted. Irina. Yes. From behind a bookshelf emerged Irina, the maid I'd seen before. This time, her skirt was adorned with an arsenal of weapons, and her demeanor was far colder. Escort Lady Adele. As you command. Her red eyes bore a resemblance to those of the Emperor's hand. Was she also one of the imperial puppets? I don't know. My head swam with questions. For now, I focused on following her lead. As Irina supported me, the princess's quiet voice echoed behind us. I look forward to your next performance. It was the last thing I wanted to hear. I collapsed onto the bed, my entire body aching with fatigue. The memory of dying, particularly the sensation of a blade piercing my head, refused to leave me. Knock, knock. Come in, Lily. At my words, Lily opened the door cautiously. Her worried expression deepened as she approached me. Lady Adele, you've been pushing yourself too hard lately. I'm fine. No, you're not. Her firm tone left me speechless. Usually clumsy and naive, Lily only showed this resolute side during moments like this. Lady Adele, you've been overdoing it. She wasn't wrong. I had spent countless nights scouring books in the Duke's library and even ventured into the Imperial Library, where I died 3 times. In hindsight, Lily was absolutely right. You're right. Consumed by the idea of opposing the Empire and uncovering the truth, I had let fear drive me to recklessness. Lady Adele. Lily sat beside me, her cool hand brushing against my fevered forehead. Walking quickly doesn't mean you'll reach your destination faster. For some reason, her cold touch brought me a strange sense of peace. I came to trust you, Lady Adele, because you approached me slowly. She was right. At the beginning of my time in this body, I desperately tried to gain allies through rushed actions, to no avail. It was only by taking my time that Lily became my ally. Don't be in such a hurry. Lily's gentle smile reassured me, and I nodded slightly. She was right. Rushing wouldn't unveil the secrets of the imperial family any faster. Thank you, Lily. It's nothing. When I patted her head, she beamed brightly, and I couldn't help but smile back. By the way, the Duke left you a gift. A gift? Lily pointed to something on the vanity, a glass diffuser and a note. It read, I prepared a diffuser to help you sleep since you seem exhausted lately. Take care of yourself before worrying about others. Though hastily scribbled, the concern behind the message was evident. I chuckled softly. The diffuser seemed to have some magical enhancements, making it a rare and thoughtful gift. I'll have to thank him later. Despite his aloof demeanor, it appeared he had a surprisingly considerate side. In a silent library, moonlight wandered aimlessly, filtering through the window. Under the soft glow, the space was littered with corpses and blood-stained bookshelves, the floor scattered with pools of congealed blood. All of it coalesced into an unsettlingly grotesque scene. At the center of it all, a blonde woman sat atop a corpse. She was Arya von Schuffenheim, the princess of the empire and the architect of this carnage. In stark contrast to the horrific surroundings, her demeanor was calm, as if lost in thought. As a faint presence drifted in from beyond the library's entrance, Arya turned her head. Creak! The old door groaned as it swung open, and a man clad in black armor approached with a metallic clink. He exuded a menacing aura, yet Arya's expression remained nonchalant. Though the man wore a helmet, Arya vaguely recalled the face behind it. Among those clad in black armor, only one carried himself with such a gait. It's been a while, sister. Yes, it has been, brother. Luke von Schuffenheim. Since his official death was declared, she had only glimpsed him at grand occasions, such as the hunting festival. Even then, the helmet made him nearly unrecognizable. Arya chuckled softly and wiped her blood-stained hands. Her calm face contrasted sharply with Luke's complicated expression. As she cleaned her fingers with a handkerchief pulled from her chest, she asked, "What brings you here? I doubt it's just for a visit. It's an order from His Majesty, the Emperor." His Majesty, His Majesty. She repeated the title a few times, then let out a hollow laugh. Even upon reflection, it seemed ill-fitting for that man, especially for Luke, who had lost everything to him, to use it. "How is your mother doing?" "She is well." A brief silence was followed by his subdued reply, accompanied by an unspoken sentiment. "Why do you ask when you already know?" His thoughts trickled into her mind. Had he anticipated her mind-reading? He was far more skilled than in the past when he was still a fledgling swordmaster. Well, it had been nearly a decade. A boy could grow into a man in that time. "Is that so? If you say so, then I'll believe it." Her detached words elicited a faint grimace from Luke, even through his helmet. Arya urged him on as he stood stiffly beside her. "What are you waiting for? Let's get moving." "Understood." With a resigned sigh, he led the way, the sound of his armor echoing as they walked. What could one possibly say to a long-estranged half-sibling? Arya pondered potential conversation topics, but quickly gave up. She couldn't discuss imperial matters due to her bindings. The boy who once clung to her so fondly had grown into a man who was now nearly a stranger. A faint sigh escaped her lips, tinged with bittersweetness. "We've arrived." Before them stood the Emperor's office, not far from the royal library. Their journey had been quick, though they were delayed slightly by the traps designed for assassins. "Thanks for the escort." Passing Luke, who stepped aside, Arya grabbed the doorknob. Without bothering to knock, she pushed the door open abruptly. Luke was visibly flustered, and she couldn't help but smile. Despite everything, some things about him hadn't changed. "Come in." The room was adorned with golden decorations as far as the eye could see. One could likely purchase a kingdom with the gold here alone. As Arya approached the man holding a golden goblet, her thoughts wandered. The Emperor of the Arya Empire and the man famously called the Conqueror. He was also her biological father, Yuda von Schuffenheim. "You've been quite lively, haven't you?" "Yes, well." The Emperor regarded her silently, an invisible pressure emanating from his presence. It felt as though simply standing before him drained her strength. His golden eyes locked onto hers. "After all, they're just insignificant playthings, aren't they?" "That's true. And wasn't it I who said you could do as you please with your toys?" "Yes, you did." A chill ran down her spine. "Child." His voice was kind, but his gaze was devoid of emotion. Their eyes met, and an overwhelming bloodlust began to crush Arya. Her breath hitched as the suffocating force pressed down on her. "Wasn't that game of yours a little too much?" "Uh-huh. I don't think so." She still couldn't read his mind. Unlike others like Abel or Adele, who seemed impervious to her abilities, Yuda's presence rendered her power ineffective. "Your tongue remains as sharp as ever." A golden magic circle flared in the air. Before she could react, the weight of his power forced her to her knees. Watching her struggle, Luke's expression hardened behind his helmet. "Interesting games you've been playing indeed." The Emperor toyed with the goblet in his hand as he continued to speak. "You mustn't cross the line." The line. His methods were always the same. Anything was permissible so long as one didn't cross the line. But the moment that line was breached, consequences were inevitable. This was how the emperor treated the imperial puppets. Arya von Schuffenheim. At the sound of her name, her heart began to constrict. It felt as if blades were slicing through her entire body, and she couldn't help but gag. The curse passed down through the imperial bloodline, the leash the emperor held over her. Unlike the seal engraved on Luke, this was innate, part of her very being. It meant her body had never truly been her own since birth. Snap! With a flick of the emperor's fingers, the pain disappeared. Such was the nature of the leash. No matter what she did, she could never escape his grasp. A troublemaker deserves punishment. Is it my fingers again? Last time it was my left ring finger, wasn't it? Arya smiled slyly as she spoke, prompting the emperor to chuckle faintly. No, this time it's a little different. He gestured toward Luke. Luke's expression twisted with reluctance as he hesitated, but he eventually approached the emperor. The emperor reached out to Luke, his fingers brushing the young man's arm. Pierce Arya's left eye. What are you? Before Luke could finish, his body rebelled against him. The seal flared, burning fiercely, compelling him to obey. Clenching his teeth, Luke struggled to restrain himself, yet the emperor merely observed in silence. Ugh! Shing! Despite his resistance, Luke's arm betrayed him, drawing the blade from its sheath. Though trembling, the sword was unwaveringly pointed at Arya. Watching this, Arya couldn't help but laugh. Rather than waiting passively, she approached Luke herself. Grasping his right hand tightly, she aimed the blade at her left eye. Startled by her sudden action, Luke cried out, "Sister, it's fine. Do it. But just do it." With those words, the blade pierced her eye. A searing pain rippled through her, though it was hardly unbearable. She had grown accustomed to such torment, thanks to the curse. Oddly, Luke seemed more pained than she was. His pale face trembled as his hand quivered. Even after being abandoned by her, he remained as kind-hearted as ever, a thought that made her sigh inwardly. "Are you satisfied now?" "Amusing," the emperor remarked, a genuine smile crossing his lips. The blazing light of Luke's seal began to dim, and as it faded, the emperor raised his hand. Boom! A golden magic circle unfurled across Arya's injured eye. It will return in a month. The blood streaming down her cheeks ceased, and the pain vanished shortly after. Glancing at her reflection in the glass cabinet nearby, she noticed her left eye had been restored without a single scar. Yet the sight in that eye remained cloaked in darkness. Perhaps the emperor's words meant her vision would recover in a month. Arya casually wiped the blood trailing down her jaw with her hand. "I'll be more careful next time. See that you do." Bang! With that, she slammed the office door behind her as she left. The emperor chuckled softly, watching her retreating figure. Rebellious children are so difficult to handle. "Is that so?" Luke, still wearing his helmet, clenched his lips as he glared at the emperor. Whether he noticed or not, the emperor sipped calmly from his goblet. "You may leave now." "Yes." The moment the emperor spoke, Luke stormed out without hesitation. Watching him leave, the emperor set the goblet down on the table. White steam rose from the still warm cup. Turning his gaze, he looked beyond the window at the blackened night sky. No stars shone in the utter darkness. The last starlight he had seen had long since faded. A memory of the first night sky he had ever seen came to mind. Those blindingly brilliant stars no longer existed. Now, all that remained was the tarnished self he had become and the endless void. Morning breakfast. It wasn't a particularly special way to start the day, but it was one of the rare moments I got to spend with Adele. For that reason, I deliberately slowed down my eating during breakfast. I glanced at Adele, seated across the table for conversation. Unlike usual, her slow and listless eating caught my attention. The Adele I knew would normally devour at least 2 plates by now, but this morning she had been chewing on a single piece of bacon for ages. Anyone could tell she looked exhausted. The slight tremble of her fork only reinforced my thoughts. "Adele, did something happen?" I stayed up all night," she replied, scratching her cheek awkwardly. However, I could quickly tell it was a lie. The faint trembling of the muscles near her eyes and her slightly reddened, tense pupils gave her away. It wasn't hard to deduce why she was in such a state. Did she regress? Questions swirled in my mind about where and why she might have regressed. From what I knew, none of the places she had visited recently were particularly dangerous. While I was lost in thought, Adele gently placed her fork on the table, seemingly losing her appetite. Even Alan, who rarely showed surprise, widened his eyes at her unusual behavior. Perhaps noticing his expression, Adele let out a sheepish laugh. "Sorry, I don't have much of an appetite today." "I see. Rest well." "Okay." She nodded slightly at my words and left the room. Watching her retreating figure, a deep concern settled on Alan's face. Even I, who didn't spend much time with Adele, was worried about her condition. How much more so for Alan, who saw her every day. She might very well become the duchy's future lady, so it was only natural for him to be concerned. I had even gifted her a diffuser to help her relax, but it seemed that alone wasn't enough to improve her state. What could have happened to leave her in such a condition? "I hope it's nothing serious," Alan muttered in a worried tone. I felt the same, but chose not to voice it. Instead, it was more reassuring to find out for myself. Ilho, black mist rose into the air. Tiny particles gathered together, forming a small raven-shaped statue. This was Ilho, the leader of the ravens and an unmatched master of intelligence. The statue was a communication artifact created to relay information, no matter where he was. Where did the young lady go last night? To the Imperial Library. The library. The Imperial Library, no less. That alone didn't explain why Adele had regressed. Given Adele's nature, she would only use her regression ability in the face of death or something equally dire. She hated using it frivolously, and I knew this from testing her ability multiple times. That could only mean one thing. Adele had died in the library, killing the young lady of a count's family quietly while she read in the heart of the palace. Only a reckless fool would attempt such a thing. The Emperor's hand targeted her. I froze at the response. A misstep. I had thought the library was safe when she asked to go alone. I regretted not insisting on assigning Evan to her, even at the risk of her protest. At least now I knew why Adele had regressed. The real question was why the Emperor's hand had targeted her. Why would they go out of their way to kill Adele, using such a weak pawn from their arsenal? And the princess saved her. The princess? That name was unexpected. Had the princess ever met Adele before? To my recollection, they had never crossed paths. Then I remembered an incident when Adele had slipped out quietly late at night. That memory, coupled with the news that the princess had saved her from the Emperor's hand, led me to a conclusion. She must have met the princess that night. It felt almost like a wild guess. But my instincts, honed over years, told me it was the truth. Of course, I didn't need to agonize over this in my head. I could confirm it directly. "Stay here for now." "Yes, take care." Leaving Alan behind, I awakened the mana within me. A soft hum filled the air as a brilliant white magic circle materialized. Teleportation. If the coordinates were calculated correctly, it could take me anywhere, even to the heart of the Imperial Palace. The magic circle vibrated faintly before wrapping around my entire body. The sound of rushing wind filled my ears, and my vision flipped in an instant. Thunk! I felt a sharp pain in my head as I hit the ground. Despite my calculations, errors were inevitable when teleporting to the palace. In the first place, the Imperial Palace was enchanted to seal off magic. While it couldn't completely neutralize my spells as an archmage, it still interfered with coordinate calculations, which was unavoidable. As I rubbed my forehead with a soft TSK, I heard a muffled chuckle behind me. Puffed. Ha! I turned to see the princess, covering her mouth as she struggled to hold back her laughter. I gave her a pointed look, but it did little to suppress her amusement. Puffed. Hee hee hee. Please stop laughing. But isn't it too much to ask me not to laugh at that? The once dreaded iron-blooded duke reduced to smacking his head on the floor and grimacing in pain. She claimed it was simply too absurd a sight not to laugh at. Of course, from my perspective, there was nothing remotely funny about it. All right, I'll stop," she said, finally clearing her throat when my glare persisted. More importantly, what happened to your eye? I had noticed it earlier, but hadn't been able to ask because of her laughter. At my question, the princess touched the eye patch covering her left eye. It had been months since I last saw her at the banquet. What could have happened during that time? Oh, this, she said, sounding indifferent. It's the Emperor's doing. With that, she removed the eye patch. Beneath it, there wasn't a scar or even a trace of injury. But when she opened her eye, I saw a dull, clouded golden iris. The sight made me frown involuntarily. Twisted taste, isn't it? What happened? I crossed the line and ended up like this. The princess spoke with a nonchalance, as if it no longer bothered her. This wasn't the first time. When she lost her ring finger previously, she had treated it with the same apathy. It seemed as though she found maintaining her physical body to be more of a nuisance than anything else. The reason for that, no doubt, was the curse placed upon her. She said no more on the matter and silently replaced the eye patch. As the silence stretched between us, she finally broke it, seemingly restless. So why are you here? She looked at me with a questioning gaze. Adele von Estee. At the mention of the name, her lips pressed into a thin line. She, too, likely had some inkling as to why I brought it up. This was the moment to press further. You know, don't you? Ha! I didn't think I'd get caught within a single night. She chuckled awkwardly, a faint hint of resignation in her tone. Next time, I suppose I'll refrain from trying to deceive the Duke. The moment she admitted it, the chain of events in my mind began to align. The reason Adele had snuck out late at night, why she had stayed up in the duchy's library, and, ultimately, why she had gone to the imperial library, and why she had been attacked there by the Emperor's hand. It was clear now. Adele must have learned of my rebellion plans from the princess. You told her about our plans. At my words, the princess dropped her playful demeanor and looked at me intently. The carefree air around her evaporated. Your intuition is too sharp for your own good, she said with a sigh. Her lack of denial only confirmed my suspicions. Why did you tell her? Adele is the key to our plan, isn't she? When I nodded, she continued. Wouldn't it be stranger if she remained unaware of it? She wasn't wrong. As the central figure in the plan, Adele would eventually need to understand her role. However, there was no need to tell her this early. My retort made her pause. She tilted her head slightly, as though my words puzzled her. After some thought, she spoke again. Are you worried Adele might betray you? There's no guarantee she won't. How suspicious of you, she said with an exasperated sigh. After a moment of thought, she added, during the hunting festival, didn't you save Adele from that catastrophic monster? I did. Isn't that enough? What exactly are you so afraid of? What exactly are you so afraid of? That question felt like a blow to the back of my head. It was true that I saved Adele from a calamity-class monster during the hunting festival, but I dismissed it, relying on the baseless belief that even without me, she would have overcome the situation alone through her infinite regressions. What I failed to realize was that Adele feared death itself. Upon reflecting on the princess question, I finally understood the real issue. Adele didn't distrust me. Was it me who lacked trust? I claimed to want a trusting relationship with her, but I was the one who couldn't trust her. I could come up with excuses. She could ruin my plans any time because of her ability to reset time, or she was a larger variable than even the Emperor, forcing me to distrust her. But those were meaningless words. Expecting someone to trust you while you don't trust them is clearly my fault. Perhaps that's why, when she first heard of the rebellion from the princess, she didn't come to me directly. My distrust of her might have been the reason. You've realized it, haven't you? The princess smirked. It was such a simple thing. Simple as it may seem, realizing it is not easy. Thank you for the advice. And my words of gratitude. The princess' eyes widened slightly in surprise. I frowned at her expression, as if she hadn't expected it. What's with that face? Oh, nothing. It's just... She hesitated before continuing. I never thought I'd see the day the Duke would thank me. Her tone seemed genuine rather than sarcastic, which annoyed me a little. I wanted to retort, but decided it would be a waste of time and closed my mouth. The princess cleared her throat and asked, So what will you do now? I'll address it directly. Satisfied with my answer, the princess nodded. She was undeniably more skilled in human relationships than I was. Having read people's minds since childhood, it's no wonder she picked up on my distrust of Adele. At times like this, I wonder if it's a lie that she can't read my thoughts. Surely, if she could, she would have reacted immediately to what I just thought. Good luck. With a slight nod, I activated a teleportation spell. Blinding white light filled the room, and my vision flipped. The dazzling room from earlier was gone, replaced by the barren halls of the Duke's residence. Alan, unfazed by my sudden appearance, spoke. You've returned quickly. Where is Adele? Before Alan could respond, Adele opened the door and stepped out. Perhaps she heard her name. She looked up at me with a curious expression. Is something the matter? I paused for a moment at her appearance. She was more dressed up than usual, her face adorned with makeup, and she wore an elegant, ornate dress. I was momentarily taken aback by her beauty, but tried not to let it show. Do you have time today? Not right now, but later I might. Adele lifted her dress slightly as she replied. Now that I think about it, she had mentioned accepting Estelle's invitation before. It seemed today was the tea party Estelle was hosting. Let's talk after you return. It's something important about the contract. After a brief hesitation, Adele nodded. All right. Oh, your necklace is a bit askew. As I spoke, I approached her. She flinched at the sudden closeness, but didn't push me away, as if trusting me to handle it. Her reaction made me realize just how much her attitude toward me had changed. In the beginning, she had been wary and prickly, retreating at every interaction. But now, she trusted me enough not to withdraw. While pretending to adjust her ruby necklace, I subtly cast a few spells I had prepared earlier. The gem glowed faintly red as the enchantments activated, unnoticed by her. It's done. Thank you. It's my first tea party, so I'm a bit frazzled. It's nothing. Take care. Will do. Adele smiled as she responded. That smile brought back the princess' earlier question, echoing in my mind alongside the realization. It was me who had failed to trust her from the start. I've changed so much. In my previous life, I wasn't this cautious. Times like this make me marvel at how much I've changed. At the same time, I couldn't help but notice Adele's purity in contrast. Was I ever like that? Now, having changed so thoroughly, I couldn't say for certain. Adele's POV. I was utterly exhausted. It wasn't just physical fatigue. The mental strain was overwhelming. Even the 3 deaths I experienced yesterday had been draining enough. But this so-called social gathering, a masquerade of veiled insults, was pushing me to my limits. As someone who had lived in modern society, I could never adapt to such an environment. Subtle jabs, disguised as polite conversation, were the least of my problems. Seeing a woman who had once spat on me when I collapsed, now flip-flopping and fawning over me, was... My head didn't just hurt, it was pounding. Oh, damn it. Clearly, I lacked the talent for navigating social circles. Some young ladies seemed to thrive on subtly tearing others down, drawing energy from it. But I couldn't. I had detested gossip in my previous life, so it was even harder for me to endure. The Duchess has quite a sharp tongue, I see. Startled, I whipped around to see a man in a deep navy uniform. If I remembered correctly, only the Tower Master was permitted to wear that attire. His silver hair glinted in the sunlight, and his crimson eyes, reminiscent of blood, caught my attention. His face was familiar, but I couldn't immediately recall his name. Greetings to the Tower Master. There's no need for such formalities. Scratching his cheek awkwardly, he dismissed my polite greeting. His casual demeanor and lack of noble etiquette made it easy to deduce his identity. The Tower Master, Rev. If I remember right, he was one of the male leads in the original story who had feelings for Estelle. In my previous life, a friend of mine had been obsessed with Rev out of the 3 male leads. If she were here, she'd probably be squealing and tugging at my arm, yelling about how he was her type, handsome and insufferable. So what brings you here? Men weren't allowed at tea parties. Tea parties were defined as gatherings exclusively for young, noble women to bond. Yet here he was. Misunderstanding my question, Rev replied nonchalantly, I was curious about the person everyone's been talking about. I see. Judging by his casual attitude, He likely didn't even know that men were prohibited from attending tea parties. Given his commoner background, it wasn't entirely surprising. By the way, Rev's gaze swept over me before he approached slowly, his interest peaked. He leaned in and inspected my necklace closely, making me feel uncomfortable. I raised my fan to block his view. Unbothered by my reaction, he continued to scrutinize the necklace. Interesting. The Duke seems to care about you quite a bit. What do you mean by that? Defensive magic, detection magic, teleportation magic. With a snap of his fingers, the necklace glowed red and began to float. Panicking, I grabbed the necklace before it could rise too high. And even a curse dispel magic? Isn't that a bit overprotective? With another snap, the necklace dropped back down. Fuming, I glared at him. No matter how skilled he was, tampering with someone else's belongings without permission was crossing the line. Noticing my expression, Rev waved his hands apologetically. Sorry. It was just so fascinating. I didn't mean to be rude. I'm glad you realized that. He let out an awkward laugh, but quickly averted his gaze when our eyes met. After a moment of silence, he sighed and pulled a few gold coins out of thin air. Would this suffice? I nearly slapped my forehead in disbelief, but restrained myself. For someone as powerful as the Tower Master, his ignorance of noble customs was astounding. If I had been an ordinary noble, his actions could easily have been interpreted as an insult. Fortunately for him, I was an outlier, so I simply found the situation absurd. I don't need gold coins. I'll accept your apology, though. But, Rev, a sharp, frosty voice interrupted him from behind me. It was colder than the dead of winter. Turning around, I saw Estelle, arms crossed, glaring at Rev. What exactly are you doing here? Before I could say anything, she grabbed his arm and began dragging him away. Caught off guard, Rev didn't even have time to protest. He's completely whipped. Well, he was in the wrong this time. Not only had he come to a tea party, a space meant exclusively for noble women, but he also addressed me informally and tried to compensate for his rudeness with gold coins. The more I thought about it, the more justified Estelle's actions seemed. So this is what they mean by instant justice. For some reason, I felt an odd sense of satisfaction. How long had it been since Estelle dragged Rev away? Standing around waiting felt awkward, so I decided to sit on a nearby bench. A cool breeze passed through the trees, brushing against my face. My bangs fluttered, momentarily obstructing part of my vision. Somehow, the peace calmed my heart, and I closed my eyes for a moment. Over time, the sound of the wind grew softer. When I opened my eyes again, a necklace with a red gemstone caught my attention. Didn't he say this was enchanted? If what the Tower Master said was true, this necklace was enchanted with not only defensive magic, but also detection, teleportation, and even curse magic. I lightly touched it, but I couldn't sense any mana, which meant the enchantment was incredibly intricate. Abel had briefly touched my necklace earlier this morning. At the time, I thought he was merely straightening it, but it seems that was just an excuse to cast some magic on it. Was he really that worried about me? I could understand the defensive and teleportation spells, but curse magic? As much as I didn't want to admit it, the Tower Master was probably right. This was overprotective. But then again, considering my past behavior, I guess he had every reason to worry. At the auction, I recklessly took on a knight's mysterious attack just to protect Lily. During the hunting festival, I was nearly crushed to death after being pushed back by a monster, even with a shield. Abel didn't know this, but at the Imperial Library, I nearly died 3 times. Looking back, I finally realized how reckless I had been. From a third person's perspective, it must have seemed like I didn't care whether I lived or died. It was no wonder Abel was worried. Acting as if I had multiple lives to spare, I must have made him anxious without meaning to. A pang of guilt hit me. Let's try to be more careful from now on. Click-clack, click-clack. The familiar sound of high heels approached. Turning my head, I saw Estelle standing there with an awkward smile. Rev was nowhere to be seen. She must have sent him off. Well, keeping the Tower Master around at a tea party wouldn't do much good. From Estelle's perspective, she'd want to avoid any unnecessary gossip as well. I'm sorry. Did Rev trouble you? Estelle asked, bowing deeply. I waved my hand dismissively. I wasn't the type to hold grudges over such things, and it wasn't her fault anyway. If anyone was to blame, it was Rev for barging in uninvited. No, it's fine. Really, that's a relief. Even so, Estelle still seemed embarrassed, standing there with her head bowed. The sight made me feel awkward, so I patted the empty space on the bench beside me. It must be uncomfortable standing there. Why don't you sit down? If you don't mind, then gladly. Nodding, she gently took a seat beside me. Silence followed, but Estelle didn't seem to mind. She sat quietly, lost in thought. The awkward atmosphere began to suffocate me, but just as I was about to speak, she broke the silence first. What do you think of Rev, Miss Adele? What do I think? I don't know him well enough yet. To be honest, I didn't have a favorable impression of him. But I wasn't the type to badmouth others behind their backs, so I kept that thought to myself. Whether she noticed my hesitation or not, Estelle nodded and fell back into contemplation. I see. Her enigmatic smile puzzled me. Did she think I was interested in Rev? If so, I wanted to clear up the misunderstanding immediately. But since she didn't press further, it didn't seem like that was her intent. So why did she ask in the first place? I couldn't figure out her reason, no matter how much I thought about it. Before I could dwell on it any longer, Estelle asked another question. What about the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince, original Adele's love interest. And to me, nothing more than a piece of trash who toyed with my life. How did the original story go again? Adele von Este, daughter of Count Estee and the Crown Prince's fiancé. She became jealous when the Crown Prince fell for Estelle, leading her to commit numerous misdeeds and earn the title of Villainess. As a result, the Este family was demoted to a countship, and Adele was exiled from society, her reputation ruined. She ultimately made a tragic choice, and instead of pitying her, the Crown Prince mocked her in front of Estelle, calling her a fool who clung to love. A friend who loved the original story told me that this was the moment they began to hate the Crown Prince, the only male lead they couldn't stand. How did Adele ever fall for someone like him? I never know the answer. No matter how many times I called out to the original Adele after my transmigration, there was no response. Although I now inhabited her body, I had no interest in the Crown Prince whatsoever. Things only changed when I tried to get closer to Estelle. I don't feel much about him anymore. There was a time when I resented the Crown Prince. When I tried to approach Estelle, he schemed to drive me to my death over and over again. I even hated him as I writhed in the agony of those deaths. But during the first banquet I attended with Abel, I saw the Crown Prince's childish antics and realized something. Why did I ever waste my energy hating someone so pathetic? The turning point was something Abel had said. He's just a fool. He was right. Objectively speaking, the Crown Prince was a fool. His sword may have been intimidating, but his clumsy swings were no better than a child's. Thanks to Abel, I could finally see it clearly. Without him, I might have kept fearing and resenting the Crown Prince. All that for a mere tantrum-throwing child. I'm glad to hear that. I was a little worried. Worried? Estelle fiddled with her wrist for a moment before slowly opening her mouth in response to my question. I've come to know what the Crown Prince did to you. She sighed, a faint bitterness in her expression, her amber eyes meeting mine. In those eyes, I saw a mixture of worry and guilt. His actions were truly cruel. Cruel. She wasn't wrong. There were countless assassination attempts, frequent poisonings, and even attempts to erase me using bands of mercenaries. Of course, most of it became undone as I repeated regressions. But that didn't mean the scars I bore vanished. I never imagined his idea of protecting me would involve that. So he told Estelle that. What absurd thing to say. Was it because he didn't want to be hated by the person he loved? I'll apologize on his behalf. Only now did I understand why Estelle had been so kind to me. Though unintentional, someone had been put in mortal danger because of her existence. The wariness I had held toward her began to ease. No, there's no need for that. This was a matter between me and the Crown Prince. It wasn't something she could or should apologize for. An apology doesn't mean anything unless it comes from the person responsible. You're right. I wasn't thinking clearly. Her amber eyes widened momentarily at my words, but she quickly nodded in agreement. It's all right. None of this is your fault, Estelle. I shook my head, reassuring her, but she simply smiled faintly without saying more. Was she feeling guilty on my behalf? The person who should be feeling guilty was the crown prince, not her. The silence returned. Estelle seemed lost in thought, quietly mulling something over. To shift the atmosphere, I decided to ask a question first. What do you think of His Majesty the Emperor? His Majesty? Her expression tensed slightly, and for a moment, I flinched. Who would have thought my attempt to change the topic would land on a minefield? Just as I was about to redirect the conversation, Estelle looked at me again. There was something strange in her amber eyes. It wasn't quite anger. It was too calm for that. It wasn't hatred. It was too serene. Nor was it sorrow. It was too quiet. Her expression was laced with an ambiguous emotion that I couldn't quite place. Before I could gather the courage to ask, she spoke first. Do you know where His Majesty is originally from? I'm not sure, I replied honestly. The capital of the kingdom of Prologue, Ark. The name sounded familiar. I was sure I'd heard it in a history lesson. That kingdom, could it be? Yes, it was destroyed long ago by the Arya Empire. The fragmented memory returned. I recalled hearing during one of Alan's Empire history lessons that the kingdom of Prologue was once the most powerful kingdom outside the Arya Empire. If I remember correctly, the kingdom of Prologue fell in the imperial year 1014, 12 years after the current emperor's coronation in imperial year 1002. Suddenly, something felt off. The current emperor's birthplace was the kingdom of Prologue. But the kingdom was destroyed by the Arya Empire 12 years after he ascended the throne. Did you figure it out? Estelle asked, her smile faint but unmistakable. A chill ran down my spine at her expression. What are you saying? The emperor destroyed his own homeland with his own hands? For what reason? No. How did someone born in the kingdom of Prologue even become the emperor of the Arya Empire in the first place? Surely not. Chill, Estelle. Did that help you figure out anything? She asked, her smile deepening as she spoke. My mind was a mess. It was good that I finally understood why Estelle had shown me a favor that wasn't really a favor. The problem was figuring out how she had interpreted the intent behind my question. There was no way she possessed the kind of ability to read minds, like a princess from a fairy tale. Pressing my throbbing temples, I exhaled deeply. The situation was far more complicated than it had been in the early days of possessing Adele's body. Back then, all I needed to worry about was preserving my life. But now, it felt like I was being swept up in a massive current, one too strong to resist or escape from. We've arrived. Lost in my thoughts, I was pulled back to reality by the coachman's voice. Shaking my head to clear my mind, I opened the carriage door. An all-too-familiar face greeted me. Gray hair, silver eyes, and scars around his eyes. Abel. I was momentarily taken aback by his casual gesture to help me out of the carriage, but I soon reached out and took his hand as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Though I was accustomed to being escorted by Abel, I still struggled to make sense of the situation. As I descended from the carriage with his help, the familiar scent of roses greeted me, clearing my mind ever so slightly. It was like the comforting feeling of returning home after a long day at work and breathing in the scent of familiarity. How curious. I had only been staying here for a few months, yet already felt this way. I'd never experienced such a sensation at the Count Estee's residence, my supposed home. Perhaps it was because that house wasn't truly mine. It had been Adele's before I possessed her, after all. Are you all right? Abel asked, his voice tinged with concern. Yes, I'm fine. Good to hear, he replied curtly before taking the lead. I followed closely behind, my eyes wandering to the scenery of the garden. My gaze eventually settled on Abel's back. He walked at a pace that was neither too fast nor too slow. His stride seemed resolute, yet there was an inexplicable heaviness in the way his shoulders moved. Was it because I had grown fond of him in ways I hadn't realized? How was the tea party? Nothing special, I replied. Sounds like it didn't go well, he said, drawing an astute conclusion that left me momentarily speechless. He was right. The party hadn't been enjoyable. I still struggled to adapt to the mask-wearing games of high society. But how had Abel noticed? Perhaps my confusion was evident on my face, as Abel chuckled and said, "I've never seen you smile after describing something as nothing special." Well, you're not wrong, I admitted. Describing things as nothing special had become a habit, something I said to avoid worrying my parents or close friends. What surprised me was that Abel had picked up on it. "This will do," he said suddenly, stopping in the middle of a garden path. Stretching out his hand into the air, he summoned a massive surge of mana that burst forth like a tidal wave. "What?" Before I could finish my sentence, a white magic circle unfurled on the ground, as though it had been stamped into existence. There was no time to marvel at the sight before my vision was swallowed by darkness. VRRRM. A faint vibration rippled through the air, and the garden scenery vanished. "This is my subspace. What we're about to discuss cannot leave this place," Abel said. His subspace, a realm separate from the outside world. I turned my head, scanning the surroundings. Darkness enveloped us in every direction, leaving nothing visible except Abel and me. Though I wasn't well-versed in magic, I could sense how extraordinary this spell was. "Are you feeling dizzy?" "No, not really." "That's good. You don't seem particularly sensitive to mana." Sensitive? He wasn't wrong. If I were more attuned to mana, the immense flow he had just released might have left me nauseous. "Here are the marks of our contract." VRRM. At his words, 2 sheets of paper fluttered to the ground. Contract marks? Was he referring to a contract document? If it was about our contract marriage, I already had the paperwork in my desk drawer at the Estee residence. I picked up one of the papers and unfolded it, only to find a blank, white sheet staring back at me. This was different from the densely packed contract I had seen when we first met. Raising my head, I saw Abel holding the other sheet. Before I could ask, he began to speak. "I told you this was about an important matter regarding the contract." He had mentioned that this morning, but I had assumed it was something straightforward, like an extension or revision of the existing terms. Clearly, I was mistaken. Rebellion against the imperial family. At the words Abel spoke so casually, I flinched in shock. He smirked at my reaction and continued. "Why are you so startled? I suppose it's my fault for not warning you in advance." Wait, does that mean? Fragments of the contract's terms floated through my mind. I had read and reread them so many times that I practically knew them by heart. Abel von Hardenberg shall serve as Adele von Estee's fiancé for 1 year and provide her with assistance as necessary. In return, the Estee Merchant Guild's exclusive rights shall be granted to the Hardenberg family for 1 year. If needed, the contract may be extended or terminated upon mutual agreement, provided both parties are of sound mind. Is this the if needed clause you're referring to? Abel smiled slyly. My head couldn't keep up. The Abel I knew, calculating, meticulous, the same Abel who had written the contract before even meeting me, was now casually admitting to violating its terms. The very man who had risen to power in the original story through his thorough and shadowy nature was now discussing rebellion as if it were a minor detail. Her expression was laced with an ambiguous emotion that I couldn't quite place. Before I could gather the courage to ask, she spoke first. "Do you know where His Majesty is originally from?" "I'm not sure," I replied honestly. "The capital of the kingdom of Prologue, Ark." The name sounded familiar. I was sure I'd heard it in a history lesson. That kingdom, could it be? Yes, it was destroyed long ago by the Arya Empire. The fragmented memory returned. I recalled hearing during one of Alan's Empire history lessons that the kingdom of Prologue was once the most powerful kingdom outside the Arya Empire. If I remember correctly, the kingdom of Prologue fell in the imperial year 1014, 12 years after the current emperor's coronation in imperial year 1002. Suddenly, something fell off. The current emperor's birthplace was the kingdom of Prologue. But the kingdom was destroyed by the Arya Empire 12 years after he ascended the throne. "Did you figure it out?" Estelle asked, her smile faint but unmistakable. A chill ran down my spine at her expression. "What are you saying? The emperor destroyed his own homeland with his own hands? For what reason?" "No, How did someone born in the kingdom of Prologue even become the emperor of the Arya Empire in the first place? Surely not. Chill, Estelle. Did that help you figure out anything? She asked, her smile deepening as she spoke. My mind was a mess. It was good that I finally understood why Estelle had shown me a favor that wasn't really a favor. The problem was figuring out how she had interpreted the intent behind my question. There was no way she possessed the kind of ability to read minds, like a princess from a fairy tale. Pressing my throbbing temples, I exhaled deeply. The situation was far more complicated than it had been in the early days of possessing Adele's body. Back then, all I needed to worry about was preserving my life. But now, it felt like I was being swept up in a massive current, one too strong to resist or escape from. We've arrived. Lost in my thoughts, I was pulled back to reality by the coachman's voice. Shaking my head to clear my mind, I opened the carriage door. An all-too-familiar face greeted me. Gray hair, silver eyes, and scars around his eyes. Abel. I was momentarily taken aback by his casual gesture to help me out of the carriage, but I soon reached out and took his hand as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Though I was accustomed to being escorted by Abel, I still struggled to make sense of the situation. As I descended from the carriage with his help, the familiar scent of roses greeted me, clearing my mind ever so slightly. It was like the comforting feeling of returning home after a long day at work and breathing in the scent of familiarity. How curious. I had only been staying here for a few months, yet already felt this way. I'd never experienced such a sensation at the Count Estee's residence, my supposed home. Perhaps it was because that house wasn't truly mine. It had been Adele's before I possessed her, after all. Are you all right? Abel asked, his voice tinged with concern. Yes, I'm fine. Good to hear, he replied curtly before taking the lead. I followed closely behind, my eyes wandering to the scenery of the garden. My gaze eventually settled on Abel's back. He walked at a pace that was neither too fast nor too slow. His stride seemed resolute, yet there was an inexplicable heaviness in the way his shoulders moved. Was it because I had grown fond of him in ways I hadn't realized? How was the tea party? Nothing special, I replied. Sounds like it didn't go well, he said, drawing an astute conclusion that left me momentarily speechless. He was right. The party hadn't been enjoyable. I still struggled to adapt to the mask-wearing games of high society. But how had Abel noticed? Perhaps my confusion was evident on my face, as Abel chuckled and said, I've never seen you smile after describing something as nothing special. Well, you're not wrong, I admitted. Describing things as nothing special had become a habit, something I said to avoid worrying my parents or close friends. What surprised me was that Abel had picked up on it. This will do, he said suddenly, stopping in the middle of a garden path. Stretching out his hand into the air, he summoned a massive surge of mana that burst forth like a tidal wave. What? Before I could finish my sentence, a white magic circle unfurled on the ground, as though it had been stamped into existence. There was no time to marvel at the sight before my vision was swallowed by darkness. VRRRM. A faint vibration rippled through the air, and the garden scenery vanished. This is my subspace. What we're about to discuss cannot leave this place, Abel said. His subspace, a realm separate from the outside world. I turned my head, scanning the surroundings. Darkness enveloped us in every direction, leaving nothing visible except Abel and me. Though I wasn't well-versed in magic, I could sense how extraordinary this spell was. Are you feeling dizzy? No, not really. That's good. You don't seem particularly sensitive to mana. Sensitive? He wasn't wrong. If I were more attuned to mana, the immense flow he had just released might have left me nauseous. Here are the marks of our contract. VRRM. At his words, 2 sheets of paper fluttered to the ground. Contract marks? Was he referring to a contract document? If it was about our contract marriage, I already had the paperwork in my desk drawer at the Estee residence. I picked up one of the papers and unfolded it, only to find a blank, white sheet staring back at me. This was different from the densely packed contract I had seen when we first met. Raising my head, I saw Abel holding the other sheet. Before I could ask, he began to speak. I told you this was about an important matter regarding the contract. He had mentioned that this morning, but I had assumed it was something straightforward, like an extension or revision of the existing terms. Clearly, I was mistaken. Rebellion against the imperial family. At the words Abel spoke so casually, I flinched in shock. He smirked at my reaction and continued. Why are you so startled? I suppose it's my fault for not warning you in advance. Wait, does that mean? Fragments of the contract's terms floated through my mind. I had read and reread them so many times that I practically knew them by heart. Abel von Hardenberg shall serve as Adele von Estee's fiancé for 1 year and provide her with assistance as necessary. In return, the Estee Merchant Guild's exclusive rights shall be granted to the Hardenberg family for 1 year. If needed, the contract may be extended or terminated upon mutual agreement, provided both parties are of sound mind. Is this the if needed clause you're referring to? Abel smiled slyly. My head couldn't keep up. The Abel I knew, calculating, meticulous, the same Abel who had written the contract before even meeting me, was now casually admitting to violating its terms. The very man who had risen to power in the original story through his thorough and shadowy nature was now discussing rebellion as if it were a minor detail. Her expression was laced with an ambiguous emotion that I couldn't quite place. Before I could gather the courage to ask, she spoke first. Do you know where His Majesty is originally from? I'm not sure, I replied honestly. The capital of the kingdom of Prologue, Ark. The name sounded familiar. I was sure I'd heard it in a history lesson. That kingdom, could it be? Yes, it was destroyed long ago by the Arya Empire. The fragmented memory returned. I recalled hearing during one of Alan's Empire history lessons that the kingdom of Prologue was once the most powerful kingdom outside the Arya Empire. If I remember correctly, the kingdom of Prologue fell in the imperial year 1014, 12 years after the current emperor's coronation in imperial year 1002. Suddenly, something fell off. The current emperor's birthplace was the kingdom of Prologue. But the kingdom was destroyed by the Arya Empire 12 years after he ascended the throne. Did you figure it out? Estelle asked, her smile faint but unmistakable. A chill ran down my spine at her expression. What are you saying? The emperor destroyed his own homeland with his own hands? For what reason? No. How did someone born in the kingdom of Prologue even become the emperor of the Arya Empire in the first place? Surely not. Chill, Estelle. Did that help you figure out anything? She asked, her smile deepening as she spoke. My mind was a mess. It was good that I finally understood why Estelle had shown me a favor that wasn't really a favor. The problem was figuring out how she had interpreted the intent behind my question. There was no way she possessed the kind of ability to read minds, like a princess from a fairy tale. Pressing my throbbing temples, I exhaled deeply. The situation was far more complicated than it had been in the early days of possessing Adele's body. Back then, all I needed to worry about was preserving my life. But now, it felt like I was being swept up in a massive current, one too strong to resist or escape from. We've arrived. Lost in my thoughts, I was pulled back to reality by the coachman's voice. Shaking my head to clear my mind, I opened the carriage door. An all-too-familiar face greeted me. Gray hair, silver eyes, and scars around his eyes. Abel. I was momentarily taken aback by his casual gesture to help me out of the carriage, but I soon reached out and took his hand as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Though I was accustomed to being escorted by Abel, I still struggled to make sense of the situation. As I descended from the carriage with his help, the familiar scent of roses greeted me, clearing my mind ever so slightly. It was like the comforting feeling of returning home after a long day at work and breathing in the scent of familiarity. How curious. I had only been staying here for a few months, yet already felt this way. I'd never experienced such a sensation at the Count Estee's residence, my supposed home. Perhaps it was because that house wasn't truly mine. It had been Adele's before I possessed her, after all. Are you all right? Abel asked, his voice tinged with concern. Yes, I'm fine. Good to hear, he replied curtly before taking the lead. I followed closely behind, my eyes wandering to the scenery of the garden. My gaze eventually settled on Abel's back. He walked at a pace that was neither too fast nor too slow. His stride seemed resolute, yet there was an inexplicable heaviness in the way his shoulders moved. Was it because I had grown fond of him in ways I hadn't realized? How was the tea party? Nothing special, I replied. Sounds like it didn't go well, he said, drawing an astute conclusion that left me momentarily speechless. He was right. The party hadn't been enjoyable. I still struggled to adapt to the mask-wearing games of high society. But how had Abel noticed? Perhaps my confusion was evident on my face, as Abel chuckled and said, "I've never seen you smile after describing something as nothing special." Well, you're not wrong, I admitted. Describing things as nothing special had become a habit, something I said to avoid worrying my parents or close friends. What surprised me was that Abel had picked up on it. "This will do," he said suddenly, stopping in the middle of a garden path. Stretching out his hand into the air, he summoned a massive surge of mana that burst forth like a tidal wave. What? Before I could finish my sentence, a white magic circle unfurled on the ground, as though it had been stamped into existence. There was no time to marvel at the sight before my vision was swallowed by darkness. VRRRM. A faint vibration rippled through the air, and the garden scenery vanished. "This is my subspace. What we're about to discuss cannot leave this place," Abel said. His subspace, a realm separate from the outside world. I turned my head, scanning the surroundings. Darkness enveloped us in every direction, leaving nothing visible except Abel and me. Though I wasn't well-versed in magic, I could sense how extraordinary this spell was. "Are you feeling dizzy?" "No, not really." "That's good. You don't seem particularly sensitive to mana." Sensitive? He wasn't wrong. If I were more attuned to mana, the immense flow he had just released might have left me nauseous. "Here are the marks of our contract." VRRM. At his words, 2 sheets of paper fluttered to the ground. Contract marks? Was he referring to a contract document? If it was about our contract marriage, I already had the paperwork in my desk drawer at the Estee residence. I picked up one of the papers and unfolded it, only to find a blank, white sheet staring back at me. This was different from the densely packed contract I had seen when we first met. Raising my head, I saw Abel holding the other sheet. Before I could ask, he began to speak. "I told you this was about an important matter regarding the contract." He had mentioned that this morning, but I had assumed it was something straightforward, like an extension or revision of the existing terms. Clearly, I was mistaken. Rebellion against the imperial family. At the words Abel spoke so casually, I flinched in shock. He smirked at my reaction and continued, "Why are you so startled? I suppose it's my fault for not warning you in advance." Wait, does that mean? Fragments of the contract's terms floated through my mind. I had read and reread them so many times that I practically knew them by heart. Abel von Hardenberg shall serve as Adele von Estee's fiancé for 1 year and provide her with assistance as necessary. In return, the Estee Merchant Guild's exclusive rights shall be granted to the Hardenberg family for 1 year. If needed, the contract may be extended or terminated upon mutual agreement, provided both parties are of sound mind. Is this the if needed clause you're referring to? Abel smiled slyly. My head couldn't keep up. The Abel I knew, calculating, meticulous, the same Abel who had written the contract before even meeting me, was now casually admitting to violating its terms. The very man who had risen to power in the original story through his thorough and shadowy nature was now discussing rebellion as if it were a minor detail. Her expression was laced with an ambiguous emotion that I couldn't quite place. Before I could gather the courage to ask, she spoke first. "Do you know where His Majesty is originally from?" "I'm not sure," I replied honestly. "The capital of the kingdom of Prologue, Ark." The name sounded familiar. I was sure I'd heard it in a history lesson. That kingdom, could it be? Yes, it was destroyed long ago by the Arya Empire. The fragmented memory returned. I recalled hearing during one of Alan's Empire history lessons that the kingdom of Prologue was once the most powerful kingdom outside the Arya Empire. If I remember correctly, The kingdom of Prologue fell in the imperial year 1014, 12 years after the current emperor's coronation in imperial year 1002. Suddenly, something fell off. The current emperor's birthplace was the kingdom of Prologue. But the kingdom was destroyed by the Arya Empire 12 years after he ascended the throne. Did you figure it out? Estelle asked, her smile faint but unmistakable. A chill ran down my spine at her expression. What are you saying? The emperor destroyed his own homeland with his own hands? For what reason? No. How did someone born in the kingdom of Prologue even become the emperor of the Arya Empire in the first place? Surely not. Chill. Estelle, did that help you figure out anything? She asked, her smile deepening as she spoke. My mind was a mess. It was good that I finally understood why Estelle had shown me a favor that wasn't really a favor. The problem was figuring out how she had interpreted the intent behind my question. There was no way she possessed the kind of ability to read minds, like a princess from a fairy tale. Pressing my throbbing temples, I exhaled deeply. The situation was far more complicated than it had been in the early days of possessing Adele's body. Back then, all I needed to worry about was preserving my life. But now, it felt like I was being swept up in a massive current, one too strong to resist or escape from. We've arrived. Lost in my thoughts, I was pulled back to reality by the coachman's voice. Shaking my head to clear my mind, I opened the carriage door. An all-too-familiar face greeted me. Gray hair, silver eyes, and scars around his eyes. Abel. I was momentarily taken aback by his casual gesture to help me out of the carriage, but I soon reached out and took his hand as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Though I was accustomed to being escorted by Abel, I still struggled to make sense of the situation. As I descended from the carriage with his help, the familiar scent of roses greeted me, clearing my mind ever so slightly. It was like the comforting feeling of returning home after a long day at work and breathing in the scent of familiarity. How curious. I had only been staying here for a few months, yet already felt this way. I'd never experienced such a sensation at the Count Estee's residence, my supposed home. Perhaps it was because that house wasn't truly mine. It had been Adele's before I possessed her, after all. Are you all right? Abel asked, his voice tinged with concern. Yes, I'm fine. Good to hear, he replied curtly before taking the lead. I followed closely behind, my eyes wandering to the scenery of the garden. My gaze eventually settled on Abel's back. He walked at a pace that was neither too fast nor too slow. His stride seemed resolute, yet there was an inexplicable heaviness in the way his shoulders moved. Was it because I had grown fond of him in ways I hadn't realized? How was the tea party? Nothing special, I replied. Sounds like it didn't go well, he said, drawing an astute conclusion that left me momentarily speechless. He was right. The party hadn't been enjoyable. I still struggled to adapt to the mask-wearing games of high society. But how had Abel noticed? Perhaps my confusion was evident on my face, as Abel chuckled and said, I've never seen you smile after describing something as nothing special. Well, you're not wrong, I admitted. Describing things as nothing special had become a habit, something I said to avoid worrying my parents or close friends. What surprised me was that Abel had picked up on it. This will do, he said suddenly, stopping in the middle of a garden path. Stretching out his hand into the air, he summoned a massive surge of mana that burst forth like a tidal wave. What? Before I could finish my sentence, a white magic circle unfurled on the ground, as though it had been stamped into existence. There was no time to marvel at the sight before my vision was swallowed by darkness. VRRRM. A faint vibration rippled through the air, and the garden scenery vanished. This is my subspace. What we're about to discuss cannot leave this place, Abel said. His subspace, a realm separate from the outside world. I turned my head, scanning the surroundings. Darkness enveloped us in every direction, leaving nothing visible except Abel and me. Though I wasn't well-versed in magic, I could sense how extraordinary this spell was. Are you feeling dizzy? No, not really. That's good. You don't seem particularly sensitive to mana. Sensitive? He wasn't wrong. If I were more attuned to mana, The immense flow he had just released might have left me nauseous. Here are the marks of our contract. VRRM. At his words, 2 sheets of paper fluttered to the ground. Contract marks? Was he referring to a contract document? If it was about our contract marriage, I already had the paperwork in my desk drawer at the Estee residence. I picked up one of the papers and unfolded it, only to find a blank, white sheet staring back at me. This was different from the densely packed contract I had seen when we first met. Raising my head, I saw Abel holding the other sheet. Before I could ask, he began to speak. I told you this was about an important matter regarding the contract. He had mentioned that this morning, but I had assumed it was something straightforward, like an extension or revision of the existing terms. Clearly, I was mistaken. Rebellion against the imperial family. At the words Abel spoke so casually, I flinched in shock. He smirked at my reaction and continued. Why are you so startled? I suppose it's my fault for not warning you in advance. Wait, does that mean? Fragments of the contract's terms floated through my mind. I had read and reread them so many times that I practically knew them by heart. Abel von Hardenberg shall serve as Adele von Estee's fiancé for 1 year and provide her with assistance as necessary. In return, the Estee Merchant Guild's exclusive rights shall be granted to the Hardenberg family for 1 year. If needed, the contract may be extended or terminated upon mutual agreement, provided both parties are of sound mind. Is this the if needed clause you're referring to? Abel smiled slyly. My head couldn't keep up. The Abel I knew, calculating, meticulous, the same Abel who had written the contract before even meeting me, was now casually admitting to violating its terms. The very man who had risen to power in the original story through his thorough and shadowy nature was now discussing rebellion as if it were a minor detail. Her expression was laced with an ambiguous emotion that I couldn't quite place. Before I could gather the courage to ask, she spoke first. Do you know where His Majesty is originally from? I'm not sure, I replied honestly. The capital of the kingdom of Prologue, Ark. The name sounded familiar. I was sure I'd heard it in a history lesson. That kingdom, could it be? Yes, it was destroyed long ago by the Arya Empire. The fragmented memory returned. I recalled hearing during one of Alan's Empire history lessons that the kingdom of Prologue was once the most powerful kingdom outside the Arya Empire. If I remember correctly, the kingdom of Prologue fell in the imperial year 1014, 12 years after the current emperor's coronation in imperial year 1002. Suddenly, something fell off. The current emperor's birthplace was the kingdom of Prologue. But the kingdom was destroyed by the Arya Empire 12 years after he ascended the throne. Did you figure it out? Estelle asked, her smile faint but unmistakable. A chill ran down my spine at her expression. What are you saying? The emperor destroyed his own homeland with his own hands? For what reason? No. How did someone born in the kingdom of Prologue even become the emperor of the Arya Empire in the first place? Surely not. Chill, Estelle. Did that help you figure out anything? She asked, her smile deepening as she spoke. My mind was a mess. It was good that I finally understood why Estelle had shown me a favor that wasn't really a favor. The problem was figuring out how she had interpreted the intent behind my question. There was no way she possessed the kind of ability to read minds, like a princess from a fairy tale. Pressing my throbbing temples, I exhaled deeply. The situation was far more complicated than it had been in the early days of possessing Adele's body. Back then, all I needed to worry about was preserving my life. But now, it felt like I was being swept up in a massive current, one too strong to resist or escape from. We've arrived. Lost in my thoughts, I was pulled back to reality by the coachman's voice. Shaking my head to clear my mind, I opened the carriage door. An all-too-familiar face greeted me. Gray hair, silver eyes, and scars around his eyes. Abel. I was momentarily taken aback by his casual gesture to help me out of the carriage, but I soon reached out and took his hand as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Though I was accustomed to being escorted by Abel, I still struggled to make sense of the situation. As I descended from the carriage with his help, the familiar scent of roses greeted me, clearing my mind ever so slightly. It was like the comforting feeling of returning home after a long day at work and breathing in the scent of familiarity. How curious. I had only been staying here for a few months, yet already felt this way. I'd never experienced such a sensation at the Count Estee's residence, my supposed home. Perhaps it was because that house wasn't truly mine. It had been Adele's before I possessed her, after all. "Are you all right?" Abel asked, his voice tinged with concern. "Yes, I'm fine." "Good to hear," he replied curtly before taking the lead. I followed closely behind, my eyes wandering to the scenery of the garden. My gaze eventually settled on Abel's back. He walked at a pace that was neither too fast nor too slow. His stride seemed resolute, yet there was an inexplicable heaviness in the way his shoulders moved. Was it because I had grown fond of him in ways I hadn't realized? "How was the tea party?" "Nothing special," I replied. "Sounds like it didn't go well," he said, drawing an astute conclusion that left me momentarily speechless. He was right. The party hadn't been enjoyable. I still struggled to adapt to the mask-wearing games of high society. But how had Abel noticed? Perhaps my confusion was evident on my face, as Abel chuckled and said, "I've never seen you smile after describing something as nothing special." "Well, you're not wrong," I admitted. Describing things as nothing special had become a habit, something I said to avoid worrying my parents or close friends. What surprised me was that Abel had picked up on it. "This will do," he said suddenly, stopping in the middle of a garden path. Stretching out his hand into the air, he summoned a massive surge of mana that burst forth like a tidal wave. "What?" Before I could finish my sentence, a white magic circle unfurled on the ground, as though it had been stamped into existence. There was no time to marvel at the sight before my vision was swallowed by darkness. VRRRM. A faint vibration rippled through the air, and the garden scenery vanished. "This is my subspace. What we're about to discuss cannot leave this place," Abel said. His subspace, a realm separate from the outside world. I turned my head, scanning the surroundings. Darkness enveloped us in every direction, leaving nothing visible except Abel and me. Though I wasn't well-versed in magic, I could sense how extraordinary this spell was. "Are you feeling dizzy?" "No, not really." "That's good. You don't seem particularly sensitive to mana." Sensitive? He wasn't wrong. If I were more attuned to mana, the immense flow he had just released might have left me nauseous. "Here are the marks of our contract." VRRM. At his words, 2 sheets of paper fluttered to the ground. Contract marks? Was he referring to a contract document? If it was about our contract marriage, I already had the paperwork in my desk drawer at the Estee residence. I picked up one of the papers and unfolded it, only to find a blank, white sheet staring back at me. This was different from the densely packed contract I had seen when we first met. Raising my head, I saw Abel holding the other sheet. Before I could ask, he began to speak. "I told you this was about an important matter regarding the contract." He had mentioned that this morning, but I had assumed it was something straightforward, like an extension or revision of the existing terms. Clearly, I was mistaken. Rebellion against the imperial family. At the words Abel spoke so casually, I flinched in shock. He smirked at my reaction and continued. "Why are you so startled?" "I suppose it's my fault for not warning you in advance." "Wait, does that mean?" Fragments of the contract's terms floated through my mind. I had read and reread them so many times that I practically knew them by heart. Abel von Hardenberg shall serve as Adele von Estee's fiancé for 1 year and provide her with assistance as necessary. In return, the Estee Merchant Guild's exclusive rights shall be granted to the Hardenberg family for 1 year. If needed, the contract may be extended or terminated upon mutual agreement, provided both parties are of sound mind. Is this the if needed clause you're referring to? Abel smiled slyly. My head couldn't keep up. The Abel I knew, calculating, meticulous, the same Abel who had written the contract before even meeting me, was now casually admitting to violating its terms. The very man who had risen to power in the original story through his thorough and shadowy nature was now discussing rebellion as if it were a minor detail. Her expression was laced with an ambiguous emotion that I couldn't quite place. Before I could gather the courage to ask, she spoke first. Do you know where His Majesty is originally from? I'm not sure, I replied honestly. The capital of the kingdom of Prologue, Ark. The name sounded familiar. I was sure I'd heard it in a history lesson. That kingdom, could it be? Yes, it was destroyed long ago by the Arya Empire. The fragmented memory returned. I recalled hearing during one of Alan's Empire history lessons that the kingdom of Prologue was once the most powerful kingdom outside the Arya Empire. If I remember correctly, the kingdom of Prologue fell in the imperial year 1014, 12 years after the current emperor's coronation in imperial year 1002. Suddenly, something felt off. The current emperor's birthplace was the kingdom of Prologue. But the kingdom was destroyed by the Arya Empire 12 years after he ascended the throne. Did you figure it out? Estelle asked, her smile faint but unmistakable. A chill ran down my spine at her expression. What are you saying? The emperor destroyed his own homeland with his own hands? For what reason? No. How did someone born in the kingdom of Prologue even become the emperor of the Arya Empire in the first place? Surely not. Shoo, Estelle. Did that help you figure out anything? She asked, her smile deepening as she spoke. My mind was a mess. It was good that I finally understood why Estelle had shown me a favor that wasn't really a favor. The problem was figuring out how she had interpreted the intent behind my question. There was no way she possessed the kind of ability to read minds, like a princess from a fairy tale. Pressing my throbbing temples, I exhaled deeply. The situation was far more complicated than it had been in the early days of possessing Adele's body. Back then, all I needed to worry about was preserving my life. But now, it felt like I was being swept up in a massive current, one too strong to resist or escape from. We've arrived. Lost in my thoughts, I was pulled back to reality by the coachman's voice. Shaking my head to clear my mind, I opened the carriage door. An all-too-familiar face greeted me. Gray hair, silver eyes, and scars around his eyes. Abel. I was momentarily taken aback by his casual gesture to help me out of the carriage, but I soon reached out and took his hand as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Though I was accustomed to being escorted by Abel, I still struggled to make sense of the situation. As I descended from the carriage with his help, the familiar scent of roses greeted me, clearing my mind ever so slightly. It was like the comforting feeling of returning home after a long day at work and breathing in the scent of familiarity. How curious. I had only been staying here for a few months, yet already felt this way. I'd never experienced such a sensation at the Count Estee's residence, my supposed home. Perhaps it was because that house wasn't truly mine. It had been Adele's before I possessed her, after all. Are you all right? Abel asked, his voice tinged with concern. Yes, I'm fine. Good to hear, he replied curtly before taking the lead. I followed closely behind, my eyes wandering to the scenery of the garden. My gaze eventually settled on Abel's back. He walked at a pace that was neither too fast nor too slow. His stride seemed resolute, yet there was an inexplicable heaviness in the way his shoulders moved. Was it because I had grown fond of him in ways I hadn't realized? How was the tea party? Nothing special, I replied. Sounds like it didn't go well, he said, drawing an astute conclusion that left me momentarily speechless. He was right. The party hadn't been enjoyable. I still struggled to adapt to the mask-wearing games of high society. But how had Abel noticed? Perhaps my confusion was evident on my face, as Abel chuckled and said, I've never seen you smile after describing something as nothing special. Well, you're not wrong, I admitted. Describing things as nothing special had become a habit, something I said to avoid worrying my parents or close friends. What surprised me was that Abel had picked up on it. This will do, he said suddenly, stopping in the middle of a garden path. Stretching out his hand into the air, he summoned a massive surge of mana that burst forth like a tidal wave. What? Before I could finish my sentence, a white magic circle unfurled on the ground, as though it had been stamped into existence. There was no time to marvel at the sight before my vision was swallowed by darkness. VRRRM. A faint vibration rippled through the air, and the garden scenery vanished. This is... My subspace. What we're about to discuss cannot leave this place, Abel said. His subspace, a realm separate from the outside world. I turned my head, scanning the surroundings. Darkness enveloped us in every direction, leaving nothing visible except Abel and me. Though I wasn't well-versed in magic, I could sense how extraordinary this spell was. Are you feeling dizzy? No, not really. That's good. You don't seem particularly sensitive to mana. Sensitive? He wasn't wrong. If I were more attuned to mana, the immense flow he had just released might have left me nauseous. Here are the marks of our contract. VRRM. At his words, 2 sheets of paper fluttered to the ground. Contract marks? Was he referring to a contract document? If it was about our contract marriage, I already had the paperwork in my desk drawer at the Estee residence. I picked up one of the papers and unfolded it, only to find a blank, white sheet staring back at me. This was different from the densely packed contract I had seen when we first met. Raising my head, I saw Abel holding the other sheet. Before I could ask, he began to speak. I told you this was about an important matter regarding the contract. He had mentioned that this morning, but I had assumed it was something straightforward, like an extension or revision of the existing terms. Clearly, I was mistaken. Rebellion against the imperial family. At the words Abel spoke so casually, I flinched in shock. He smirked at my reaction and continued. Why are you so startled? I suppose it's my fault for not warning you in advance. Wait, does that mean? Fragments of the contract's terms floated through my mind. I had read and reread them so many times that I practically knew them by heart. Abel von Hardenberg shall serve as Adele von Estee's fiancé for 1 year and provide her with assistance as necessary. In return, the Estee Merchant Guild's exclusive rights shall be granted to the Hardenberg family for 1 year. If needed, the contract may be extended or terminated upon mutual agreement, provided both parties are of sound mind. Is this the if needed clause you're referring to? Abel smiled slyly. My head couldn't keep up. The Abel I knew, calculating, meticulous, the same Abel who had written the contract before even meeting me, was now casually admitting to violating its terms. The very man who had risen to power in the original story through his thorough and shadowy nature was now discussing rebellion as if it were a minor detail. Her expression was laced with an ambiguous emotion that I couldn't quite place. Before I could gather the courage to ask, she spoke first. Do you know where His Majesty is originally from? I'm not sure, I replied honestly. The capital of the kingdom of Prologue, Ark. The name sounded familiar. I was sure I'd heard it in a history lesson. That kingdom, could it be? Yes, it was destroyed long ago by the Arya Empire. The fragmented memory returned. I recalled hearing during one of Alan's Empire history lessons that the kingdom of Prologue was once the most powerful kingdom outside the Arya Empire. If I remember correctly, the kingdom of Prologue fell in the imperial year 1014, 12 years after the current emperor's coronation in imperial year 1002. Suddenly, something felt off. The current emperor's birthplace was the kingdom of Prologue, but the kingdom was destroyed by the Arya Empire 12 years after he ascended the throne. Did you figure it out? Estelle asked, her smile faint but unmistakable. A chill ran down my spine at her expression. What are you saying? The emperor destroyed his own homeland with his own hands? For what reason? No. How did someone born in the kingdom of Prologue even become the emperor of the Arya Empire in the first place? Surely not. Shoo, Estelle. Did that help you figure out anything? She asked, her smile deepening as she spoke. My mind was a mess. It was good that I finally understood why Estelle had shown me a favor that wasn't really a favor. The problem was figuring out how she had interpreted the intent behind my question. There was no way she possessed the kind of ability to read minds, like a princess from a fairy tale. Pressing my throbbing temples, I exhaled deeply. The situation was far more complicated than it had been in the early days of possessing Adele's body. Back then, all I needed to worry about was preserving my life. But now, it felt like I was being swept up in a massive current, one too strong to resist or escape from. We've arrived. Lost in my thoughts, I was pulled back to reality by the coachman's voice. Shaking my head to clear my mind, I opened the carriage door. An all-too-familiar face greeted me. Gray hair, silver eyes, and scars around his eyes. Abel. I was momentarily taken aback by his casual gesture to help me out of the carriage, but I soon reached out and took his hand as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Though I was accustomed to being escorted by Abel, I still struggled to make sense of the situation. As I descended from the carriage with his help, the familiar scent of roses greeted me, clearing my mind ever so slightly. It was like the comforting feeling of returning home after a long day at work and breathing in the scent of familiarity. How curious. I had only been staying here for a few months, yet already felt this way. I'd never experienced such a sensation at the Count Estee's residence, my supposed home. Perhaps it was because that house wasn't truly mine. It had been Adele's before I possessed her, after all. "Are you all right?" Abel asked, his voice tinged with concern. "Yes, I'm fine." "Good to hear," he replied curtly before taking the lead. I followed closely behind, my eyes wandering to the scenery of the garden. My gaze eventually settled on Abel's back. He walked at a pace that was neither too fast nor too slow. His stride seemed resolute, yet there was an inexplicable heaviness in the way his shoulders moved. Was it because I had grown fond of him in ways I hadn't realized? "How was the tea party?" "Nothing special," I replied. "Sounds like it didn't go well," he said, drawing an astute conclusion that left me momentarily speechless. He was right. The party hadn't been enjoyable. I still struggled to adapt to the mask-wearing games of high society. But how had Abel noticed? Perhaps my confusion was evident on my face, as Abel chuckled and said, "I've never seen you smile after describing something as nothing special." "Well, you're not wrong," I admitted. Describing things as nothing special had become a habit, something I said to avoid worrying my parents or close friends. What surprised me was that Abel had picked up on it. "This will do," he said suddenly, stopping in the middle of a garden path. Stretching out his hand into the air, he summoned a massive surge of mana that burst forth like a tidal wave. "What?" Before I could finish my sentence, a white magic circle unfurled on the ground, as though it had been stamped into existence. There was no time to marvel at the sight before my vision was swallowed by darkness. VRRRM. A faint vibration rippled through the air, and the garden scenery vanished. "This is my subspace. What we're about to discuss cannot leave this place," Abel said. His subspace, a realm separate from the outside world. I turned my head, scanning the surroundings. Darkness enveloped us in every direction, leaving nothing visible except Abel and me. Though I wasn't well-versed in magic, I could sense how extraordinary this spell was. "Are you feeling dizzy?" "No, not really." "That's good. You don't seem particularly sensitive to mana." "Sensitive?" He wasn't wrong. If I were more attuned to mana, the immense flow he had just released might have left me nauseous. "Here are the marks of our contract." VRRM. At his words, 2 sheets of paper fluttered to the ground. Contract marks? Was he referring to a contract document? If it was about our contract marriage, I already had the paperwork in my desk drawer at the Estee residence. I picked up one of the papers and unfolded it, only to find a blank, white sheet staring back at me. This was different from the densely packed contract I had seen when we first met. Raising my head, I saw Abel holding the other sheet. Before I could ask, he began to speak. "I told you this was about an important matter regarding the contract." He had mentioned that this morning, but I had assumed it was something straightforward, like an extension or revision of the existing terms. Clearly, I was mistaken. Rebellion against the imperial family. At the words Abel spoke so casually, I flinched in shock. He smirked at my reaction and continued. "Why are you so startled? I suppose it's my fault for not warning you in advance." "Wait, does that mean?" Fragments of the contract's terms floated through my mind. I had read and reread them so many times that I practically knew them by heart. Abel von Hardenberg shall serve as Adele von Estee's fiancé for 1 year and provide her with assistance as necessary. In return, the Estee Merchant Guild's exclusive rights shall be granted to the Hardenberg family for 1 year. If needed, the contract may be extended or terminated upon mutual agreement, provided both parties are of sound mind. Is this the if needed clause you're referring to? Abel smiled slyly. My head couldn't keep up. The Abel I knew, calculating, meticulous, the same Abel who had written the contract before even meeting me, was now casually admitting to violating its terms. The very man who had risen to power in the original story through his thorough and shadowy nature was now discussing rebellion as if it were a minor detail.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.